She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome to the European Development Championship. We have got an incredible game ahead and we've got an incredible way to kickstart Group B. Of course, I'm your Castle Crema 3 and I'm joined by a man whose tongue is rumoured to be 33% harp. It's M&J. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling even better about that compliment. I have a harp in my mouth. That's pretty snazzy. But no, this game's good. I'm excited to get cracking. Obviously, this is our first matches on the EDC, and we're going to be taking you through Group B today. And we've got some seriously good teams. We've got Hellraisers, Csgo, Budapest 5, and Sangor, and they'll all be battling it out to take a spot in the playoffs and join, I believe, Saw and Namiga, who are already there. They're the two teams that have made it through to the playoffs from Group A. So yeah, they're looking to try and join them in that bracket and continue their run through the tournament and try and take the lion's share of that prize pool.
Without a doubt. And, to kickstart the day, of course, we do have Csgo versus Hellraisers. And, this has kind of been a bit of a rivalry that's been developing between these two teams. I believe this will be the kind of 10th map they've played against one another. And, the reality is, we look at the history of the times they've played. Csgo, they started off by winning it back pretty much this time last year. After that, they've been getting close, but each and every time, Hellraisers have been moving themselves up and above, and, well, they've just been able to topple them. And, well, for Csgo, this will be their shot at redemption.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that Hellraisers have been on a bit of a tear recently. You actually see their world ranking going jump because they have been climbing up. They're now at 32nd. They've been doing fantastically recently. I mean, remember, they used to have JR on the AWP. Now, I think it's a bit of a shame that he's now gone. He was actually one of my favorite AWPers from that region. But they've swapped him out with Anarkez, and he's a bit of a 2-for-1. The former IGL at Team Secret and an incredibly talented AWPer. He kind of brings a lot of flair to the server, a lot of firepower, but also a lot of knowledge. And that's really, really worked out for Hellraisers recently. They've been winning a lot of matches, and as you say, in this head-to-head, they have been tearing apart Skade pretty much every single time they've played them. As we take a look at this Group B bracket, you see the actual format. It's basically a double elimination kind of thing where we kick things off with the best of ones. The loser of each best of one goes down into that lower losers best of 3 that will be played later on. And and then we've got the winners best of 3, and basically we'll be taking you all the way through this bracket over the next 2 days. So we will have our 2 playoff teams by tomorrow evening.
Without a doubt. I'll tell you what, you said it perfectly with Hellraisers. With Anarkez coming to this lineup, so to highlight as well, he's no longer IGLing. Kalinka's the RGL, so it means he can focus predominantly on his AWPing, and it means that he can really just open up in a way that he probably would have been a bit restricted on his previous lineups. So we'll have to see how he fares, and we'll have to see just how they do moving ahead. But I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit, Josh. If you had to predict a team here to go ahead and kind of top this group, who do you think it's going to be?
Oh, go ahead and top the group. I actually think that it could be Hellraisers. I actually think that Hellraisers have got what it takes to top the group. If you think about these matchups, if they win this opening best of 1, then they play up against the winner of Budapest 5 and Sangul. And I think that these guys could beat either of those 2 teams. If they lose this opening best of 1, then it becomes a little bit trickier. But yeah, as long as they win this first best of 1 up against Skade, they won't have to face them in the next matchup. And I think that they could quite comfortably take Budapest 5 or Sangul. So I actually think that Hellraisers will be the guys to top this group. Yeah, go on. I'll put you back on the spot. Do you agree with me? Who are you thinking?
Well, you've said Hellraisers, and I don't want to predict the same team as you. So, personally, I think Sangul might be able to have a bit of a crack at it. Now, they're definitely not the highest rated team here. They're definitely not the highest statistically either. But they have inconsistency, and that was something that probably would put them in a very high rating in the world. The issue is there are some games where they just can't get the ball rolling, and we saw that a little bit yesterday in previous games where they've played. And the reality is, for now, I think that if they can find their footing, if they can actually perform at their best, then they generally could have a chance to try and topple Hellraisers. Granted, that's assuming Hellraisers beat Skade. Again, Skade's still a formidable team to face, and in this kind of Bulgarian region, they're looking to emerge as one of the highest teams there. So definitely can't be ruled out of this. You need to bear in mind as well, this is a best of 1. Upsets can happen, and this is a prime chance for Skade to potentially come out the gate swinging.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, one last point on Sangul. It feels like all of the pieces are there, but they're just not performing at the moment. Well, I suppose they are performing quite well at the moment, but not as well as they formerly were. In my mind, I kind of think about them as a bit of an honorist. Like, literally the core 3 of that roster are major attending ex-Space Soldiers players. Yeah, that's the core of that roster. That's the major attending Space Soldiers team that off of the back of that roster, they've kind of bounced around between different teams, different orgs. The core 3 have kind of stuck together. They've come into Sangul, and they're now proving themselves. They're climbing their way up again, but they're nowhere near at their former glory. And yeah, as we come into this matchup, you see those parry match odds at the bottom. Hellraisers, definitely the favourites, not by a mile, but definitely the favourites coming into this one. And we see Inferno as well. We missed it. We were too busy talking about Sangul and everything else. But up on the screen, we did see the bans, and we are going to be moving on to Inferno as our first, which is an interesting one because it's a pretty nice even ground for both sides. Hellraisers at 47% win rate across 15 maps in the last 3 months. Skade, a little bit better, 64% across 11 maps. But yeah, generally speaking, pretty confident map for both sides.
My worry, though, is that those statistics are a little bit skewed because it's the quality of their opponents as well. Hellraisers, they've been against the likes of Lingby Vikings, Big, Fun Plus Phoenix, whereas Skade, they're still absolutely strong stuff to get here, but you need to bear in mind their matches have been against that of Project X, who definitely haven't been feeling their former glory. For Glory themselves, you get a new and emerging team. Mixit, a kind of Bulgarian team that's also on the up and rising. So the fact that they've been able to still get a win rate is great, but they're not against teams that have really got the same caliber as that of Big, for instance.
Absolutely, yeah. Caliber context, very, very important when it comes to these matchups. And it's always important when you look at, especially with like the snow stuff we've been doing recently, seeing these like playoff teams and stuff, and you look at the statistics and you go, oh wow, like Godsend have got a worse win rate than Isaaco Bulls or something, but it's the caliber context. Like, you got to realize they've been playing in much higher stuff and whatnot. And Hellraisers, even though these two teams are pretty evenly matched and they do play in the same kind of tournaments and whatnot, Hellraisers have been just playing against a little bit of a higher tier of opponent recently. They've actually been getting themselves invites into some bigger stuff, playing in DreamHack Open, playing in MDL, things like that. So it's definitely there. But as we see these rosters pop up once again, we see the Skate guys right now. Remember, Skate are no longer playing with Spellan. Spellan, one of the longest standing members in this roster, he's now gone. For now, they've got Ships in, who is incredibly talented. He's the former Wendigo WESG champion. Yeah, he's like a big talent. We saw him playing Contact as well off of the back of that, like pretty much throughout the whole of last year. Really talented player. So I don't think that Spellan going's going to be too much of an issue with Ships filling his boots. But I mean, it's definitely going to be a contingency. You don't want to be. I mean, you kind of develop when you're playing with a guy for such a long time. You kind of develop off of that, and to have a change definitely does cause you some problems. But as we get alive and kicking in the pistol round, it is going to be Skate heading over to B Banana early on.
Yeah, not much utility to be shown, but it may not even matter as Hellraisers to bomb their way down mid, unable to catch anyone for the time being as it's Oxygen to come out on top. Problem falls. Follow-up damage done either way, though, as it's a follow-up for Duplicate. Flaric gets toppled, and in a 3-on-5, we need to see some kills here in favor of Hellraisers. And just as I say that, it's an absolute slaughter as Hellraisers wipe the entire Skate side and propel themselves forward.
Absolute whitewash of a pistol round. A brilliant start as well. I mean, to just use that initiative to just say, right, we're just going to run down mid. I mean, it's a pretty ballsy play. And in a matchup like this, it's something that you don't often go for. It's a difficult one to justify opting. But, I mean, they do so. It works out admirably. Now Skate are forced into a position where they are going to go for the force buy. We do see the Deagles come out on every man. Smoke grenades, lackluster utility, but definitely enough to go for an execute. As they're just feeling around, trying to find some picks, hoping that someone from Hellraisers gets aggressive. Remember, they've got 3 SMGs in play, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to send someone down Banana. Just trying to rack up some cash. Remember, that's $600 a piece for every one of those kills that comes through on those SMGs. But Hellraisers, they're playing patiently.
Without a doubt, and as Util goes down by Skate, just try and catch out the initial member, it's nothing too substantial. You know, they've been trying to wait for Hellraiser's aggression. None comes. Instead of smokes get deployed towards top of Banana, they just shift their way on forward, just slowly encroach on this Hellraiser's territory, inch by inch, not being too aggressive and just being methodical about this. They've got enough smokes to justify and execute. Let's see if they can bait out any utility from Hellraisers. And it looks like for a moment Problem won't flinch. Instead, he's going to wait for the man count rather than the util thrown.
Yeah, patiently waiting to deploy that incendiary. Remember, it's only up for about 6 seconds after it's deployed, so needs to make sure that he pops it at the right moment. And as that time's ticking lower and lower, keep an eye on it. Skater running out of time, and with the util ready to come through for the CTs as well, this is going to become 10 times harder. There is a smoke to extinguish that incendiary if they hold on to it. It's on Denny's hands, and as they burst right through, there we go. Smoke on the incendiary. They push right through, but for now, they're being spammed away through the smoke, and they're running out of time, Crema. They're being absolutely put to bed, and Anarchez finishes things off with 3. Hellraisers, they're not troubled at all in the second round, and Problem's the only man to drop, and he'll have no trouble reinvesting.
That was perfect discipline by Problem there to not deploy that smoke once he saw the CT smoke go down. He deployed the second he saw the men coming towards him. Once that smoke went down, there was only about 20 seconds left after it faded for Skate to push in the site. They tried to go through it and they just walk into the meat grinder. Formidable stuff by Hellraisers, and now they can get a bit more aggressive. We see U2 deploy towards Banana. We see Naze get chucked down mid. Skate, as they do congregate towards second mid to start off the round, they won't be caught out too heavily. Duplicate, he'll be tickled a little bit, but it's nothing too substantial. As I say that, Anarchez, though, his M4 poses a bit more of a threat than a stray nade.
Absolutely, yeah. I like the fact that he's just going for a little bit of information towards middle as well. It's often tempting in these rounds to fall right back, play very deep on the site, and get overwhelmed by a pistol rush. Skate right now, though, just on the eco, they want to make sure they've got enough cash to go for the investment in the next, especially off the back of the last round where they quite literally only found 1 kill. They got no bomb plant. There's absolutely no way they can justify forcing anything into this round. And Hellraisers, they've got nice and aggressive on Banana as well. Problem looking to try and find some kills with this MP9, and as the flash comes over the top, be ready for him to swing.
Exactly, the flash is timed perfectly. Oxygen's forced away. The follow-up peak goes away. It's a 2k for Kalinka. What good can the rest of Skade do? You know, 50-50s, they try to do the odd bit of damage. Sure, ships can find Anikez, but it's silver linings. A third secured for Hellraisers. And as they start to beef their economy a bit, we're going to move to the next Skade full buy. And the first Skade full buy in an attempt to topple them. We take a look at these power match odds, and you know, Hellraisers have been so dominant. It explains why these odds have just been skewered straight into Hellraisers' favor against Skade. Only 3.45. That was pretty stacked against them. But for now, let's see how they fare moving ahead. And well, for Skade, they go into a bit of default to kick things off. We'll see Anikez peek up with the orb. Maybe go for an initial opening, but he doesn't get too aggressive. Instead, he waits the initial run towards mid. None comes, and Hellraisers, they work with the information or lack of information they have.
Remember, folks, if you fancy those odds and you want to place a bet on this match or any other match today in the EDC, make sure you click on that banner below and head over to Parimatch, where you'll get a first deposit bonus. Please be 18 and make sure you gamble responsibly. As we get right back into the round, though, minute 20 on this clock, aggression towards Banana, the smoking lower, and it allows Hellraisers to once again take full control. They're on a bit of a bonus round right now. They've still got 3 MP9s in play, accompanied by that AWP on Anikez and 1 rifle on JLM. So up against these AKs, they have got to be incredibly careful, but so far they've kept their control and they're playing very, very well. The jump spot from Kalinka, ready to deploy that smoke as soon as he sees a man, and they're just running down this clock very, very nicely. We could see a repeat of the second round here.
He tries to catch out the odd member, and as he hesitates for a second there, he could have been in a lot of trouble. As he hears the steps back on away. Now, Hellraisers, they only have MP9s to defend this site. Their utility usage is going to be pivotal to their success, and as Kalinka plays up close and personal with this MP9, it's going to really fall down to Skade to try and catch them off guard. A full bit execute is due, and with only 30 seconds left, Hellraisers, timing is their blessing. They can run this clock down just a little bit further. They're going to be in a fairly comfortable position, but as the site gets peppered with utility, the set piece goes down. Kalinka, he's ready to start farming. Good for 1, good for 2. Looking for the third, and third he finds. Then he saw onto the next, but line from CT finishes the job. An incredible round by HR there, and for Skade, that has definitely got to be a bit of a kick to the teeth.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, I love the fact there too that Problem doesn't even swing. He's just the insurance policy. He can let the CT man take all of the damage, and if he ends up dropping, Problem can just swing out and deny the plant right at the end. There's definitely an issue here that Skade are being run down by the clock. Hellraiser's utility usage has been flawless. It's keeping Skade at an arm's length for the first 3/4 of the round, and by the time they're actually able to get onto a site, it just seems to be too late to actually find the gunfights and get that C4 planted, causing them a lot of issues right now. And on a map like Inferno, utility usage is key, and that's exactly what Hellraisers have got nailed at this point.
Without a doubt. And for Rainwaker, they'll push on forward. They'll try to catch out an initial member. Unable to do so for the time being, though. But as smokes go down, let's see what they have in store for us. There's an odd peek from Dennis, still trying to catch out an odd member towards Coffins. Not quite able to do so as Kalinka finds the first. He doubles up as well as Oxygen falls, and this is perfect by Hellraisers. They've got an initial 2k, they've forced Skade's hand, and now Kalinka's just going to farm house. It's all down to Rainwaker, the last man up standing, pushing forward, and Problem steals the ace, but it won't matter. Hellraisers, they finish the job, and I tell you what, Josh, they look dominant right now.
Oh, they absolutely do. You know what? If I was Kalinka right now, I'd be tilted. I'd be tilted with Problem. He's stolen my ace. I mean, that was actually an investment there from Skade. It wasn't a full buy or anything like that, but they've gone for the half buy. They bought out the pistols and Kevlar and whatnot. So to get completely demolished like that definitely is a bit of an indicator. It's a bit of a statement from Hellraisers. And as they go 5-0 up, they're looking really, really strong right now. They need to hold on to this lead, though. Problem finds the opening pick, and once again, the aggression in the apartments. It worked out admirably. 2 early kills found, and no trade potential for Skade. It's just a 5v3, and we're only 15 seconds in.
It feels like Hellraisers is still trying to get a groove for Skade's default. Yeah, it's like they've gone, all right, well, let's try abs control. I'll run it up the flagpole, see how it flies, and well, it flies pretty damn well. They get an early 2k. Lightning spots the long aggression to try and trade, and instead, Hellraisers with limited map control have to congregate towards B in an attempt to topple these members. And well, Anikez's AWP rings true. Dennysaw falls, Rainwaker trades, but what good will it do with Kalinka still there and ready to fight?
Kalinka trades 1-for-1 as well, so an open avenue here for Duplicate to actually get onto this B bomb site, but the retake's already hot on its heels. I can't imagine he can get this C4 down unless he goes for it right away. Actually does, tucks himself in the corner, has a nice read on the situation, but there's no way he's expecting all 3 players to come in from Banana. Hits the 2 first ones there. Anyway, though, no way is expecting the third. Walks right into it with his back turn. That's unfortunate. That was looking contentious for a second or two there. Definitely too close for comfort. Definitely shouldn't have only been one man surviving for Hellraisers. An admirable attempt there from the lone man Duplicate. But once again, a 6th round going Hellraisers' way. And as you say, just really, really powerful stuff right now. And what is actually also coming into fruition is this bank account is starting to build. They're having a lot of flawless rounds, and it means that every single man right now has got a weapon in hand, full utility, and above $5,000 in the bank.
Absolutely. And as now we see Hellraisers, they move on to a 6th. Skade to go for a timeout. I like the fact they're calling this timeout because they're not going to let Hellraisers run too far ahead. I think I would have rather seen it sooner, but at least this time they call it before they go to a substantial buy. That bomb and that loss bonus means that we are going to see AKs come out. There'll be utility to support it. There might even be an AWP on ships potentially, should they choose the glass cannon, maybe Duplicate or Dinosaur. But the reality is, Hellraisers have reeking momentum right now, and even though Skade are losing rounds, usually when you see teams that are separated this far apart, sometimes Skade have been killing a lot of members. It goes down to 1 man each time. Right now, Hellraisers, the only round they've even had to consider sweating in was this last one.
Absolutely, yeah, and it wasn't even a round that really they should have had to sweat in. It only came down to that clutch situation. Beautifully deployed incendiary just to make sure that Anarkez is at no threat from a swing. Certainly can't justify peeking into it, especially with Duplicate only on 1 point of health. They do want to double dip into this brackets area, but with Rainwaker all on his lonesome, his teammates rotating round towards Banana, he needs to be careful. Problem, he's already on the rotate. JLM getting aggressive as well. He could certainly catch out a man here, but instead Kalinka drops.
And this flank from Lime right now is going to be absolutely crucial to Skade's success. Flash goes out by Problem. He's going to buy time. He's going to make noise. And with that, Lime, look at this trigger discipline. Absolutely phenomenal. Well, phenomenal. He finds the first. He tries to find the second. It's Duplicate. 1 HP left to his name is going to try to hold him. And more importantly, he's bought time. There's the kill. Lime finds the second. And the longer Skade taking this after plant, the better, because there is that flank coming back around from Rainwaker, but it looks like Lime's just going to push straight on forward. Dennis are able to shut him down. Problem and Anarkez now in a 2 versus 3 for this site.
Well, Problem up close to this smoke can certainly catch out this AWP. The flash is perfect, but it blinds him as well. Anarkez there to support. There's the secondary kill. He's doing all of the work right now, and as his teammate drops, it all comes down to Rainwaker. Flash is perfect, swings off the back of it, takes some damage, but comes out on top, and that is the first round on the board for Skade. Very, very close. I mean, it really, really did come down to the wire.
It's messy at that, but honestly, we'll have to see just what they can do going ahead. Of course, I take a look from our partners over at Hellcase. Of course, go check out them. Of course, they've got a little code on screen there. Get you 50% off on your first deposit, I believe it is. So awesome stuff by those at Hellcase. But for now, Skade, as they move ahead, let's see if they can find the conversion.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that was a bit of a swing round, a bit of a turning point where there's an opportunity to try and close this gap. If Hellraisers are able to bounce back right now, this could be absolutely dire. And that's exactly what's happening. Anarkez with 2 through the smoke. Skade, I just don't know what they're doing. I mean, when mid-smoke, why are you running in dry, jumping through the smoke one by one? Anarkez can just pick you off like sheep, and that's exactly what he does. 3 kills to his name. I mean, Hellraisers, they're just looking on fire right now, and Skade are just looking disjointed, and to be honest, just not very good here on Inferno.
This is haunting if you're on Skade. If you're the coach for Skade, if you're Punisher right now, I want to see him take a timeout, another one, and just ask the Skade members what's going on. They're playing undisciplined. They're allowing Hellraisers to get behind them. They're allowing Hellraisers to get into their heads. And that is really what's just playing to their detriment right now. Anarkez, he's going to scope in towards under. And yeah, of course he can do that. He's wreaking confidence right now. And for Skade, they're just being forced away all over the map. We see Banana control, we see Apps control, we see a peek on towards mid by Anarkez. Wherever Skade choose to rear their heads, it's just being swatted down by Hellraisers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the CT side, they're fully in control of this one. You often see the T side controlling the pace, especially here on Inferno. We're just not seeing that from Skade at all. And I'm not sure if it's to do with the fact that they're just lacking, or whether there's a lack of opportunity. I mean, utility usage is key, and especially to take back this banana control, it's something that Skade need in hand. And we have so many rounds like this where they're just on a bit of a half buy, but they're just unable to do so. They're going in dry, they're hoping for raw firepower, and they're just being bombarded with headshots and nades. Problem, got a nice off angle and he's good for 2, still sticking around for more. He does get flashed and has to spray away, but he's done so much damage that his job here in round number 9 has been fulfilled, and to be honest, exceeded.
I would argue, actually, that he may have been a bit too optimistic to try and stay there, but it doesn't matter. Lime catches the players on the cross. The reason he was staying on sandbags was to buy time for his teammates to rotate, but he could have done that from CT maybe and played the after plant. As Skate, they're buying next round anyway, as they're on pistols right now. They've got max loss bonus. You could just fall back, and granted 2 players fall. It was a great recovery from Lime there. So Hellraisers, their game isn't flawless, but it's definitely a hell of a lot better than Skate's right now.
Absolutely is, yeah. And I mean, there's just a real lack of firepower on the server here from Skade too. You can always tell by how many kills are actually there on the scoreboard, how well a team are doing. And even though it's not like a necessarily good indicator on how well individual players are doing, if you're losing 8-1, but everyone's got a fair amount of kills and the rounds have been pretty close, you've been trading frags, then you know that there's an opportunity to come back into it. But when you're losing 8-1 and you've still got players on like 1 frag and collectively you've got less than 20, it's not a good sign whatsoever. It's a real clear indicator that you are just being dominated, and in pretty much every single round, Hellraisers are keeping 3-4 players alive. That's exactly what we're seeing. Minute 10 on the clock, a lot of time been ticked, and Skade looking like they want to try and group up towards this A site. They do have a man advantage to work with, but they need to hold on to it.
Now they have this man advantage, it's goading Hellraisers into being a lot more aggressive. Lime, he's going to shift all the way towards quad, because they weren't expecting to be here. They've just mollied it out, and Duplicate, he's caught out. It's so messy by Lime right now. He should expect to die, and well, he's good for 1. The fact he's alive this song is haunting. He lines up 2 more. My God, that's nice by Lime there, and incredible round by him as he keeps Hellraisers thriving right now. It means their economy doesn't shatter, and it means he can pull on ahead. And we look at the parry match odds now, and I bet it's going to be bad. As we're taking a look at them in just a moment. But of course, go check out those odds if you go click on the banner below to go check out parry match. But tell you what, Skade, they're in such a tough position right now.
They are, especially off of the back of that. I mean, it's another one of those situations where Lime should just be dead to rights. That should just be a free kill for Skade all day long. Lime's made a big mistake, and they should just be able to swing and eliminate him. And instead, he's able to not only stay alive, not only get 1 kill, but actually find all 3 and carry his weapon across into the next. I mean, it's just unbelievable. This round, Hellraisers, they do seem to be taking a fair amount of damage. These Deagles certainly paying some dividends as they come into a 4-on-4, but a major health advantage. The only issue here for Skade is that whilst that single rifle is retrievable, Anikez and Lime have fallen right back. That's a nice response, so that's unreal.
That was clean, and now Problem, he's going to have to hold the site solo as his rotation comes in. And for Skade, they've got retrieved weapons, they've got enough utility to really pad out a fight right now. And as these nades kind of land around him, it's remaining fairly calm, holding behind pillar, waiting for players to just jump up to fight him. And he catches out 1, he looks for a second, Duplicate to get the next say in the matter. And as he goes 2-on-3, suddenly Skade may bear a bit of equity here as they move into what could be their second round.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it off the back of that bomb plant, the secondary rifle being retrieved, the odds certainly tilting in their favor. And I think this will probably just be a save call for Hellraisers, considering the health they've got, considering the fact that Anikez has got an AWP. They really don't want to be dropping that over to Skade. I don't think they'll have enough money to really justify buying one in the next. I think the only man that could afford it is Rainwaker. Maybe he could drop. We'll have to wait and see what they go for, but for now, Hellraisers, they've got such a lead, such an advantage that they don't need to go for retakes like this. They can fall right away. They've got plenty of rounds to play with, go into the next with their heads still held incredibly high because remember, it's a worst case scenario, 9-6 half for them, and they've still got 4 rounds to play with.
Without a doubt, and honestly, furthest 2 teams can really be apart, with the game still being somewhat winnable, is about 11-4. So right now, if Hellraisers can just shut down Skade, prevent it from even getting 3, then Skade are just going to be out of it. I personally think that if it goes 12-3, there just isn't any hope in hell.
Yeah, I mean, you often say that's kind of your break-even point, isn't it?
Mm.
You go anything less than that, it's recoverable. At 10-5, we always see 10-5 comebacks. 11-4, unlikely, but It happens. It gives you enough rounds to play with after the pistol. But if you go 12-3 down, you lose the pistol round, that's it. It's GG. Before you can pull out a buy, your teammates are already on match point. Right now, Hellraisers, that's what they're looking for. Try and get onto double digits in this one. They've taken a lot of early preliminary damage. Flarettch has to fall back off of that. Cannot continue to peak. And Skade, they're starting to find some control. They're starting to get some legroom here towards the apartments, where formerly they were just being dominated. The apartments peaks, the aggression from Hellraisers was keeping Skade literally in second mid before they could even take a fight. And now they burst right into the A-bomb site. They need to be careful, though.
This is phenomenal by them. A perfect 4K as they explode onto this site. And, well, Skade, it was a methodical setup, but once it came down to it, once they really had to test their mettle, they prevailed. There's a 4K in their favor, and now Hellraisers, dare I say it, they might have actually stagnated a little bit here. As problem, he'll let's go cower down towards T-Apps. He'll save that M4. He's got a kit and a bit of util as well. But for the most part, this money that Hellraisers have spent the previous 9 rounds building certainly isn't looking too strong.
Yeah, it absolutely isn't. And what's definitely depleting as well is this really, really aggressive style that Hellraisers were going for. Now, admittedly, you can't continue going through it throughout the entire game. It becomes very, very readable and just abusable. But it seemed like they were really bullying Skade, yeah? In those early rounds, they were just getting aggressive towards Banana. They were throwing that deep smoke and taking those fights. They were getting aggressive in the apartments, trying to take fights towards second mid. And Skade just didn't know what to do. They were just being beaten down every single round. Now Hellraisers, they're taking a bit of a step back. They're playing a little bit deeper on the sites. And it seems like when they do try and go for a little bit of aggression, they try to take a little bit of a cheeky peek, they get punished for it. So Skade, they're definitely responding nicely. Realistically, they need to make sure that they win the next 3, though.
Without a doubt. And for now, it's going to be smoke goes down, and we'll have to see just how... We'll have to see the color of Skade's money right now, as they've tested it, they've won a couple of rounds. Now let's see if they can really pull ahead. As Lime, he'll be at the ready, pushing out towards corner. It's a 3-man commitment towards short right now, as Hellraisers looks to refute this early top mid control, and the Molly will do just that. Nade goes out, ship swings wide, Brotham comes out on top, but Lime falls to duplicates of Molly, leaving Brotham on low HP, but only just with an equal man count. 4-on-4. Skade, they look to show some presence towards Apps as Rainwaker attempts to cancel out Problem, but there's still 3 players towards the safe site. There's still 3 players ready to defend, and Skade, they may be queued into this as they look to back away and turn their attention down towards this Apps position.
Yeah, once again, they've got this apartment's control. It seems to be the Achilles heel of Hellraisers right now. The clock ticking down, 45 seconds left to spend on it, and Anikez still posted towards Banana. Utility deployed, that's the Moto Smoke, and they burst right out of the back of the flashbangs. The headshot's not coming through, though, and Hellraiser's coming out on top in all of the engagements. This crossfire is just impenetrable.
Not a hope in hell for Skade now was Dennis Doyle. Shift on forward. He's had a chance at a clutch earlier. He was able to hit 2 or 3 members, but now in a 1 versus 3, he's caught out by Flarettch and Hellraisers. They come out on top. 10-3 the scoreline, and Skade, their hope is slowly slipping from them. And luckily, though, they can reinvest.
Yeah, that's kind of the only saving grace here for Skade. They did manage to pick up a couple of rounds too. Obviously, we saw this insanely one-sided. Now, definitely doable. Not looking too probable, though. As I said in that last round, they realistically needed to find all 3 left in the half. And it seems like Hellraisers, they've got their groove back a little bit. They had a really, really convincing round there. They kept several players alive. And once again, trying to go for this early mid pick. Lime does actually get flashed off a bit, has to fall away, but the AWP is still playing aggressive. Anikez, hungry for this opening pick.
And now we're going to see Skade just slowly shift on forward in this default, then to catch out the odd member wherever possible. It's nothing too substantial as they kind of take their time with this stake, and so they hold a bit of a default. This is really where Hellraisers were looking to exploit them in the early rounds. So Skade, rather than moving together like a unit, they leave Rainwaker towards Apps, and this means the Skade congregate towards the bottom of Banana. They shift on forward, and for Hellraisers, they play backside. They realize there's a presence, but they just don't know how significant of a presence.
I like that. That was cool from Hellraisers. They gave
That's
up the
Molly.
early... Yeah, it is a nice molly. They gave up the early banana control as well. And then when they started to hear some steps, they said, right, we're going to snatch this back. They deployed a monster. They deployed some smokes. They threw a couple of flashes. They regained that top banana control, and it forced Skade away. Now there's only 40 seconds on the clock, and they have to burst right through. And Kalinka with the spray down gets himself two. Needs to fire through for more, or at least buy some time for his teammates. And instead, he's going to get his third. 4v2 now as Skade. They're running out of options. They need to trade out this kill. And Kalinka, he has done his job flawlessly. And now the retake, it's hot on its heels, and it's ready to snatch back what's theirs.
I'll tell you what, as Dennis still finds that follow-up kill as well, this suddenly looks very doable for Skade. Then it's almost finding a second as that player swings forward from CT. Unable to catch out anyone for the time being. Those smokes go down. It will allow a bit of a peek as Dennis will shift forward towards Ruins, catching out Lime. It's all on Flarich, 1 versus 2, and suddenly Skade turned this round on its head. It looked like a very significantly one-sided round in favor of Hellraisers, but the antics on B, looks like they don't bear any fruits as well. Flarich, he may just have to go for exits here.
Yeah, if he can prevent these two players from getting off of the site, then that will cost them a lot of money. And there we go. Both kills come through. I don't think he's far enough away to survive. He absolutely isn't. But they shouldn't be too phased by that one. They've managed to do the damage there to Skade. 10-4. It's unfortunate that off the back of this 3K from Kalinka, they're not able to get anything done. That really does just prove how long these rotations are, though, and how difficult it is for a CT side here on Inferno. Rotating off of the A site, even with Kalinka doing as much work as he did there, they still can't get round in time. It's just unfortunate, but very well played from Skade. They held on to that one very, very nicely indeed. All of the AWP shots coming through from Duplicate really, really did put the icing on the cake. And as we come into the final round of the half, it is going to be a pretty lackluster force buy here from Hellraisers. Bottom of the barrel buy, whatever they can pull out. It consists of 3 pistols, though.
Skade look to shift on forward. They tried to catch out an initial member, but they can't do for now. Instead, Hellraisers, they almost look a bit more humbled as they back away. They hold towards back side. They don't try and fight anyone just yet. As, well, Skade once again with banana control. Gonna eat this nade, but let's see what future that holds for that damage. What sort of butterfly effect comes through here as they go for the boost. They're ready for the re-aggression, and Kalinka, more than wary of this sort, will just play back towards CT as we wait to see how Skade fare, pushing down back towards banana and moving on, looking to approach the safe site.
Not a lot of util here for Hellraisers to keep this one at an arm's length, and his Duplicate sticking around towards banana wants to try and cause a bit of a distraction and keep this rotation busy as well. Anikez's actually moving around towards this B site, and if Duplicate can entertain them for a few seconds longer, it will give his teammates a really good opportunity to snatch away A. Lime already starting to fall back. This is looking very, very dangerous indeed.
As Duplicate killing and Anikez's both exchange blows. He goes 4-on-4, and now the wrap comes through to this site. Hellraisers, they actually aggress up short rather than fighting towards site. It means that Flarich will shift his way towards apps. I mean, Rainwaker might be in a bit of trouble here as he'll look to back his way on forward. He's taking a moment, and every time he hesitates, that's an advantage for Flarich, but it won't matter. Rainwaker good for 1, line there to trade. 3-on-3, the score, or the player count now. As Ships will aggress towards Library, trying to catch out an initial member. Unable to do so, though, as Hellraisers start shifting forward, inching their way towards this site. And it looks like Ships is going to have another plan for them. Probably good for 1. He knows he's wary the oxygen could be here, and for the most part, let's see if he's good for both members.
The lack of kits here is just a major issue from Hellraisers. They can't play it how they would have liked to. They have to just burst right in and take the gunfight, and it's not going to work out for them. Skade, they do manage to pick up a couple of rounds towards the end. If you actually see how that one played out, at one stage it was 9-1. So Skade have done incredibly well to pick up 4 right at the end there, and it does tilt these parry match odds ever so slightly. But to be honest, it's looking like a very, very one-sided affair. Considering this is a 10-5 scoreline, I'm very, very surprised that it's so one-sided for Hellraisers, but they are looking fantastic right now, and I do anticipate that they will take this one. Remember, if you do want to head over to Paramatch and place a bet on that, check out the banner below to get your bonus code.
Of course, and it all comes down to this bit round. It all comes down to this round to see if Skade have a comeback on their hands or if Hellraisers are going to close out early. It's damage done to Rainwaker. Follow-up kill comes through as Oxygen sees he rings true for problem. More damage done either way, though, as Hellraisers barrel towards this site. Lime and Kalinka both ring true, and as it goes, 4-on-3. Low HP members for Hellraisers, but that won't stop them from getting this plant and getting into after plant positions, which is going to be very detrimental to Skade's resolve as they push on forward. Util peppering every step, and as Denisor's good for 1, looks like the retake might come through.
So much damage has been dealt, though, that there is a real opportunity here if Skade can hit a couple of body shots to make this one work. The issue is as they get closer and closer, the spammability of these Glocks become deadly. And there we go. Kalinka with the first brings the numbers back in their favor. And as this C4 continues to tick, Denny needs to get onto the site with this kit. They just can't connect anything right now. And Kalinka good for another. Denny Slaw's USP is spamming away. This becomes very doable if he can connect the final shot, but it doesn't happen for him. Flareich able to finish off the job, and Hellraisers, by the skin on their teeth, managed to take it to 11.
That was horrifically close. I believe Flareich only had about 5 HP left when he took that duel. And, well, that looked doable. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite come out on top, and it does provide Hellraisers with an 11th as they lead 11-5. It forces Skade down to a 4 spy, in which we see a couple of Deagles here. There's the old scout on Denny, but looks like Flareich, AK in hand, is looking for kills. Well, that explains it. There you go. Early man advantage for Hellraisers, and for Skade, what hope do they have here?
Yeah, the scout investment goes in the bin. I mean, everybody else invested into this one too. The Deagles, the Kevlar, and it will actually be retrieved by Rainwaker. Maybe more deadly with the Kevlar on his back, but I'm not sure how much they'll really be able to do here. Up against the rifles of Hellraisers, do go for this nade stack. Really doesn't do as much damage as I would have thought. Seemed like Hellraisers took a few steps back before they were deployed. They're still hungry to deal some damage of their own.
Now these players make their way on forward. Looking to hold as Skade. Well, as they spread out around the map, looks like they're going to try and go for a bit of a stack towards B, but unfortunately that's a bad call as Rainwaker shifts on. Every step he takes closer to B right now is a detriment to Skade. The only man holding is Oxygen, and as he pushes away, Skade, they roll the dice towards this B site, and it's just heartbreaking to see at just the wrong moment. We see they finally realize with aggression towards Banana that it's actually going to be a hit towards A, but there's only one man on site. Rainwaker just getting through in, or not quite getting through in time at all. Through the smoke, they'll find out. Kez will look for a bit more as a few shots ring out either way. Now the flank of ships bears fruition as, well, Flareich falls. Rainwaker good for line. Problem to trade to get the site, but there's players either way of them, and now it's still a very scary prospect, especially as Kalinka falls to Rainwaker. It's a 6 for Skade as their 4 spy works out.
What a ridiculous round. They literally guess wrong. They rotate round to B. Then they get aggressive on Banana, realize that it's actually an A hit, desperately wrap back around, and off the back of a couple of lucky shots through smokes, they're able to make it work. They can force right back into this one. Hellraisers, they heavily invested into last round. They didn't go for any SMGs, remember. It was fully rifles, AKs and Galils, and now they have very little to work with. It's just the Deagles. They're not going to drop down to an eco just yet. They do want to try and bite back, give Skade a taste of their own medicine, and Flareich, the man to try and open up towards middle. The first point of contact, but he is going to take a deadly blow to the chest from Rainwaker's AK.
He's forced on away. Denny Sort will drop that smoke to prevent people from running straight into him. And I'll tell you what, Josh. Last time Hellraisers and Skade played, do you know what the score was? At least on Inferno. Do you know what the score was?
I don't know. I could go and check, but that would be cheating, so just tell me.
25-23.
Ooh.
These teams, and before that, Skade actually won. So these teams are pretty closely matched when it comes to Inferno, at least historically. But, well, as Lime takes Duplicate's head clean off when he peeks towards Banana, that does put Skade at a bit of a disadvantage now, as Zenny will look to try and halt any further aggression. See if he's able to do so.
Yeah, it was actually a beautiful headshot onto a jump-peeking Duplicate as well. Absolutely sensational. And off the back of it, Hellraisers are going to try and burst right through here. The FAMAS does mow away the first. There's the swing from Dennis Flaw's ships coming off of his contact, and it's just absolutely flawless. They do hold on to this one quite nicely. It does come back into a 2-on-2, but Denny, he's got the HP advantage. He's got the automatic rifle in hand, and Kalinka now stuck between a rock and a hard place. And honestly, I don't know how he's going to be able to pull this one off.
Tell you what, though, Kalinka, he's had a great game for Hellraisers so far. 22-14. If there was ever a chance to do damage, if there was ever a chance to pull ahead, this would be it. He pushes forward. He aggresses the player on D-Box. A beautiful headshot to Denny Saw there. He knows he needs to find Rainwaker. Only 1 second to do so. Unable to do it. Rainwaker kills him after time. And Kalinka, his money has been destroyed moving forward from here.
Oh, that is rough. If there was 1 or 2 seconds more on the clock, Kalinka really did have a good chance in that one. He's sitting 23-12 right now, leading the charge on the server by quite the margin. And as Skade start to close this gap, and you give me a little bit of insider info about last time round scoreline, I'm starting to think we're in for a long day here, Kremer.
Potentially so, as Ships is ready for the eco now. He's going to farm some kills wherever possible. Only good for 2. Those Jupe gets the next set of the mana, but as Kalinka kills him, looks like Hellraisers might be able to get a bomb plant out of this, and frankly, that's all they're after, really. On an eco, bomb plant's all you hope for, but his movement fails him, and Rainwaker finishes the job as Skade hit 8, and they start clawing themselves back into this.
I mean, once again, it's Kalinka. I know that he's the last man in the charge, so he's kind of the person that you expect to trade, but to find 2 kills with a Glock like that makes it a fairly successful eco round from Hellraisers. The only thing that really could have topped it off was a bomb plant. Boosts his stats a little bit higher, gives him a little bit of extra cash to work with as well. Remember, he's only on a Mach 10 this round because he died after time in the round prior. So Hellraisers almost have all the tools to work with. They're lacking on utility a little bit, but the same can be said here for Skade. And Hellraiser's looking to try and make this one 12 and stop Skade from closing this gap. Ooh.
It's a nice peek. He tries to get a kill, unable to do so though, and as he backs away, let's see just how this side fares moving forward and what's going to be Hellraiser's chance. Just try and catch out one of these Skade members. Skade rolling the dice to go for a 3-man commitment towards B, though, will be their chance to try and topple this Hellraiser's side.
Well, Hellraisers seem to have guessed correctly. It all comes down to when Skade start this rotation, and it seems like they're doing so a little bit too late. Hellraisers pressing in towards brackets. They could take the swing on short right now and deal the finishing blow, but instead they're playing mind games. It's all a bamboozle. The C4 heading back towards Banana. But Skade, they've still got 2 defenders posted. They're still very wise to this, and they're already rotating that 3rd man back over.
Tell you what, if there was ever a time for Skade to fear, or Hellraisers to fear even, this would be it. This round, it's very, very important to Hellraiser's economy, and it's important to Skade's momentum. As Yuto goes out either way, full push comes out, Kalinka trying to barrel his way towards backside, trying to catch you, able to do so though, and with that, sight falls into Hellraiser's control, though. Ships' re-aggression is absolutely perfect, good for 2. Flourish to trade, follow-up kills from Rainwaker, leave it all on Lime, who's caught off in a smoke in a 1 versus 3.
Unbelievable there from Rainmaker to find those 2 kills, bring it back in Skade's favor. And now, yeah, it all comes down to Lime, and I don't think he's really got any opportunity whatsoever right now. 5 seconds on the clock, just wants to fall away, just wants to stay alive here. He's realized that CT's clear. He will be able to hold on to this AK moving into the next, but are his teammates going to try and force around him? I'm not too sure, to be honest. He doesn't get any money off of the back of staying alive, so maybe they do need to force with him on double eco. I'm not too sure. They're going to call a timeout to discuss it. But Skade, they are really, really closing this gap. And they're looking fantastic right now. Even off of the back of the opening kill from Kalinka, where he gets up close with the flashbangs, with the Mach 10. Ships is able to re-aggress, take a couple of kills with the FAMAS, bounce it right back in their favor. And I'll tell you what else has bounced back. These parry match odds popping up on your screen. They do still favor Hellraisers quite heavily. But remember, that was 10-1 only a few rounds ago, and Skade have pulled it right back. So if you do fancy those odds and you want to head over to Paramatch, you fancy Skade's chances in this one, make sure you click on that banner below and claim your deposit bonus.
Tell you what, I fear that Hellraisers may have been lost in their own revelry of their initial momentum, and, well, now as Skade have already mounted a bit of a comeback, Hellraisers, I don't want to say they look lost, but they look a bit dazzled by it as they spread out into a bit of a default, take 9s in hand. The odd bit of util to try and assist a bit of early aggression, and that it does as Problem barrels his way down towards Arch. And was he just spotted out by Rainwaker there? I don't know if he was. Why not matter? Problem shuts out Denisaur. I tell you what, this fast aggression towards Arch may be exactly what Hellraisers need.
Ships up close and personal, though, with this M4. He's fired a little bit too early, too quick to the trigger, and Rainwaker is able to find one onto Problem in the meantime. That's the flank eliminated. That's Hellraiser's cue to try and get out here. Ships needs to be careful.
They've only got a flash to do this off as well, as he'll drop that smoke to buy a bit more space, and for the most part, it looks like it will just be a complete fake towards this A site. We see Kalinka, he's caught out through the smoke, and with that, Hellraiser's in such a difficult position. Anikez, bomb in hand, will make his way towards Apps, but look at Skade, they're more than wary of this flank. We see Rainwaker making his way back around towards Long, and right now, Rainwaker's been instrumental to Skade's success.
Yeah, he absolutely has. He's been firing on all cylinders. And right now, Hellraisers, Annika started his rotation with the C4 ages ago, and he was hoping that his teammates would cause a distraction and pull some rotations off of this A site. But because Skade just haven't even lost anyone besides Dennis Law at the very start, they've not rotated either of these 8 players off the site. So Oxygen's still posted, still holding true, and ready to get this one done. Needs to take out Flarich, who's on this scout, but as the flash comes over, he'll comfortably be able to mow away all 3 with support from Oxygen. And there we go. Absolutely clean round there from Skade. They only take 1 casualty, and now they're on to double digits and 1 away from closing this one up fully.
Absolutely. This is now Skade's chance to actually potentially look at a victory here. So they pull on forward. Hellraisers, what do they really do? I mean, they go for a full buy. That orb comes out on Anikez, but my fear is that Hellraiser's catalyst to get into rounds is through Kalinka, and now he's slowed down a little bit. Skade have just exploited that to, well, maximum extent as they go for really good control towards Banana. They ring out a few shots here all day. They know Hellraisers are going to fight for it, and instead they take their time with it. They don't rush in too boldly, and they might look to retake once again now that Hellraisers have expended a lot of their utility.
Absolutely, yeah. Skade are looking a lot better as well, a lot more comfortable on this CT side, and I think off of the back of the momentum that they managed to establish in those final 4 rounds of the first half. I mean, remember at one stage, this was 9-1 in favor of Hellraisers. So the momentum that Skade have got right now, the confidence that's flowing, I mean, how do you bounce back if you're Hellraisers? Instead, they try and get into a B push. It's not worked out for them previously, but with the flashes, the up-close engagements, they do trade 2 for 1, and they can get this bomb planted. This could be their first round in a while.
Annika's a cheeky little shot towards CT as well, able to catch out Denny's Floor as it falls to Rainwaker and Oxygen. 2 versus 4 to pull ahead, and for the most part, Hellraisers have got a iron grip on this site. Skade, with Rainwaker towards Ruiz, might be able to do the odd bit of damage here, or they might even be able to find an exit. But for the most part, he knows as well that Skade, they haven't got the tie, they haven't got the lead just yet. And Hellraisers, they're going to make sure they stay just an inch ahead, despite the fact that Skade have been more than happy to snap at their heels for every inch they've taken. And tell you what, a ninja might be a possibility. All right, it's not, as he doesn't have a smoke, but my heart dropped for a second there, Josh.
Yeah, you see them all falling away, but they are still posted on the bomb. They're very aware that they haven't cleared out the church area, and there is potential that it could happen. So they just hold on to it, cover their bases. Remember, though, Hellraisers, they're not in the clear just yet. They won't be allowed a freebie. Skade, they've still got plenty of money to go for another investment here. Ships can buy an AWP. Everybody else can go onto those rifles, especially considering they saved 2 in the last as well. They actually have plenty to work with. So Hellraisers, they have to do it again, and I'm not sure how repeatable the good old-fashioned B rush is. Skade, once again, they put that stack towards the B site early. They've got 3 men, but the banana control, very, very nearly going Anikez's way. Instead, Ships double dips, and he comes out on top. They can fall away off the back of that one.
That's brave by Ships there to go for the repeat into players who know he's there, but nonetheless, he comes out on top. And as Hellraisers back away, they get 3 men pushing up towards top mid. They are ready to execute out towards this site, but in a 3-on-3 battle for this A site, Hellraisers realize that even out the odds, they are just going to look to maybe fake with a Molotov there, as that molly, it landed behind Lime to make Skade think it was clear. Lime takes the duel on the player crossing towards Coffins. He tags up Ships, but he doesn't kill him, and, well, that's a missed opportunity, as they'll look to gather up around towards Banana and maybe look for a straight execution.
That seems to be the case right now. The C4 still undecided, but with a minute left on this clock, Hellraisers, they do need to make their decision. And they have pulled a rotation off of B. So 3 players stacked up towards the A site. Kalinka just there to cause a bit of a distraction as his teammates look to burst through. But that incendiary going to add a few complications. They don't want to smoke it. Their presence so far unknown. And Kalinka, there we go. There's that spanner in the works. It needs to be traded. It absolutely is. But that's the cue to get onto the B site.
Ships caught out as Lime finishes the job. It's all on duplicate right now. This is going to be key to a victory here. And as he lines up the first, he looks for the second. Absolutely perfect. It's all on Flarich, the last man left standing. And Hellraisers, they've collapsed. This man will try to catch out the odd member here or there, but what good will it do? Rainwaker finishes the job. Skade in 11. And more importantly, they give a kick to that Hellraisers economy.
Oh, they absolutely do. That seems to be Hellraiser's problem right now. They are overlooking these kind of precarious angles that Skade are sitting in, and we see them right there. They burst right into the site. They take the first 2 engagements, no problem whatsoever, trade 2 for 2, get onto the site, but they're not clearing Dark. They're not clearing New Box, and it means that off of the back of that, one of the last defenders can swing out, bring the numbers back into Skade's favor. I think we've seen it 2 or 3 times so far this game. And had it have not happened, Hellraisers could be on 14 and beyond right now. This is going to be their last buy. If it doesn't work out for them here, Skade will be able to take the lead for the first time this match. And I'll be interested to see how the odds shift off the back of it.
It's something to fear. Something to fear, and as Oxygen shuts down Problem once again, Skade find an advantage, and reeking with confidence now. We see Danny Slaw push ahead and try to bring out a shot down down mid, unable to catch out anyone for the time being though. As I said, Rainwakers was short, will be there to support him. Nades get deployed either way, a little bit more damage onto Hellraisers than vice versa. As for now, Hellraisers with top mid control look to try and force Rainwaker out of position.
I like the fact that he smoked this himself. It means that because he doesn't have the support, he doesn't have the crossfire from long, he deploys that smoke, gives him a little bit of wiggle room, and he actually sticks around too, so maintains the control, makes sure that he's got a drop on anyone that tries to creep through. Off the back of it, Hellraisers, they're going to reconvene, head back towards B Banana. There's 35 seconds left on this clock though, as they want to try and go for a boost over this smoke, but once again, Ships is able to span through it.
It comes out on top. Anikes and Flarich trade in unison though as it goes to a 2-on-3. The only advantage that we can really find right now in favor of Hellraisers is that they do get a plant. They do slap a fuse on this round. A duplicate swings into Anikes. Anikes comes out on top. The Israeli AWP rings true as Skade push forward, trying to catch out these players wherever possible. Anikes good for Rainwaker. It's all on Oxygen and a 1 versus 2, and he only knows the location of one of these members who is already posted on him.
Oh, unbelievable. That round completely falls on the shoulder of Anikes, and in that 3 versus 2 situation, there's 2 things going for them, and there's 2 win conditions. They need to get that bomb planted, which they do, and they need Anikes to go huge with that AWP, because Flarich, 1 tick away from death, can't do anything with the AK. He needs to be the insurance policy, needs to act as a bit of bait, to be honest. And Anikes, he finds himself a 4K. He does his job admirably, and he takes Hellraisers onto 13 in such an important round, too. As I mentioned before, had they have lost that one, they would have had no money to work with. It would have been an eco here. Skade would have been able to take the lead, and this could be a very different story right now. But instead, it goes their way. Skade are now in a position where they've taken a tactical timeout. They really don't have enough money to invest here. We'll probably just see a few pistols come out, and Hellraisers have a good opportunity to get themselves onto match point.
Looks like we're going to see a force from Skade here, and this is a gamble, if ever I've seen one. An AUG on Ships and FAMAS on Rainwaker. That's the only real firepower they have, and they are really rolling the dice with this buy right now as Hellraisers, the second they see this as a full buy, they're going to be rubbing their hands together, sneakily thinking, okay, this might be their chance to close out the map, as nades, they go either way. Kalinka going to eat an nade, as will Ships. Ships, unfortunately, though, the only man with an AUG, he'll drop it straight to Deadly Slaw in an attempt to just keep it thriving. But for now, let's see what Hellraisers have in store for us, because for the most part, now they know it's a full buy from Skade, we see them suddenly slow down and gather up together rather than fanning out in a default.
Absolutely, yeah. A bit of a tough pill to swallow in a round like this. You buy an AUG, take a nade to the face instantly. But yeah, I mean, this is a real gamble from Skade. We have seen these Deagles be formidable recently in these previous rounds. Skade, they've managed to get some work done with them, but they're losing a lot of control. Hellraisers, they've already wrapped all the way around the back, and oh my goodness, Lime, the double spray down, the aggression towards Banana completely eliminated. And Duplicate, even if he comes out on top in these engagements, he needs to be careful from behind. He's only good for 1. It comes into a 4-on-2, and Skade, it might be save time for them, despite the fact they really don't have a lot to be saving. They can't afford to lose anything more right now. They're going to have no money to work with in the next.
And there you go. That was the dice. They come up blank for Skade. Absolutely heartbreaking round for them. And looks like they are just holding a busted flush right now as well. They attempt to hold on to their guns, but what good will they do next round? Hellraisers, not only do they build economy here, but they also build confidence. And with what will end up being a 3-round lead, Skade are going to have their backs seriously pressed up against the wall here.
Yeah, I was thinking of like a reference I could make to some card game where you roll dice, but I don't play any card games where you roll dice.
You don't
except
play
like
card... I'm going to
Monopoly,
card
I
games,
suppose.
Josh.
I play card games, but I just don't play any card games where you roll dice.
It's true, actually. Are there
Yeah.
many card games where you roll dice? We'll find one. We'll find one. All right.
We'll find one. All right, and we'll learn it.
Between now and the Sangle game, we'll come up with one. That's a shame that Molly failed as well for Flourishes. That would have been the death of Oxygen, but he'll survive. But some deity seems to bless him there. But it may not matter. Maybe 2 levels too late. As right now, Hellraisers, their firepower just dwarfs that of Scade.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, even had that Molotov eliminated Oxygen in that position, it doesn't really change a lot. He's still only got a Deagle and Kevlar to work with. The rest of his team going for a little bit of a force buy. I feel like Ships has overinvested a tad here. I'm not sure how much money he'll actually have going into the next. He certainly won't have enough for an AWP. And Hellraisers, this is their prime opportunity to get onto map point here.
Kalinka, he's got a nade addressed for, well, Rainwaker. He's good for one, instantly traded out. And right now, Hellraisers, they know they can trade evenly. Oxygen will try to shift on forward. He'll try to encroach towards Kalinka's position, but Kalinka, he's better than that. The man currently sitting on 29 kills. He is just a force to be reckoned with. And as the Util gets ready to be thrown towards short, Scage with USPs around the board, what are they going to do? The only guns in the hand is Ships, but that's over on the other side of the map. Then they saw his USP actually, finds Anikez, but as Kalinka trades, that's his 30th of the game now, and I think Skade realised that they may be out of luck here.
Oh, Lime, he's got the shadow advantage as well. Even the sun's on his side today. They do have to go and retrieve this C4, but yeah, there we go. Perfect dunk. See you later, Denny. Comes all down to Ships. The Mag 7 in hand. He's the man that invested maybe a tad too much into this round, and he's left in a 1-on-3 to get something done. Long-range engagement needs to be taken. The first is up close. That allows him to upgrade to an AK, and he's going to go for this one. 2 versus 1. Flashbang in hand. Definitely doable, and he's the man I'd want in a clutch situation, if any. Not going to be able to get anything done, though, as Kalinka right below him. Hellraisers onto map point. They've bounced right back. We saw Kalinka leading the charge by a mile. Earlier on, he had pretty much double the frags of anybody else on the server. Right now, fair few people have caught up. Lyman Anikez encroaching on his numbers, but he's firing on all cylinders once again, and he's got above that 30 mark.
What was a highlight as well is that I feel that force from Scade may have lost them the game there. That was a force they shouldn't have taken, and, well, I say lost in the game. There's still a chance here, but right now, Hellraisers, they barrel their way out towards Banana. Kalinka, he's good for one. The Ship's there to trade. The fact he even found one there is just heartbreaking, but Rainwaker there to support. Mollies are going to keep his teammate locked in place. Ships will attempt to run away. Shots land around him. As the flash goes out, he'll look to re-aggress. Swinging wide towards Banana. Lines up the first. Lime to trade, but Lime very low on HP as he goes 2-on-3 now.
I mean, that's definitely something that's going for Ships. He has got some serious balls. I mean, he has been going for these re-peaks, the aggression in so many of these rounds. Over towards Banana, the re-aggression has worked out admirably for him. He could have very easily found himself 2 kills there. Either way, trading out the frag does put a nice advantage in his team's favor, and this is a must-win round for them. Once again, we see Anikez and Lime, a 2 versus 3 to get this one done, but Anikez is the man with the AK. Of course, Bogdan's law dictates that the AWP has to go to the lower player, but maybe the man that's not as confident with it as Hellraisers look to try and backtrack towards this B site. 40 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what they can do here.
He still starts to be thrown towards this B site just to show a bit of presence, and it pulls a rotation, but right now this player towards CT is going to be the one to... That is, so if he wins this shoulder peak duel with the AWP, he's in a perfect position. If he loses it, then he's going to be, well, the potential even man count and the momentum giver to Scade, as Molly's going to force Rainwaker out of position. He swings wide, he catches out the first, he's got one more to worry about, then he still swings, finishes the job. Scade hit 12, but their money is definitely not in a good place right now.
It definitely isn't, and Hellraisers, they can buy right back into this one. Lime and Flourish, I mean, they don't have tons of cash to work with. Maybe we actually see a half buy here from Hellraisers. We'll have to wait and see. I think that is actually going to be the case. Yeah, half buy comes out. They don't want to fully invest here. A couple of mistakes made in that final round. We see the Molotov go into new box, and then nobody actually hold it. So the swing can come in off the back of it, completely eliminate them, and Hellraisers, yeah, they lead 15-12. They've got 3 rounds to play with. I don't think they're expecting to get it done with the Tech 9s. They're just looking to do some damage here, but if they can finish off the job right here, right now, I think they'll be incredibly happy.
Do you see this going to overtime, Josh?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think there's definitely potential, but to be honest, I expect Hellraisers to close in the next.
Let's see if that's the case, as for now. Problem, he'll be ready to take this initial duel. He doesn't catch anyone out just yet, as, well, nades land around Denny, so it's nothing too substantial. Those problems flashed out, he's naded out, and he'll swing out, but He'll swing out, realize he doesn't like it, and just retreat back into Boiler. Hellraisers, having peeked towards mid, seen it's clear, they realize that Auction's probably playing towards Balcony, as they realize that actually this is going to be a very heavy stack towards this Balcony position. They'll hear him drop as well, and looks like we might see these players just dive out right now. So it's a quick burst down towards Pit. Contact made, and well, Auction is good for one. Trade there by Rainwaker. His position known, but Lime can't really get the next say in the matter from short. So make his way on out towards Archway. Duplicate, he's able to trade, and well, Lime only really good for one, actually, as Flourish gets the next say in the matter. It looks doable.
Yeah, they need to clear this mini-pit player right now, though, and he's just tucked right in the corner. Oxygen, he does fall. Now there's a real opportunity. They've got the C4. The smoke posted on long gives them a few seconds to get this bomb planted. They need to seize it, though. If they don't get it down before the smoke dissipates, then they're in for a whole world of trouble. And there we go. Flourish onto the site, tapping away the digits. Lime not supporting him, but goes for the swing right at the end. And they get it done with the Tech 9s, Kremer, against all odds. The two-man disadvantage. Absolutely unbelievable.
An incredible round by Hellraisers there, and it was a round we didn't expect them to win, but they came out and did just that. Again, they take the game 16-12, and they move ahead to the, I believe, the winners bracket of, well, Group B.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it came incredibly close at the end. I don't think we were expecting it to go as close as it was, considering Hellraisers went 9-1 up. For it to go 16-12 is pretty crazy. Skate were looking a lot better on their CT side, and credit where credit's due. They were looking like a pretty dominant force. However, you've got to remember that at no stage were Skade in the lead. Even when they were keeping it really close, even when they were only trailing by one round, they were unable to take control of the game at any point, and it meant that Hellraisers, even when it was looking a little bit shaky, they were in the driver's seat throughout. So it doesn't surprise me at all that they were able to finish off the job, and as they move into that next best of three, if they're able to win it, they go straight through to the playoffs.
Without a doubt, and tell you what, yeah, you said it perfectly. It was just Hellraisers in that driver's seat, start to finish there. And Skate, they did a good job to be able to mount a little bit of a comeback. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. Hellraisers, they came here and they performed. And go to a quick little break, but when we return, we'll be witnessing Budapest 5 as they attempt to topple the Titans of Sangl.
There are only a few seconds to close this round, and what we will see, that shot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates. I wanna hear you go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. I wanna know you're looking Lord. Power up your winner mode. I wanna see you rolling fast. Wing around.
find the elements that brings us to an even higher place.
chose again. A different story, different way. Will you find your happiness? Or more of just the same? More of just the same. 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 Say you chose again. A different story, different way. Will you find your happiness? Or more of just the same? More of just the same. 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 Just the
spirit inside.
I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind. I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind. I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind. When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. Might run out of time, so why can't we just pause and press rewind? When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're I know that you're I know that you're hoping for a redo. I know that you're mine, but I wish we could pause and press rewind. When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. Might run out of time, so why can't we just pause and press rewind? When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're I know that you're
I don't want, I don't need, I don't care, and I won't give. I don't want, I don't need, I don't care, and I won't give. All I need is only solutions. 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 All I need is only solutions.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome to the European Development Championship. We just saw an incredible game between Scade and, of course, their opponents of Hellraisers. It was very close, but unfortunately, Hellraisers were able to come out on top and take the game 16-11. Of course, we move over to our second best of one and our only other best of one in Group B, of course, as we watch Sangal try and topple Budapest 5. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Of course, I couldn't do it alone. I'm Augusta Kramer 3, and I'm joined by a man who could enter a shouting match with a microphone and win. It's M&J.
I'm not particularly loud. I'm the quiet one, Kramer. You better be the
Am I the
louder
loud
one
one here?
today. I suppose, yeah. I'm the one that talks about the plays and says, "Oh, that was good because like they did this well" and things like that. So I don't know about that one.
That's
But
like a formidable mic as well, so I'm not sure about that one.
it's a big old mic.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, this should be an interesting game. This should be an interesting one. The map that we just saw was actually really bizarre. We saw Hellraisers take that 9-1 lead, skateboard it all the way back. It was quite an exciting matchup, and if that's to set the pace for today, if it's anything to go by, then I think we've got some exciting games coming up. Of course, Budapest 5, Sangal. Sangal do seem to be the favourites in this one. I've gone black. Oh no.
Josh, you okay? We've lost him. Well, he's quickly fixing his camera. He's absolutely right. We did see an incredible game. But of course, Sangal now tries to topple Budapest 5. It's going to be an interesting one. I think Sangal goes to this as near favourites. You know, traders about that both teams are really quite strong on. And we're going to have to see who comes out on top. You know, we were able to speak to our producer earlier and our observer earlier. I think both of which thought Sangal would take this. So how are you feeling about this one, Owen Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure. It seems that everybody on HLTV, the odds, and even just the little predictions that everybody does have gone for Sangal. Now, when I read that this morning, I kind of put that a little bit down to the fact that some of those Turkish fans are real diehard. Yeah, I mean, we've
They have
seen
some zealous fan bases.
some serious like Twitch chat and people on social media and things like that. Sangal have got a big follower base, and yeah, they absolutely love them. I seem to be a little bit, not necessarily misinformed when it comes to Sangal, but every Sangal game that I've been on recently or I've been casting, they seem to have lost. So I've been under the impression that they've not been doing too well recently. When I actually scroll through their recent results, they've been doing fantastically. They've taken down, just in the last few days, they're on a real nice win rate right now. They're taking down Project X. They beat Dignitas 2-1. They beat Lingby Vikings 2-1. They beat Gamer Legion 2-1. These are all teams that are ranked higher than Sangal, by quite substantially as well. As we look at this map, Vito, we do end up on Train. That's quite an interesting one, a good map for both sides, so no one's particularly won that pick, but it is Sangal's second best map. They have a 67% win rate on it, and if we actually take a look at who they've won it against, they're on a 3-map win streak against Endpoint, Gamer Legion, and Dignitas. So, I mean, that's pretty incredible. Their last 3 matches on Train, they've beat 3 very, very strong opponents. So I think that Budapest 5, unless they are really prepared for this game, this could be a little bit of a walk in the park for Sangal.
That out. I'll tell you what, I've cast Sangal, I think, 10 times now over the course of the last week. Like, I don't know what it is with Sangal, but they seem to just follow me everywhere. But we take a little bit of Budapest 5, of course. Their Train definitely doesn't have the same success, you know. They lost 22-18 to Invictus in International again earlier. Yeah, they were able to beat Young and Interesting Case fairly convincingly, but of course they fall to Nexus. And what that makes me think is that Budapest 5, while they have the strength on Train, they don't have the consistency. And if they don't bring that A game right now, as you mentioned before, you know, Sangal's 3-map win spree against some decent damn teams, they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Absolutely, yeah. And as we see our parry match odds popping up on the screen, seems like the bettors agree. Of course, 1.45 to Sangal, 2.62 to Budapest 5. They're expecting this one to certainly go the Turkish side's way. And remember, if you do want to place a bet on this match or any other matches that we have today, make sure to check out that banner down below. Head over to Parry Match and you get a special deposit bonus as well. So make sure you are over 18, you gamble responsibly, but before we get into this game, there's still a chance.
Without a doubt. And tell you what though, Josh, you're a man you're my analyst here. You know, you're the man who's really looking in between the lines here. Do you want to give a score prediction for me?
A score prediction? Jeez, Kramer. Do you know how hard it is to give an accurate score prediction? It would be like a complete
pretty
shot
damn
in the
hard.
dark, yeah? Because
It's
even
pretty damn
when
hard.
it's like super one-sided, you maybe see like a pistol round go one way or something, especially on a map like Train, where it's quite heavily CT-sided. So maybe if Budapest 5 get off on the CT side, then yeah, they have an opportunity to maybe take 6, 7, 8 rounds, even if it's not their day, even if it's not their map. I'm going to go for a random shot in the dark at 16. We're going to say a little bit more one-sided. We're going to say 16-9 to Sangle. I'm feeling confident with this one. But I'm going to throw you under the bus as well, Cramo, because you don't get away with that. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close. I suspect fully that Budapest 5, they can be prepared for this. They've had a bit of a lull between their most recent matches, so they have had a chance to get in that server and work a little bit. I personally think it's going to be a bit closer. I'm going to say 16-14. If not, then overtime. Last time these two teams played against one another, it was very, very close for the most part. You know, 16-11, 16-7. That 16-11, of course, was an inferno, though, so it was also a while ago as well. It was back in 2020. But nonetheless, they are definitely a side that has some experience, and aside that is actually kind of used to playing against one another.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, these two teams are of a similar caliber. They're literally within, I think, 3 or 4 world ranking positions. Actually, it's 5. They're within 5 places of each other in the world rankings. Budapest 5 ranked 48th in the world. Sangle currently 53rd. And the thing is with some of these previous results, and like especially the head-to-head, it's a little bit skewed on the basis that because we're in February, we're kind of, because it does the data off of the last 3 months, we're right on the tail end of just before the players went for a break at Christmas. So a lot of these teams went for like a month break throughout December. And we're going off of data from November time. And since then, a lot of teams have had roster changes. A lot of teams have changed a lot of things around. They're completely playing new maps, and there's a lot of changes that's been made since then. So I think it's definitely interesting to go off of the recent data off of the last few weeks rather than data that we have from 3 months ago. As we see these rosters come up again, though, I mentioned it before, anyone that's just tuning in, of course, this Sangle roster, the core 3 of that ex-Space Soldiers team, the major attendees, they were absolutely at the top, the apex of their careers. Just a couple of years ago. Now they're looking to try and claw it back in this roster and see if they can make it to the top once again.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do just that. We're moving ahead. It's going to be Sangle to try and take down Budapest 5 in the CT side of this pistol round. Budapest 5, they look to congregate towards the top of B. They shift on forward. Logic Man just shoulder peeking to try and catch out anyone who dare come his way. Major with a nade in hand. Fairly utility heavy actually on Sangle with a nade, 2 smokes and a flash, as well as a kit for a retake. Budapest 5, they're here for one thing and one thing only, that being aim duels. As we see Paz will spot the players coming his way. The nade from Major, how well timed is it? Well, he knows players are about to just push into him. See about that timing. Smoke goes down. Util goes flying. And now that nade, it's due for these players. It does a lot of damage. Logic Man ready as Major's able to find the first follow-up killers. Logic Man's able to trade again. Doesn't get the next set of the matter, but it may not matter. This setup is perfect from Sangle right now. It all falls down to Color in a 1 versus 3. What good can he do here, Josh?
I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot you can do. Get that C4 planted, give your team a little bit of extra money moving forward, and see if you can tap away with this Glock. But Sangle, they play it beautifully. In a situation like this, it can sometimes be so tempting to peek 1 by 1 and essentially feed your opponent that clutch opportunity. But instead, they all push together. They all make sure there's no chance for Budapest 5 to get anything done there. They keep 3 players alive. They take the pistol round. That's a really, really good start. And they're starting off on this CT side. So I'm going to stick by my 16-9 scoreline.
So 69 may be just that. Tell you what, though, it was a great read by Sangle there to go very heavy towards B. And, well, it worked out. The utility did a lot of damage. It meant that body shots could come through. And now for Budapest 5, as they move forwards, what's going to be a couple of Galils, just scout here or there. It's going to be the best force fight they can muster with a bomb plant, and we'll have to see if they can topple Sangle with it. Torzy, scout in hand, going to lead this charge towards Ivy, and Logic Man is going for a bit of an ambitious, but he knows that he's going to lose a duel with a scout at point blank. He's legged on down. He accepts that, though, and backs away.
Well, they've got some money to work with, of course, off of the back of that bomb plant. Galils do come out. The nade goes a little bit deep, doesn't connect for too much damage. Sangle's still trying to really apply some pressure early on, though. They've got a couple of SMGs to work with, a couple of rifles to hold the lines at range. And Fleeve could drop into Pop Dog. It's completely uncontested. In the meantime, his teammates trying to take some leg room towards Ivy.
Coolio trying to catch out the initial member. Able to do so. Symbol's able to respond onto Curie, but Coolio doubles up. Good for 2. Pushes on forward, and now Paz, the only man really backs out, can try and challenge this. He's really been a star player for Sangle recently, but that star still has to fall. And as Coolio gets the next set of the matter, pulls out the Mages, trying to do a bit of damage wherever possible. Color, he'll be able to dodge every bullet, weaving around and getting a plant engine towards Pop Dog, also doing a bit of damage, but we'll have to see just how they fare moving ahead.
Wow, actually a man advantage here for Budapest 5. This round has been very successful indeed, and it seems like Sangul are actually saving off the back of it. Engine, only on 8 points of health, doesn't want anything to do with this one. Major wants to try and hold on to that M4. So, super successful stuff from Budapest 5. They bounce right back. The Galils pay dividends, and we will be seeing this scoreline tie up 1-1.
Yeah, well, from the looks of it, Budapest 5 with a 3-on-2, they do a bit of damage. They're able to get away, and more importantly, it means that they get to, well, this force by bears comes into fruition. Sangul, the fact they're able to save 2 M4s as well, an M4 and a Galil, means that they can still do damage next round, at least attempt to do damage next round, but for the most part, they're going to be in a bit of a sticky situation unless we see anything too substantial come out from Budapest 5 now, who look like they're going to take no prisoners with this buy. The AG, of course, saved on Torzi. There's AKs on those who don't already have a saved gun. And for Sangul, they look like they're just going to go for a bit of a shaky buy around those, and never mind a full buy around those who have saved. There's going to be force-on-force action. We'll have to see who comes out on top.
Well, Budapest 5 definitely with the firepower advantage here going into the third, but we have to see if they can actually connect the shots with it. Paz up close to E-Box, behind this smoke, lingering, looking to try and peek out and do some damage. You see on the minimap, so much util being deployed, and damage dealt as well. Corey down to half already, and Paz, this Deagle now becomes deadly. He's still lingering around this smoke. The AK from Corey, though, I can't help but say it's a little bit lucky, but he fires through for 2. Paz deals the same kind of damage, and all of a sudden it's flipped on its head. Sangul in the driver's seat, and Paz good for another. Absolutely unbelievable. And his position, his patience there is key.
Who dare come their way? I realised I was speaking there while actually completely muted. We'll try that again. Of course, Budapest 5, their buy is definitely not the best, but they'll move on forward. The Eagles in hand to try and catch out anyone who dare come their way. Sangul, for the most part, their buy as well. It's great, but there's still limited utility. It looks like we'll see a round reset anyway.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused for a second there. I was thinking, what on earth is going on here? But, I mean, it's not often that you see teams trade rounds back and forth like this. Sometimes it can happen on train. That's exactly what we see here. But remember, Sangul won the pistol, lost the second round, won the third round. Off of the back of the bomb plants that have gone down and whatnot, maybe Budapest 5 can pull out somewhat of an investment here. We see maybe a few pistols come out. Remember, they didn't actually get a bomb plant in the last round. So maybe they just want to just hold on to the extra cash that they have, go for an AWP in the next. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, Sangul looking like they should be able to make this one 3-1. And hopefully this tech pause sorted rather soon. We do actually see a player disconnect from the server, though.
So we've got a bit of issue on the side of Budapest 5. But I'll tell you what, Josh, this has been fairly tied up for the most part. Even in rounds where we've seen a swift victory, it's still been equal either way. So we'll have to see just how they pull ahead, and we'll see what they can bring to the table from that Budapest side. As their buy, it's still not very substantial. You know, Torzi's only got 1.6 going into this round, and that's without armor. So I fear that Sangul, if they can string 2 together right now, then they're going to be in a perfect position.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the power of that CT side. Once you get the ball rolling, it can be very, very difficult to get back into. Budapest 5, they could have really done with the pistol round. After losing the pistol round, the next best thing is to win the follow-up. And often we say that winning the follow-up round after losing the pistol is even better than actually winning the pistol round. But they needed to string a few rounds together off the back of it. And had they done so, we could have been looking at a 3-1, 4-1 scoreline in their favor. That would be a really, really good start for them to get off to. They'd probably only be 2 or 3 rounds away from that minimum benchmark on that T side at the halfway point. But no, instead, still only on the single one lonely round. And they need to try and string together some more. Otherwise, Sangul, they do have an opportunity to run away with this.
Tell you what, Sangul do run away with this. There's going to be a lot of trouble for Budapest too. For the most part, they call it technical pause. It actually breaks the momentum they'd have had. It pretty much makes them go into this round as a reset. And my fear for them is that even if they can pull ahead, even if they can do the odd bit of, if they can do the odd bit of economic damage, the reality is if they don't get this next round and if they don't win the force buy, allow Sangle to get 2 in a row, it forces them down to a full eco and a Sangle go 4-1 before we even see Budapest on a substantial buy.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you got to remember, okay, the loser of this series has to play up against Scade, which is a pretty fierce opponent, especially considering how we saw them earlier. I mean, maybe not the first half of Inferno, but definitely in the second half, their CT side, they were looking pretty scary. I wouldn't want to be playing against those guys. And the winner of this one has to go and play up against Hellraisers, which is another pretty scary matchup. So you really, really do need to get your confidence going, and you need to be firing on all cylinders if you want to have any chance in that second series. And we're going to be seeing one of those best of threes a little bit later on as well. Just after this game, we will actually be seeing the winners matchup played out at 3 p.m. GMT. So as long as everything stays on schedule, this game plows through. The winner of this one will be facing up against Hellraisers, and we'll be covering that one a little bit later on. So I'm excited to see that match, to be honest. As I said, I predicted before that I thought Hellraisers would kind of blitz through this group a little bit. Realistically, it all comes down to how either of these teams show themselves in this matchup. Let's say Sangle just completely steamroll it and they're looking on fire, then maybe my prediction changes a little bit. Maybe they've actually got a good shot at taking down Hellraisers, and vice versa for Budapest 5 as well. It's still early days.
Exactly. And let's assume that Budapest 5 falter here. Do you think they have a chance against Scade? As that would be a rematch that they've actually played a couple of times. Or do you think that this could be Budapest 5 stick it out if they don't topple Sangle here?
I'm not too sure. I'm honestly not too sure. I think whoever I don't know, actually. I don't know, because the way that this group works, okay, is the loser of this plays up against Scade, and then the winner of that game also qualifies for a playoff spot. So obviously they get the lower seed playoff spot, so they have to play against the top team in Group A, which I think was Namiga. That's going to be a super hard matchup. But in terms of just getting out of the groups today, I think that either of these teams have got a decent shot at beating Scade. So I'm not too sure. I don't think Budapest 5 necessarily have to win this game to go through. I think if they lose it, they might even have an easier chance.
We'll have to see. And well, for the most part, it's going to be a bit of a tough showing. I think that we went into this kind of group thinking that it would be Hellraisers go first place, no issue with that. Sangle follow up second, and that's just how it works. But looking at how Scade play, looking at how Budapest 5 have opened, we might be in for a bit of a bloodbath here, Josh. And for the most part, hopefully we will be able to get, I believe it is.
Yeah, this is always the hardest game. It's always the hardest game. You're not allowed to check HLTV.
Corey's the one who's timed out. There you go.
Fine.
I do get there. Looks like Corey is timed out, so we suspect it would be power or internet. So hopefully we'll be able to get back momentarily.
I mean, there's a whole range of things it could be, Kramer. It couldn't necessarily be power or internet. It could have been swatted.
He could have been swatted. I hope he hasn't been swatted.
I hope so too.
Swatting is not fun.
It's not fun. Not that I've ever been swatted. But
you ever been swatted? I've never been swatted, thankfully.
Seems exciting. I don't know. He's back on TeamSpeak. Should be back soon. Okay, awesome. So we're going to be jumping back into this one momentarily. Of course, just the producer getting us a little bit of insider knowledge. So we will be back into this one momentarily. It's always
coming to the rescue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always it's never good when a technical issue kind of breaks the pace of a game. In really early stages like this, it doesn't matter too much. You're right at the start of the match. There's not really too much pace to be broken, especially considering Budapest 5 probably aren't going to invest too much into this round either. But yeah, definitely at the later stages of the game, you don't want to be plagued by technical issues, because a long pause like this, especially when you've got adrenaline flowing, is not good for you at all. It really, really does kind of just break the whole pace of everything. And if your team's firing on all cylinders, it can slow that down.
Do you think that to be honest, though, all right, you mentioned how firing on all cylinders. We haven't really seen any standout player do extremely well. You know, Paz has hit a couple of good rounds, and that's scary because yesterday he was playing out of mind as well. But moving forward, I think once we see Sangal look to really string some rounds together, once we see them get an opening here, especially if they can reset Budapest 5, we see, I believe, Corey's just been able to get back into the game, so hopefully we'll be able to get started soon. Sangal can really start stringing rounds together if they can get an early establishment. Same with Hellraisers when they went 9-1 up. There's not much Budapest 5 can really do, because even when they're 9-1 up, even if they lose loads of rounds, the point is they still have that cushion to adjust and adapt.
So with Corey back in the server, I think we need to see a round restart because he's only got $800. What are you expecting them to go for here, though? Because obviously in Counter-Strike, we generally see both teams kind of force up until they lose 2 rounds. So if that's
bad,
the case...
It's bad.
Yeah.
Potentially, a force could just work. Corey and Color can go for AKs and armor. But, yeah, we look at Torzi, Fleeve, Coolio. The best they can muster is Galil's, and, well, even at that, they're going to be hard-pressed. Fleeve will have to go for body armor. Coolio and Torzi, they have to go for Deagles. I think that if they... it would be a mistake to go to a full buy, I fifth Budapest 5, but I'll see if they do just that, though.
I mean, we literally saw Skade make that mistake. Obviously, a much, much later stage in the game. But we did see Skade make that huge mistake. Over on Inferno, they were... I mean, I can't remember what the exact scoreline was. I think it was 13-11 or something like that. Realistically, they needed to eat an eco and then try and pull back when their opponents were on 14. Instead, they went for a real ill-advised force buy. It didn't work out, and that was kind of the final nail in the coffin. So you've just got to be really, really careful with your economy. Budapest 5 are actually going to go for a buy in this one. We see 2 AKs come out, accompanied by a couple of Tech 9s, a Mac 10 on Fleeve. A fair amount of utility, pretty much matched with what Sangal have got on their belts. And see what they can do with it.
Let's see indeed, as for now, Budapest 5, as they look to shift forward towards B, again, they slowly coherate towards the top of Pop. They're making their way on forward, and we'll have to see if they can catch out anyone as they do so. Now this Tech 9 of Coolio leading the charge. Spot out by Engine, he'll drop that Molly. Galil in hand looking to Farmhouse, and he does just that. Good for one Corey to trade. The damage has been done. Now Major towards Heaven will look to finish the job. He cancels out the plant, and that's all he's had to do. He's brought time for a rotation, and that's absolutely perfect. Fleeve with a bit of a flank towards him, but it may not matter as Logic Man and Nemo find kills of their own. All down to Fleeve, 1 versus 4, shifting down towards Rappler to catch out these members, but the reality is, he may only be good for 1 here.
Yeah, probably. I mean, at this point, because it's a 4 versus 1, they've got all angles covered. They're completely anticipating some kind of flank right now. And with Paz jiggle peeking, as soon as he spots out Fleeve, there we go. They know exactly what's up. They can divert all eyes onto ramp and try and shut this one down. Major, such a huge player in this round, just to deny that plant. It seemed that Sangal were aware of the fact that they hadn't cleared Heaven. They were kind of entertaining the idea that there could be a player there. But then when they actually went for the bomb plant, no one was covering it. So big mistake made, and it costs them the round. As we see these parry match odds pop up, they actually are tilting further in Sangal's favor. We saw them as the favorites at the start. Now they've taken this 3-1 lead, and yeah, it tips their way. And make sure, if you do want to place a bet over on Paramatch, click on the banner below for that special first deposit bonus.
Special first deposit bonus. I know that would entice me to do it, but for now, Budapest 5, they go down to that eco. They've had to do it for a while. Now they finally, they kind of break that economy, and they have to do it. They bite the bullet, they eco. And this is Sangal's chance to really build an economy on top of the one they already have. Major at 4K, Logic Man at 4K. We're only 4 rounds in. The fact they're able to hit that mark is really good for them.
Absolutely, yeah. They're at that mark, and they've got guns behind them, and they're against a full eco. So as long as they keep a fair few players alive in this one. It's kind of all about damage control at this point. You want to try and win the round. You kind of know that you're going to win the round, but you just don't want to take too many casualties. And there we go. Imor and Paz firing through. They don't lose a single man, and that builds up the bank beautifully. And now going into the 5th, everybody's got everything to work with. There's no reinvestments needed, and they're all around about this $5,000, $6,000, even $7,000 mark.
And I fear for Budapest 5 now. They move on to their next buy, and if they don't win this round substantially, then Sangle's economy is really going to skyrocket. And to be honest, I think for Sangle, they're going to be in a really comfortable position, and it might even be favourable if the odd player dies. It means they can just bring out the orbs. And Logic Man, he's scary with a rifle. He's terrifying when he has an AWP to wield as well. But now he'll spot his players towards Ivy, and as he deploys the odd nade, he'll take a substantial amount of damage. Fleeve will try and force him away, but he won't be able to find the kill. Instead, elsewhere, Coolio shifts forward towards Sandwich, as Sangle establish control towards upper. But what good will that do for the time being?
Well, Budapest 5, they've managed to gain themselves quite a lot of leg room with that opening pick onto Emor as well. He's trying to get a little bit too aggressive. Will cost them. Man advantage now for Budapest 5 as they press on to this site.
Shifting forward, Paz not quite spotted that player to the other side of the site as well, and that's going to be seriously detrimental to those at Sangle. The bomb plant's going to go through. Engine on a substantial flank, though, and right now it's down to the Logic Man to try and make a bit of noise to bait them away from him. As he goes 4-on-5. For now, Engine, he just swings wide. Does he spot out Torsi? Yes, he does. Early first kill, evens out the man counts, and there's no trade from Budapest 5, who still are fearing these players towards both Ivy and Pop Dog. Color forced on away, mollied out of position. The nades don't quite glance him, though. The molly will, though. Engine finishes the job towards Ivy. Flea able to trade off Logic Man, and with that, Sangle looks to descend onto this site. They're forced on forward. Coming out from Connector, Corey is sent aside, trying to catch out a member wherever possible. He's able to find one. Flea able to assist him. Without Budapest 5, they find a second with a plant, with 3 players left standing, and now their economy thrives.
Yeah, that's much better. Sangle in that scenario, I kind of like the idea with it. They play a lot slower after they lose that initial man. They fall away. They play for the retake. They get that flank in place. They find those opening picks off the back of it, but as soon as it comes into that 3-on-3, they just lose the gunfights. And the time pressure, it was a little bit too much. That bomb was beeping too quickly, and they needed to speed it up, and it didn't work out for them at all. We do see the buy come out once again, but here we go. Corey getting aggressive down the middle of the trains, and there's the first headshot opening up, looking for a second, can't quite convert it.
He almost puts this double up setup straight onto its head as Imor, with only a couple of HP remaining, will be forced to back away. Coolio, he's taking negligible amounts of damage for the opening he's made. Fleet trades, Imor responds, but it's Corey to continue cementing this man advantage. Now, Logic Man, we need to see something huge from him right now to try and hold this site. He misses his initial shot, and Torsey punishes. It's all down to Engine in a 1 versus 4. What good can he do here? He catches out the first member, he backs away, and for Budapest 5, this will be a swift third.
Yeah, it really did fall on Logic Man's shoulders there a little bit, and instead of dishing us a crazy play, he kind of just whiffed a little bit. So yeah, that double up setup doesn't pay any dividends whatsoever, and that really does show how quickly this crazy economy, this crazy momentum just goes straight in the bin. We saw Sangle with all of the tools to work with and 6-7k in the bank for almost every man, and in the course of 2 rounds, they've lost all of it. Budapest 5 will be able to make this 1-3. Coolio's going to drop on the hunt. It will allow Engine to snatch away an AK-47. But oh no! He's died to the bomb!
That's a bit awkward.
That is awkward.
A bit awkward.
Oh, jeez.
This is able to do a bit of damage, but of course, go over and check out our partners over at Hellcase. Of course, they've made this whole thing possible, so check them out, use promo codes, and grab what you deserve. As moving ahead, it's going to be Sangle to try and get a couple of Deagle kills, try and catch out an odd member wherever possible, but for the most part, Budapest 5 are going to use this as their avenue back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to tie up the scoreline 4-4 right now.
And they do just, well, they look to do just that. Paz on E-Box, he misses his initial shots. Coolio punishes him, and as Corey commits to the wrap, as worried for Sangle, they might going to be in a bit of trouble. As Coolio and Fleeve, they both find 2 additional kills. Engine, well, he's just wiped. The floor is wiped. As Budapest 5 tie things up 4-4, Sangle go to their next buy, and Sangle realise this won't be that swift game they may have dreamed of a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit spooky for them, especially the lack of Kevlar in that round of Deagles. There was so much opportunity where you think, oh, he could hit a couple of headshots here and make something happen. But as soon as they take a tickle of damage, their crosshair goes sky high. That's what happens when you don't have Kevlar in Counter-Strike. And as we go into round number 9, we do see the buy come out, but no utility here for Sangle. At the start of this round, they had a flash and 2 smoke. That's all they have to work with. They're fully reliant on the shots coming through, and so far it's not going their way. Budapest 5, beautiful entries onto the A site, and quite quickly it's become a 4-on-1, and there we go. Engine on borrowed time, and he's going to drop as well. Such a swift, fast round from Budapest 5 in one that, yeah, I mean, realistically, that should have been a close one.
And topping it close, look at these power match odds. Suddenly, they favour Budapest 5, who, as they lead 5-4 now, their odds actually lead against Sangol, who might be in a bit of trouble here. For now, they move to an Expire. Sangol, they go to the next eco. There's the odd deagle on Paz, but for the most part, I doubt it'll do much, as Budapest 5 look to propel themselves ahead and not only make this half comfortable, but maybe even look to win it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, maybe I've misjudged this one completely. Budapest 5, they're on for 6 right now, and this is on their T side, remember. Still plenty of rounds to play with. And to meet that minimum benchmark, which I'd often say is about 6 rounds on the T side here of Train, this early on, absolutely fantastic, especially as the underdogs in this series. Color, nice headshot onto Paz, getting a little bit aggressive with these pistols, trying to find an opening. Emor's able to find a refrag in the meantime, and Logic Man in a dangerous position. They need to make sure they clear it, and they absolutely do.
Absolutely do, as well as Corey. He's low on HP, but it may not matter. Major, he's caught out, and Corey, despite being low on HP, will still finish the job. Injured the last man left standing in a 1 versus 4, and what good is this going to do? You know, Deagle in hand, he's hardly got armor, and for the most part, Budapest 5 are going to make it 6 with a bomb plant, and their economy is going to just live off this. And well, as they hit 6, it throws out the question, and Budapest 5 are going to look to win the half here.
Absolutely, yeah, and they're definitely on for it. 2 rounds needed, and they'll be able to tip it their way. Engine is able to snatch an AK right at the end, and if he can carry this across into the next, he'll be very happy. If he can do further damage, he'll be pretty happy too, especially considering Corey's on low HP. He's got a nice little off angle here too. Pete comes in. Oh, his crosshair. A little bit too high, and Torzi too quick to the trigger. Love that. 6 on the board there for Budapest 5 then. And they've kept 3 players alive. So once again, this economy is just thriving. Torzi and Coolio, they were above the 10k mark at the start of this one.
This is looking scary for Sangol. If they lose this buy round, Budapest 5, they hit 6. They hit 7. They hit 8 off the follow-up eco. And at that point, Sangol are just playing catch-up for what will be potentially the rest of the game. They do have 4 rounds, which means that the game will always be winnable for them. But that doesn't mean it will be easy. And as Budapest 5 go into a bit of a default, they look to respond to what will be initial aggression from Sangol as they get close to a main and look to flash themselves in for initial control. Major good for Coolio. How do Budapest 5 respond?
Well, I reckon they respond the same way that they've responded throughout this entire game so far, with just firepower. And there we go, Corey right out through the flames. No fear at all. He's just bursting right in, taking the opening picks. This time around, it doesn't work out for them. Despite the fact he trades 1 for 1, his teammates aren't able to get anything done. And Fleeve even being watched by a patient Logic Man right at the back of the site, ready to pounce. And Sangol, they're able to bounce back. 6-5, they look to close this scoreline, but they're not in the clear. They do have to face up against another bye and another bye after that.
It's scary. It's very scary for Sangol because every time they go for this double up setup, they're facing a position where they're going to be reset. A double up setup is so expensive to run, and they're so expensive to hold on to. It produces an insane amount of firepower, but that firepower is only good to the extent of which you can keep the players alive. For Corey, he'll aggress out from A main. He's able to catch out the first, and Corey has just been instrumental to the success right now. He's traded those majors. Molly finds Coolio. Logic Man's AWP rings true as well. Elsewhere, the push comes down towards B as Fleeve rings true to Engine. A B site's taken. How will Budapest 5 respond? And well, with it all hitting shots like that, Budapest 5 might have a bit of trouble ahead. He's low on HP, but does that really matter if you're just wiping people like that?
Yeah, what a ridiculous flick for him to hit. In the meantime, Fleeve's found another. He's done some big damage in this round. But as it comes into the 2-on-2, they need to hold on to it. Fleeve gets himself another. Logic Man with the no-scope. Now a 1v1. Both players half on health, but not the right weapon for the job. And Fleeve, he'll make it 4. Absolutely unbelievable round for the man. And it takes Budapest 5-7.
This is something to fear if you are Sangol now. As Budapest 5, they reset the double up setup. They pull on ahead, and more importantly, they force Sangol down to a buy, which leaves them on 0. Logic Man, he's only got a molly. He's got bad armor. Immor's down to a scout. We do see Major with a fairly decent buy, as is Paz, but you need more than 2 players on a decent buy to win a round. And right now, mollies go down. It will be IV control established by Logic Man, but he's going to be swinging into 3 awaiting players of Budapest 5, all of which looking to take him out.
Well, off of the back of the flashbang, doesn't actually connect for any of these Budapest 5 players, but he's now got some support. Another flash goes over the top, still not connecting, and they trade. And Corey, he comes out on top once again with the openings. He has just been such an incredible entry fragger so far this game, and Sangal just haven't been able to compete with it whatsoever. The utility usage has been good. You see this early preliminary damage coming through once again. But Corey, he is just on fire right now, taking every single opening duel and winning it.
Absolutely. For Budapest 5, as they move on forward, Paz will look to just get aim control. It's a silver lining, but it is still an advantage. And if Color's able to swing around and take him out, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's good for one to try to back away. Torsi's going to aggress into him, realizing that he's in a bit of a sticky situation with this orb. And, well, there's going to be aggression from Paz, and that aggression is rewarded with a kill. Flea ready for players to drop down as a pop dog, though. Does it happen? No. Engine instead of go to the other side, and now as the flank goes through, it's a trade. Is not quite actually. Emma on 2 HP, 6 HP even will back away, and for Sangal, let's see how they fare in what's going to be a fairly hard-fought round.
Well, with 25 seconds left on this clock, the C4, it needs to be retrieved, and Paz is still hitting the shots, his third of the round. It really has fallen onto his shoulders, and he's just shown off how strong he is, lifting all of the weight 30 seconds left to tick.
Well, although the angle is perfect, he'll shut down the first member, that being the bomb carrier. Paz will pick it up, it's kills either way. Well, I say kills either way, it's kills all in favor of Budapest 5. An absolute slaughter of blue towards the top right corner of your screens. And well, as Budapest 5 make it 9, they pull themselves ahead, they pull themselves into the lead as they go 9-8 up against Sangle, who delegate themselves down to a bit of a shaky bye.
Shaky buy indeed. I mean, I don't think anything's really going to come out here. We just see that single deagle on Major, a P250. Emor, he pranks me. He pulls out a deagle right at the very last second, but certainly not an investment. There's, not really any Kevlar to work with here. No nades. Just trying to do a tickle of damage, maybe get that bomb planted on the B site. I think that's what they're hoping for right now. Give them a little bit of extra cash to work with moving forward. But you know what? I said this was going to be 16-9 to Sangle. Budapest 5 are already on 9, and they should be able to make it 10 here quite comfortably. So I'm wrong. I'll hold my hands up. I'll say, do you know what? I have massively underestimated Budapest 5 today because right now they are looking fantastic.
Tell you what, Philippe was getting a bit too aggressive towards A main there. He shifted all the way forward before Engine shuts him down. Elsewhere, those towards Pop Dog. Corey is able to get the next set in the matter. Now, Coolio ready for the aggression of Paz towards B upper. It's an off angle. There's no way Paz clears this. Coolio comes out on top. He's ready for Major as well. Spots him out. Looks to finish the job. It's messy. It's very damn messy at that. But as the bomb falls, it's all on Engine. Last man left standing. He's retrieved an MP7. What good will it do? Honestly, with Budapest 5 ready to shut him down around the map, he's just going to maybe pray he can swing wide from heaven, pray he can catch out the odd member, but I doubt it'll matter.
Yeah, nor do I with this P250. At range, not going to be able to get anything done. Coolio finishes off the job, and that's a really good round from Budapest 5. They take one casualty. That's kind of expected against the Niko, and they get their economy flowing. This double AWP setup comes out. We see the rifles on the rest, kits, utility. It's all looking healthy. They do have to face up against a big buy here from Sangle, though. Full investment. Right down to no cash on all of these players, though. So if it doesn't work out for them, Budapest 5 could actually run away with this one. We could see them get on to 12, 13 rounds off the back of it.
As they go aggressive out towards A main, Engine will make his way on top of Blue. Fleef will hit all of this as they barrel their way towards center site. Plant goes out without a single kill found. Fleef only finds his first, finds his second as well as Engine falls. That's just what Budapest 5 need. Logic Man scopes up, ready for the re-aggression, but none comes instead. Color scopes in, will find him. More Logic Man there to trade, but Fleef, he's still going to be a nuisance towards the top of Blue right now. As Paz finds Torsey elsewhere, he's stuck in connector at this point, and with the two players of Sangle, their location known, this should be a fairly swift round for Budapest 5, unless they come out the gate swinging, and Paz and Logic Man, the wombo combo to provide Sangle a 9th.
Absolutely unbelievable. In a scenario like that, it's always really dangerous to... okay, the utility usage is fantastic, but to go for the plant in a 5v5 situation, because as soon as that C4 goes down, Budapest 5 initiate the retake, and they'll have all of the CTs ready and waiting to pounce. That's exactly what happened, and it really did cost Sangle. But in that 2v5 situation, they hit all of the shots. They do exactly what's needed. They put themselves onto 9, and more than likely 10 here, as they're just up against the pistols, and Paz is able to open up.
Perfect little opening in as they just barrel down towards this spot dog position. Budapest 5 there, pistols. They try to get the odd bit of aggression wherever possible. The only man with a semi-decent buy is Coolio with his 5-7, and we'll see if he actually swings into Paz right now. Both players really delivering for their team at the moment, but instead, there's a bit of a Mexican stare-off as Fleef aggressing towards Pop Dog will be caught out by Immo, who's just going to be ready for any woolly daring encroach in his position. He does just that. Falls down to Coolio, who's able to catch out one, picks up the AK, goes out swinging, finds the second as well as Immo's taken down. Now he may just swing into Major. Timing is there, but Logic Man saves his teammates. Ties it up 10-10, and now as this game physically couldn't get any closer, Budapest 5 move to their next full buy in an attempt to stop this Sangle momentum. Again, they call a timeout, and I love this timeout by them. It means they're really going to take this seriously. They're going to take a moment to pause and embrace the lull before they take this breath before the plunge.
You know what just happened, Crummy? You know my nice little backdrop with all of my grey and black tiles.
It collapsed.
One of them just flew off the wall.
It collapsed.
Flew off the wall, trying to decapitate me.
You okay? That foam.
I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm lucky today.
Foam can be a deadly weapon in the hands of a master.
Well, yeah. And gravity as well.
And
dangerous stuff.
Foam and gravity, just awful stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, got to be real careful. But no, we get right back into the game, and yeah, just a short timeout just to discuss what they can do here. This game is incredibly close. We see it going back and forth. And Budapest 5, this is a really interesting buy. They've gone for the double AWP setup once again. They've not opted for any contingencies when it comes to firepower. They are pulling out all of the rifles, but we don't see any utility. An incendiary, a smoke, and a nade is all they have to work with. They're relying on the AWPs to find the opening picks, and they absolutely do.
Completely perfect. Sangle to go 2 men down. They're able to trade those. Torzy gets taken down, but honestly, I think you need more than that to trade effectively. And as they do get ID control, Fleevy does the timing as well. Perfect for Engine. Last 2 members of Sangle. I think this round may be a matter of saving because they spot out some players. They try to molly them away, and granted, it's the odd bit of damage done to Corey, but Sangle, they need kills. They need them down fast. 2v4, a situation which you've seen a lot of these teams win. Just can they do it now? It's perfect game sense by Corey to avoid the flash, but Immel will kill him nonetheless. That man, his aim is just lethal. So he goes 2 on 3. They make their way down towards B. Coolio at the ready, looking to respond.
Yeah, he's the last line of defense here for this B site, the anchor. He hears the steps, he calls in for the rotations, and he plays it beautifully. Wrapping around towards this grey train, a little bit messy, but he is able to convert on the first. Paz gets that C4 planted in the meantime, but now he's got a 1 on 3 to try and pull off. Trying to linger around the top of this smoke. If he goes for the peak, he'll take down Fleeve. Now it's very doable as he creeps around, lingering, and Budapest 5. Oh, he's just playing this absolutely perfectly. The no scope from Color, though, up close. I thought that Paz would almost certainly win that engagement, and we'd see it go down to a 1-on-1. But Color's just too quick to the trigger, and he knows exactly what's up.
Absolutely perfect by Budapest 5 as they line it up to make it 11. That was damn close, but it does not matter. They come out on top, and more importantly, they maintain this double up setup, which means that their economy won't be hit too hard by the reset here. As they force up, economy's still looking bad, but it's definitely seen better days, but it's better, definitely better than Sangles.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we once again see a buy come out here from Budapest 5. Sangle just about enough to go for another investment, and they are still prioritizing this utility once again. We see it come out on 3 of the 5 players. Engine just without smoke, Emor with nothing to work with, so he needs to be the man to try and open things up as they head back towards this B site. Torzy posted on the lower angle. He's got support from Coolio on site. He's been playing that anchor position, and Sangle need to make sure they deploy a smoke grenade here, otherwise they could be in for a world of hurt.
As ready to cut out Coolio, smoke goes down, and well, that's a perfectly timed smoke as Sangle, they just back straight away. They don't even go for they don't even consider fighting this now as we look elsewhere. Torzy, he'll peek up towards heaven. He knows there's players to worry about the fall of Engine. Can he catch them out though? As smokes go down, Util ready to go flying, and the Sangle execute towards this site. Let's see what damage Coolio can do. Center sight. Good for, not even good for one Paz. That's annihilating him. Launching back to get the next set in the matter, and suddenly Budapest 5 in a lot of trouble as Paz aggresses towards the back line, finishes the job. And for Budapest 5, this has to be a save.
Yeah, absolutely has to be. No way you can justify trying to get back into this, especially with the little money that they have to work with. Color, with that AWP, has to try and hold on to it, and Corey does the same with his M4. So, actually, a flawless round here from Sangle, as long as they don't lose anybody on the hunt, and as long as Emor gets far enough away that he doesn't actually die to the bomb, then yeah, this has been an incredibly successful round, and it means that they don't have to reinvest into the next, and they can afford to pull out all of the utility they could possibly want.
Collar is able to shut down Immor, and as it goes 4 on 2, let's see just how Sangle fare. Moving ahead, and they tie it up 11-11, but Budapest 5, their next buy, it's going to be shaky, and I worry for them, especially considering this is Sangle's opportunity to pull ahead and make it 12, and we saw in that Skade Hellraisers game, Skade, the main problem they faced was because of a badly timed buy. On topic of good timing, though, it's going to be Budapest 5, but look at the odds here. It's actually favouring Sangle now, only negligibly, but they're able to do so. So, of course, go over to Parry Match, go click on that banner below to get your super awesome bonus deposit first time you deposit. Budapest 5 to take another tactical timeout, and again, I love that they're taking these timeouts, but it's still so damn close, Josh.
Absolutely, yeah. I think those odds are actually favoring Sangle purely down to the economy right now. You see Budapest 5 really don't have a lot of money to work with, and off of the back of saving those 2 rifles, it's going to encourage them into a bit of an ill-advised force buy here. We see a FAMAS come out, we see an MP9 come out on color, Coolio just down to that 5-7. So really not the best of buys. If it goes Sangle's way, Budapest 5 will have to eat an eco, and we could very, very easily be looking at a 13-11 scoreline. However, there's no reason why Budapest 5 can't bounce back right now. This has been a completely back and forth affair from start to finish, and I don't see that changing at all. We could even see overtime on the cards right now, Grammar.
I tell you what, I predicted overtime. I said 60-14 or overtime, and you said that it's so hard to predict a match. I think that you might be in the presence of a master, but as Baz will line up one color trades onto 2 more. Immortal to even up the man count as Sangle once again descend on this B site like vultures to a corpse. It's Logic Man to trade onto Fleeve, and with that, I fear that Budapest 5 might have to face another bad buy. Maybe even an eco at that, as Coolio.
Oh,
he's wiped out. Immel finishes it on Torsey, just tapping away at those heads, and Sangle, as they hit 12, you need to bear in mind that round is a confidence booster.
that was the last bullet from Emor. That was just cheeky. There's no
Insult
need for
to
that.
injury, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Whiffs the spray a little bit and then just goes, I've got 1 bullet left. Bam. See ya. Beautiful stuff. Put Sangle onto 12, and as I said before, just up against an eco now. If they can have a clean round here, they'll be able to get themselves onto 13 and build that bank account so that even if Budapest 5 do pounce back in their investment, Sangle can still afford to buy moving forward. So they're in a really, really strong position right now, and it's kind of just unfortunate for Budapest 5. They've come this far, and they're being ruined by the economy. If they don't win the next round where they have the guns, it could very, very easily slip away from them.
Yeah, Morehill continues having down members. I tell you what, Imo, he's having a bit of a freak out for the most part. Unable to buy this player towards back Ivy. Paz will put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and say it's okay, I'll do it. So he finishes off the last 2 kills. Sangle, they make it 13, and they really look to pull ahead here.
Yeah, it was like a little shake of frustration, wasn't it? I love that. Just, come on. Tilted. But, I mean, they should be happy. They're winning.
They should be, and tell you what, if they can reset Budapest once again here, they might be able to take it over the line. For now, Budapest 5, they push on forward, and what's going to be a bit of an early setup towards A. Nades land right on Immor's head, but it will not matter if Immor finishes the job onto the first. He'll continue pushing out towards A, and he's just on a whole other level right now. Immor, he's woken up, and he is on fire.
Yeah, he's an absolute machine, and his aim looks like it as well. It looks like a robot, the way that he's snapping between the heads. Sangle, 2-man advantage. And remember, there's no AWPs here in play for Budapest 5, and that's a major contingency. On this CT side of Train, you really do need an AWP to work with. The M4s are getting the trades in, but still with the man disadvantage. Sangle pressing further forward, and Logic Man finding 1 more. It all comes down to Color. Got the element of surprise. There's the 2 kills he was looking for. Comes into a 1-on-1. He falls right away. That allows Logic Man to retrieve this bomb, but Color... Oh, this is so smart. Completely outmaneuvering Logic Man right now. This could work out admirably.
He just needs to get into that position in time, and Logic Man, open hand, he'll be able to pick up that bomb. He'll back away towards this site, and the question is, does he go for a plant here, or does he go towards B? Instead, he goes to the plant, which makes it even easier for Color. He's going to shift away. He'll hear the rotation as Logic Man makes his way down towards Ivy, but suddenly he may be wary of it. Color, he's taken too long. He shifts on in, but he comes out on top nonetheless. And as Color shuts down Logic Man, Budapest 5, they hit 12, and they show that they still have a chance. It may just be a fleeting glimmer of hope, but it's enough to tick them over.
Yeah, what a time to come out with a 1v3 like that. Color, he hasn't had a massive impact in this game so far. We haven't said his name too often, but right there, he gives Budapest 5 the lifeline that they needed. Had they have lost that round, Sangle probably would have been able to get themselves onto match point, but instead, we're back in contention. This could very easily go either way. And, I mean, that was just so smart. The fact that Logic Man even predicted it is insane, but Color, too quick to the trigger. Snappy headshot to finish off the job, and Budapest 5, well, they're on to 12 and looking for 13 here as they've got the big guns out once again.
It's early aggression down towards Pop Dog, and it works out admirably. Going with 1 Color straight edge, getting next to the Mazza, but Color still swinging. He shuts down a second on for the third now, spotting him down towards Sandwich, who's forced to back away. Logic Man aggressing from upper. It's a missed shot from Color, but Torsy's the one who's legged down. Eventually he's finished by Major. Elsewhere, Engine finds Coolio, all on Torsy. 1 versus 3. Can we see back-to-back 1v3s from Budapest 5?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I'm not filled with confidence. Torsy, AWP in hand. He's tagged up low as well. He's on the right bomb site, though. Definitely potential for him to take down at least Emor as he hears him over the top. Trigger disciplines. Perfect. And he's expecting this C4 to rotate around. This is so smart once again. And it is.
No, it
Oh,
might
they're
actually...
wrapping it around to the B site. This is insane, Kremer. Torzy, this is going to be a free B kill. It absolutely is. Pulls out the AWP. He knows exactly where Emor is. And Emor's going to be panicking. The only threat that he has right now is Major. He has no idea where he's coming from. And he has to be careful. With 40 seconds left on this clock, this is doable right now.
Scarily doable. He's going to exchange places with Emor as he'll aggress down towards back line. But as we're jumping up towards connector, let's see just how Emor fares. Dropping a flash towards ramp, buying a bit of space. But Torzy... so he'll catch him out, jumping on up. He'll finish the job. 1 versus 1 now with Major. Major drops on down. Open hand. Torzy comes out on top. And Budapest 5, they're able to cling it. They're able to cling on to this game as they tie things up 30-13. Their economy is taking a pounding, but they're still pulling forward. They take a timeout and Sangle, they have to reinvest once more.
Oh, that is just unreal. That's so smart from Torzy. Like, it blows my mind. And off of the back of it, okay, not only is their confidence going to be through the roof. I mean, you and I both, like, definitely not at this level, but both had, like, former playing careers. You know how exciting it is when a player on your team makes a clutch like that in a match in a time like this. You are just feeling it. You are really, like, the adrenaline's pumping. You're feeling fantastic. And on the contrary, Sangle are going to be gutted. Yeah, they are going to... They could be... Literally, they could be 15-11 right now. And instead, it's 13-13. All off of the back of the fact that they've been unable to close back-to-back 1v3s.
It's absolutely perfect. The smokes go flying. Let's see just how Sangle fair moving ahead. All good for 1, but it's actually Corey to trade. Paz to get the next set of the matter. And suddenly it looks a lot better for Budapest 5 as Fleeve sprays down 2 more. It goes 4-on-2 for Sangle. What good do they do here moving forward? Color good for 1, all on Logic Man. And Budapest 5, these 1v3s may have actually just given them enough confidence to tick this over the line. Sangle, they're going to be kicking themselves, surely.
Yeah, they absolutely will be, especially considering they've lost that round. They now actually don't have any money to work with. So they have this predicament. Do they force into this one, risk it all, or do they eat the eco, which seems to be the plan? No, a last second force. Oh, no. Oh, this could be it. This could be the beginning of the end, Kremer.
It's brave. It's so brave by them to go for this, but see if it works. As for now, we have players showing presence towards A main. They actually back away, turn their attention towards Ivy, but the mollies keep them back. They keep them at bay for the time being. Elsewhere, it's going to be the odd showing of presence towards Ivy, or towards Popdog even, as Immol shuts down Corey. So he backs away, he's able to pick up that AK, and the smoke will keep him at bay, at least for the time being. Major able to find Color as well, and suddenly things look a bit scary for Budapest 5, as even though they're in a strong position, that doesn't mean it's unlosable.
Oh, Emor's kind of been the Corey hard counter, especially as he's moved on to this T side. He's been finding all of these opening picks. He has just been fantastic, especially towards that A site of pushing in and getting those first kills. And there we go. That was a major risk to take, and they have a flawless round. And even Engine, adding insult to injury, putting the icing on the cake with the headshot through the smoke to finish things off. And Budapest 5.
That was from my main. That was from A site.
Oh, that is unreal.
He literally insults to injury has. But now, 14-14, Budapest 5, they could just rebuy. But what good's it going to do? They've got hardly any utility, and well, Sangle, their speed, their almost blitzkrieg onto them has just been unrelenting.
Yeah, the double up setup that they've got going right now could be a blessing and a curse. And with Corey finding that opener onto Emor, who consistently has been finding 1 to 2 kills around, it's really not a good start here for Sangle. Especially still with these 2 snipers in play. They absolutely need to do some damage right now. Otherwise, this could go horribly wrong. Budapest 5, such an important one for them to pick up. If they lose it, they're going to have very little money to work with in the next. And Sangle could tip it 16-14. The MP9 getting up close. Major can't connect the shot. And Budapest 5, they're looking very good right now and in a position to take this one.
And Johnny spammed down by Fleeve. Aggression comes out either way. Logic Man to trade as he goes 2-on-2. Let's see how Budapest 5 fare, but for the most part, they're going to be in a lots of trouble. Paz, he's going to be holding the angle, waiting for players to rest towards B. Of course, no aggression will come. Instead, the fake has been sold by Logic Man. He's made Budapest 5 think that this is going to be an A-hiss. The only man who hasn't fully rotated is Coolio. Still scopes in, able to shut down Paz and the bomb. Suddenly Budapest 5 looking very strong here as Logic Man has to rotate up in hand. 1 versus 2, going towards upper. Will he be able to catch out Coolio, or are we going to see Sangel falter at the last hurdle? Good for 1. Trade not quite there as Dorsey. He's spotted out. He tries to barrel his way on forward. Logic Man tried to cross. Can he do just that? So we'll have to see. As he goes up, he looks for the angle. Torsey just teasing a peek. He doesn't want to swing just yet, and he gets to the site. Now Torsey pushes.
Oh, the timing's perfect. He's completely outmaneuvered Logic Man here. He's looking the wrong way. Can't connect the quick flick. And Budapest 5, they're on to 15. Another unbelievable round. And it comes down to the wire, the 1v1s. Honestly, I was expecting this game to be a little more one-sided, and instead it has been a back-and-forth affair from start to finish. Budapest 5, an opportunity to take this one to 16-14. For Sangel, it's overtime or bust.
I fear so much. And well, Torsey, he'll find May just kick things off. That is a lightning fast. And there's no response. Sangel, they get pub dog control, but what good's he going to do? Immor smoked off. Will try to aggressively taken down. Immor, he's actually been one of the highest entry fraggers on HLTV for January. So he's starting to show why. As for the time being, Engine will trade on to Korea now as the follow-up push goes through. Budapest 5 go a man down in an attempt to trade. Torsey does just that as Engine falls, but Sangel's still in a position to execute out from Pop Dog.
Well, 3v3 chance for Budapest 5 to finish this one off, finish what they started, pull off an upset, and surprise all of the bettors, all of the predictors on HLTV, all of the Turkish fans that are watching here today. Sangel, no margin for error, no room for mistakes here. This 3v3 situation has to go their way. And as the flash pops over the top, it does connect onto Color. But by the time Immor actually gets into a position where he can swing, the flash is going to have depleted. And Torsey is able to find the AWP. This is all going horribly wrong for Sangel. And it all comes down to Immor in a 1v3. And Color spins around and dishes him a headshot. Unbelievable stuff from Budapest 5. And they're going to take it 16-14. Your prediction was bang on, Crema. And I have to give you some credit for that one.
I tell you what, I'm smiling inside. I'm literally screaming. That I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. But an incredible game, and I tell you what, Budapest 5, they go through with the upset. They pull ahead and they shut down Sangel. They send Sangel down to the lower bracket where we're going to have to see them play against, I believe it was we saw lose earlier. Skade. There we go. Sorry, I had a complete mind blank there. Sangel versus Skade, and of course, in just a moment, we're going to return with the best of 3, watching Hellraisers try to beat Budapest 5.
There are only a few seconds to close this round, and what we will see. That shot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go. Make them feel your smashing blow. I wanna know you're looking, Lord. Power up your wiener mode. I wanna see you rolling fast. Wing around.
Welcome to your new sanctuary. Run for your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight
Warning.
Headshot. Nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome to the European Development Championship. We've got the winners match ahead, in which Hellraisers are going to try and topple that of Budapest 5. Budapest 5, they got through at a hair's breadth. It was so close, but they were able to pull ahead and they put Sangle down to that loser's bracket. Of course, I'm Mikasa Crabber 3. I'm joined by a man whose saliva is used to clean precious metals. It's MJ.
I'm not sure about that one.
I've got some worse ones. I was considering, do I say it? Do I not? But sorry, we're here. Why not?
All right, it'll do. It's me. I'm here. It's Castle Crabber. And we are going to be taking you through this next matchup. Of course, we have seen Hellraisers earlier on face up against Scade. And that one, it was a weird one. Yeah, they were super dominant. They were 9-1 up. We then saw Scade really bounce back into it. They sort of closed out that scoreline on the CT side. But what was important to note was that Hellraisers maintained ahead the entire time. They were in control of that game kind of from beginning to end. They just kind of let it slip up a little bit in the middle. So they'll still feel pretty confident off of the back of that win earlier on. And they will have had an hour to sit down, relax, and probably watch the BP5 Sangle game. So that gives them like a little bit of breathing room. Budapest 5, they've just come off of a really hot best of one on train against Sangle. They were able to take it 16-14, but it was back and forth throughout. They really shouldn't have been able to win it at the end. There were back-to-back 1v3s. Remember, Kramer, absolutely insane. Honestly, those last sort of 6 or 7 rounds, probably some of the craziest Counter-Strike I've seen all year. I know we're only a month in, but I've seen a lot of Counter-Strike so far this year. So I'm interested to see what Budapest 5 can come into this one with, but they're definitely the underdogs.
Likewise, and tell you what, with them being underdogs, right, I'm going to throw it to you. Do you want to give me a map prediction here, Josh? Like, do you see this going to a third map? Do you see it being a 2-0 for Hellraisers? What's your thoughts here?
Well, I'm not too sure, to be honest, but we did talk. Obviously, we have 10 minutes and we can sit there and chat and we can look at what maps come up and whatnot. And we do actually see Budapest 5 pick into Nuke. Now, you're the Budapest 5 expert. You're the one that's casted them and watched them on plenty of occasions. And you're telling me that their Nuke is insane. Yep. So, despite the fact that Hellraisers are starting off on that favored CT side, if Hellraisers take their map pick of Train, which of course they've just got to see, is their best map, and they've just been able to watch Budapest 5 play it, so they'll be able to know their setups and how they play it and whatnot. When we go into that second map of Nuke, Budapest 5, the hot favourites on it, and then it comes down to that third and final of Overpass. So I do expect it to go to 3 maps on that kind of basis, but I'm not 100% sure who would take it. I think it probably swings a little bit towards Hellraisers.
Without a doubt. I'll tell you what's interesting as well is Budapest 5, there's only ever one game on record of them playing Overpass. This is a map they don't like touching, and they actually removed Dust 2, which is a map they have played 9 times in the past, in favor of Overpass, which is going to be really interesting to see how they fare on that map, especially because, well, it's uncharted waters for them. For now, though, moving ahead, I think if Budapest 5 can actually upset and win Train, the series is over, they take it 2-0. If Hellraisers can make Train one-sided, that momentum is going to resonate with them on Nuke, and we may see a 2-0 either way. And to be honest, I doubt this will be a 3-map affair. Regardless, it's going to come down to Train, and that really may be what sets the tempo for the entire series.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's interesting that we end up on Overpass. When you really look at it, you realize that that's the danger as a roster, especially as a roster at this kind of caliber, at that kind of tier 3 level, or well, tier 2, tier 3 level. I think we're sort of encroaching on the top 30 HLTV at this point. But that's the danger of having a permaban, because you actually see that Budapest 5's permaban is Overpass. They don't like to play it. But over the last month, they've been playing Dust 2 just as a normal pick. They've been floating it as a third map, and they have been having a horrendous time on it. They've got a 20% win rate. They're really not doing well at all, and it means that they have to kind of swap it around. They have to ban out Dust 2 because they know that they're not very good at it, and it allows Overpass to float as that third and final map, and it means that they're kind of pushed into uncomfortable territory in every single series. And that's why a team like this will thrive in a best of 1, but when they get onto the best of 3s and it comes down to the long game, they don't necessarily come out on top. We see those parry match odds popping up on the screen right there, and they are favoring Hellraisers. As I mentioned before, just due to the world ranking, the recent results and everything, all the stats to go off of, they are your favorites. And remember, don't forget about that nice deposit bonus from our friends over at Paramatch. If you look at the banner below and sign up, you can get yourself a special deposit bonus if you want to bet on this game or any other game in the European Development Championship.
Tell you what, Josh. You know, you've mentioned how you think Hellraisers are going to take this. I think I'm going to counter out and say I think Budapest 5 can take this. I think their nuke is strong enough to win regardless. Their train as well. We saw them against Sangle there. Sangle, the only reason they made that close was because Immel just popped off and he just entered left, right, and center. I don't know if Hellraisers are going to be able to repeat that, to be honest. And I don't know if Hellraisers are going to be able to mirror that. So for the time being, I think Budapest 5 might be in the running to actually take train.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, if that happens, then there's definitely potential. I think that that's kind of quite a big if, and that's quite a big win condition that, considering it's Hellraiser's pick, considering it's their best map, considering they've had the opportunity to, most likely, I mean, I don't know if they watched it, but they probably did. It does kind of give them quite a big advantage here moving into train. But you're right. If Budapest 5 are able to take train, there's huge potential for them to take this series 2-0. And on that basis, I mean, yeah, why not? Why not? They could very, not easily do it, but they could definitely do it.
It's not the realm of possibility, is it? And I'll tell you what, we'll have to see just how. Well, we'll have to see just what Hellraisers do on this first pick of train, because even though they picked a map that they know that Budapest 5 are strong, they've seen that Budapest 5 are strong in it, they picked it anyway, which means that they think they're better. And the issue is, when you pick a strong map into someone else's strong map, it means that it's just going to be an absolute bloodbath, and you open yourself up to a 2-0 possibility, because Budapest 5, their secondary pick and nuke, is about the Hellraisers play, but it's not one they're necessarily good at. It's actually one of their second to last lowest win rate percentage. So the reality is, Hellraisers, they're going to be in a bit of a tough spot here if they lose train. And I keep saying if they lose train. The reality is it's a tough ask for Budapest 5. They played out their mind last game. Yeah, we saw back-to-back 1v3s from both Corey and Torzy, but they're going to have to do it again. And they're going to have to do rounds like that again. Just unrelenting.
Absolutely. And that's kind of the issue, yeah? How repeatable is that? How repeatable is it to have these crazy clutches? Obviously, Budapest 5 do really seem like a team that can pull off what seems impossible sometimes, but we're just going to have to wait and see, to be honest. Hellraisers kicking things off on the pistol on this T side, and oh my, what an opening pick. Beautiful headshot to kick things off. It is traded, but they press forward onto this A site, and they try and get this C4 planted.
As they get it planted, it's going to be a follow-up as well, as Kalinka will try to progress towards the back line. A beautiful shot to Color there. He doesn't want the players will set a sight there, as Torzy will continue encroaching on forward, shifting his way towards him, and as shots ring out either way, it's actually going to be Kalinka pressured down and killed by Torzy. Kills either way now, 3-on-3. A flank coming through from Coolio, but it's not spotted just yet. Again, a flank trying to do damage wherever possible. Coolio will finish the job on Anakin. It goes 2-on-3. Now, problem able to trade on to Fleeve, 2-on-2. As Coolio towards the back line, tries to do a bit more damage. Problem just hopping around the corner. All on Flaric, 1 versus 1, and Timer right now is not a friend of Budapest 5. The cruel mistress that waits for no one. And I tell you what, Flaric has played it to perfection. Called out by Coolio, but it matters for naught as Budapest 5, they falter, and Hellraisers find this pistol round.
Well, Coolio stat padding a little bit, I suppose. He doesn't even die to the bomb, so he gets himself a cheeky 3k to kick things off. But it is still Hellraisers round for the taking. And as you say, it was just played beautifully there at the end by Flareich, just keeping alive, making sure that there's no opportunity that Coolio can find himself a quick kill and get that defuse in time. So very, very nice round there from Hellraisers. They do take a lot of casualties, but off the back of winning the round and getting the bomb plant, they go for the rifle buy in the next. 3 Galils, 2 AKs, some utility to work with as they face up against the pistols and scouts. And this should be a relatively clean round for them, but we'll have to wait and see. We did see Budapest 5 bounce back off of the back of losing the pistol last time, and it was the Deagles that did the damage.
The Deagles are going to have to ring true, though, as Hellraisers, they congregate towards the top of B. They get ready for a bit of early presence, and as Corsi shifts on forward, Problem will be ready for him. It's messy, and Torsi actually comes out on top. I don't think Problem expected the continued aggression. And with that, we'll have to see just how Budapest 5 move back around. Gal with a man advantage. They keep that presence shown towards Pop Dog, though, with the former Corey, as Hellraisers need to be very careful where they step, as Corey is ready to punish anyone who dare challenge him. And for now, Hellraisers on the corner, shift back around, collectively make their decision to move back around towards A. And with a minute left, Budapest 5 might have the possibility to try and close and run down the time.
Hellraisers actually have to be super careful right now. I mean, they've given up so much control. They have no control of Pop Dog. They actually have no control of A main either. So if they do want to try and get through there, they have to completely clear it. Instead, they're opting to all group up towards Ivy, try and go for this single-pronged attack. They do have a little bit of an element of surprise. They've not made any noise, but Color posted on the angle with the scout, has the information, spots 2 peek around, not able to connect the shot, but has all the info as it trades back into a 4-on-3, and there we go. All the headshots coming through from Hellraisers, and this should now be their round for the taking.
Hellraisers, they come out on top, and Budapest 5, their force buy does not work. They're going to be forced down to an eco. Coolio, being able to hold on to the Deagle will make their lives just a little bit easier as they back on our way, but for the most part, it's still not great. As they turn around, they head back down, and they cower towards B. Will he be able to be caught out? Looks like he will be as Flareich finishes the job. Hellraisers, they make it 2, and Budapest 5 go down to an eco.
Well, as we see these parry match odds pop up on our screen once again, we do actually see them shift a little bit. And that's interesting, considering Hellraisers, all they've done is take the pistol round. You're kind of anticipated to take the follow-up off the back of it too. And those odds are heavily, heavily swinging in their favor. So if you do fancy Budapest 5's chances of coming back into this one and want to place a bet, then make sure you check out that banner down below. Head over to parry match where you'll get your special deposit bonus to place a bet on this one. As we get into round number 3, Budapest 5 open things up with a nice headshot.
Lime is actually trapped in the corner right now. We'll swing into these members. He's good for one color to trade, and the fact that Budapest 5 are trading evenly in this situation is actually incredible. They'll get these AKs, they'll get this max 10, they'll turn their attention back down towards B, and Hellraisers, they get this plant. I think it's safe to say they're going to take the round no matter what, but Budapest 5 did a great job at making it very, very costly for them.
Absolutely, yeah, this has been successful. Torsi just lingering, wants to try and find an exit frag, and Fleeve doing the same. There's actually no point in him carrying across this Mac 10 into the next. They are going to go for a full buy. He doesn't want it. He wants an M4 in his hands. So yeah, just hunting for some kind of exit frag. Torsi's actually in a position where maybe he could get away with one here. Needs to be careful, of course, but as he creeps down the ladder, he's really got nothing to lose, so he might as well go for it. He's heard the man in the connector, looking to try and get the kill with the USP. Not going to happen. The Galil does take him out. But again, this has been a successful round from Budapest 5. They've found 2 kills. They've taken a couple of weapons. They'll be more than happy with this one.
Those players almost exchange blows towards connector there. However, no one comes out on top. Instead, it will just be a swift round for Hellraisers, and Budapest 5, the silver lining is they've been able to save those guns, and they do so now as they move to their next full buy. They pull on ahead, and well, for Hellraisers, if they can shut them down early on, we might see that initial spat of momentum, which credits them on Inferno.
Well, Hellraisers, they've managed to pull off what Sangul weren't able to do. They've taken the early 3 rounds in a row, not allow Budapest 5 to trade any of these. Now the big guns come out, and the Battle of the Titans has been lost by Fleeve. Anarkez comes out on top with that first engagement, gives them a man advantage to work with, and as they set up for this A execute, this could be real dangerous. Corey responding with a headshot right through the floor, brings it back into a 4v4 situation. It's untradeable for now, but he's all on his lonesome here in Pop Dog. He needs to be careful, and that smoke grenade is going to give him safe passage to escape.
Is it an escape or is it a re-aggression, actually? As Corey, he'll nestle himself in sandwich. He may look to pick up this AWP as well. Again, just making his way on forward. Just carrying it towards Sandwich, waiting for players to push into him. Lime holding the angle, not quite catching out anyone for the time being. As Budapest 5 with an even man count now, look to just stagnate. Anikez to using a peek towards main, only to catch out an odd member. Unable to do so for the time being, though, as he'll scope up towards stop sign. Wait for players to push straight into him. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Hellraisers, they move towards B.
Well, they're taking their sweet time. They've got plenty of util to do so as well, but with 30 seconds left on this clock, they certainly need to be careful. You look at the positioning of the C4, it's in Anikez's hands. At this point, he kind of has to commit to this A site, and it is looking like that's where they want to end up. But in a 4v4 situation, Budapest 5, they need to rotate these B players over. Currently, they've only got 2 defenders on the site, and they have all of the weight on their shoulders to hold this line.
Very good for one. Trade comes in as Anikez gets the next set of the matter in as the full push goes down. Molly's down to their feet. Torsey sent aside. Will try to catch out the guy below him. He'll swing wide. It's a great shot to flourish there. Looks for the follow-up. Not quite finding it as Anikez in the mess will find Torsey. Trade there by Color. Good for one. Kalinka to trade. 1v1 with Coolio scoped in towards Sandwich. He spots out the member. Both players with each other's position known. And Coolio, he's just going to hold the angle. Kalinka keeps giving him a chance to rig shots out towards him, but there's no kill. And as Kalinka continues teasing a peek towards the top of green right now, he'll back away just as Coolio goes up himself. Coolio wins the aim duel. Budapest 5, they find their first round, but it's a messy one at that. Nonetheless, though, they find a round.
Kalinka just trying to buy time there. I like the attempt, but it just took... There was far too long left on the C4. There was no way he was going to be able to just delay for 40 seconds. That's such a messy engagement on the site. I actually wish we had a replay of that one. Beautiful flick onto the man, but then I don't know why he didn't try to no-scope onto Anikez or something through the smoke. It just got very, very messy. Very easily could have gone Hellraiser's way there. Instead, just about tipping in Budapest 5's favour. Now they've got a round to work with. They've got some cash to work with too here in the 5th. The double up setup comes into fruition once again, but a little bit of a lack of utility.
Bit of a lull. I'll have to see how they fare. Anikez, he shuts down Color, and once again, Anikez actually the second time now he's found an opening for Hellraisers on this, well, with this AWP, and if this is a theme that's going to continue ringing true, Hellraisers are going to be in a perfect position. Keep shifting forward, let's catch out a member. But for now, Hellraisers, Diesel goes down, they look to make their way towards this site.
Well, as the flashes come through, Torsey actually on the bomb train with this AWP. We saw him not able to deny the plant last time around. Now lingering around these smokes. Becomes a dangerous game once they start to dissipate. He could easily get overwhelmed. Needs the support from his teammates. As he gets flashed, stays alive for a few seconds longer. And here we go. His teammates are there to the party. They're here to support. And he's looking to do further damage. And he absolutely does it. Another kill comes through. Now a 2-on-2.
Absolutely perfect now, and he's damaged on as he tries to run away. He's got players ready to aggress on him, and Corey for the flag, able to hit the 1-2. Torsey good for 1, Corey good for the second, and Budapest 5. As they make it 2 now, they actually force Hellraisers down to a very shaky decision where they have to decide. Do they eco or do they go for this buy? And we may see the odd pistol and armor potential B rush come through, but nonetheless, Budapest 5, they have slammed the brakes on to Hellraisers as they call for this timeout. Means they're seriously considering their next steps.
Absolutely. I think it probably will be a little bit of a half buy and a B push at this point. Torsey, that was a fantastic round from him in the last. We even see in that final 2-on-2 situation, he needs to win the close range duel. And if he doesn't, then it would become more than likely a 1v1 situation for Corey to try and clutch up. But no, Torsey maintains composure. He hits his shots and he gets himself onto 7 frags, leading the charge on the server so far as Budapest 5 look to try and tie this one up 3-3. And Hellraisers, it doesn't look like they're going to have any investment to work with whatsoever. We see a couple of pistols come out, not accompanied by Kevlar. This is a hard save, and they're going to have some good money to work with in the next. So it should tie up 3-3.
Let's go down either way. We'll have to see how Torsey fares as... Well, for the most part, he's had a great game so far. His pistol's ready to explode out as well. Looks like they're going to go for a very hybrid peek onto him, but he's only single scope, not double scope, so we'll see the swing into him as he flicks up. Oh, that's quick. That is a lightning fast by Torsey. So he shuts down Kalinka now. He'll look to catch out anyone else who comes his way, but for the most part, it's a follow-up kill onto Lime and Torsey. I tell you what, Josh, this man does not miss. Anikez falls, and Hellraisers find themselves painfully alone.
And Torzy finds himself on double digits. Nice bit of aggression from Color there just to finish off the job. And that's a cheeky $1,200 that he can add to his bank account. The only man with the MP9 at this point. I mean, he could upgrade. I think he actually will. There we go. Pulls out a secondary orb. I was thinking, is he going to stick with this MP9, maybe try and get aggressive in this round? Or is he not going to take his chances and instead just upgrade to something that packs a little bit more of a punch? And he absolutely will. So double orb setup here for Budapest 5 to work with as they face up against the 5 AKs from Hellraisers. And Budapest 5, they're keeping this one close. Remember, this is Hellraisers' pick. It's their best map. And as you said before, if Budapest 5 can snatch this first one away, they have a really, really good chance of taking Nuke and taking this series 2-0.
Would be a tough ask for Hellraisers as they make their way on forward. The molly does force Corey out of position though when the drop comes down as Lime elsewhere finds Fleeve. And I tell you what, Budapest 5, even in the game against Sangle, they had real issues holding on to Pop Dog, and it looks like that may show as like got a sore spot for them moving into this matchup as well. But now Torzy, he goes for a bit of an optimistic peek down towards the top of Pop Dog. Can't catch out anyone for the time being, so he'll just hold firm. Elsewhere, Hellraisers turn their attention towards this B side. As the execution comes through, all eyes will be on Coolio to try and hold this. Usual gets expended, the molly looks to help, but Hellraisers still just go straight through it.
And Coolio gets caught on the ladder. Torzi's able to trade, but realistically a 4-on-2 situation. Torzi needs to go huge here to get anything done. And they are just playing with him right now, waiting for the player to get into position around the oil trade. And that's actually perfect. And that's read really nicely from Torzi as well. He knows that they're toying with him on the ladder, and that almost certainly means that Anikez is trying to wrap around oil. So anticipates it, hits the shot, and he's able to fall away. We'll go for the save here on the 1-on-3, but more than happy with this outcome.
Torzy, as he cowers down towards back line, he'll hold off this orb, he'll save it, and kind of understandably so. Like, what can you expect him to do here? The fact is, this orb on him is just a lethal combination, and I would much rather see him do something like aggress towards Ivy rather than Budapest 5 fight for Pop Dog control, because that's where they're losing that man count very early on. If they can look to try and get a man advantage elsewhere, for instance, on Ivy, through main aggression, through even a peek towards B upper, I would much rather see that than a fight for Pop Dog, because time and time again, Hellraisers come out on top, and, well, something of things beginning with H. Look over at Hellcase, of course. Go use the link in the description as well as the promo codes to grab what you deserve.
Well, you talk about the Pop Dog area being a real danger zone for Budapest 5. They seem to be losing it a lot. Yeah, there's many different ways to counter that. Either you go for the aggression elsewhere, you try and get the picks maybe over towards Ivy, maybe over towards A main. You kind of get two different teams and two different styles of team that play it very differently. You get a side that plays it super aggressive like this, where Corey's literally sitting at the bottom of the ladder trying to catch out some feet and seems to just get bombarded with grenades. Or you get a team that play it deeper, maybe over towards the Xbox or the Xbox? It's not called Xbox, Electric Box. Try and take those fights from a little bit of a distance. This time around, merits them a lot of damage, and Coolio is able to push up and find the kill. And Budapest 5, they're looking a lot better in this round.
Absolutely perfect. Lime is able to trade onto Fleeve, but there, it looks like that may not be for much avail, really, as he backs away towards A main. Corey able to spam him down from Pop Dog, and right now, Zanikis shifts forward towards Ivy. So one place Budapest 5 aren't watching, but Torzy, he's definitely not unaware of the situation. He's scoped in towards Tunnel 2. He's wary of a presence, and well, Anikez has just got to pray for timing, if anything, right now, as with 45 seconds left, it's all on Lime to just pull the attention away from Ivy while Anikez looks to make his way forward.
That's the plan right now. We saw Hellraisers pull off a couple of these in their map earlier on Inferno, but Torzy posted on the angle like a cannon, connects the shots, all comes down to Anikez. 1-on-4 situation, does have the element of surprise, but considering the time that's left on the clock and considering it's an area that's gone uncontested, Torzi's able to hold the line, hit the shot, a beautiful flick, and it's lightning fast as well. Torzi is seriously, he is going nuts so far here on Train. He's 15-4. I mean, that's unreal.
I'm speechless as to how well Torzi is playing right now. I hope we can see his ADR because he is just out of this world. And for the time being, Hellraisers, their buy is shaky. You know, we see the odd AK, the odd max hand. They have to go somewhere quick. And the reality is, it may not matter because, frankly, no matter where they go, they're gonna lose some players to Torzi. He's just been incredible. They have it. Torzi slipped to one towards A main. He spots out a second. Does he go for the fight? Looks like he may consider it. It may matter though. Corey helps. Fleeve assists and Falls down to Flaresh with just a P250, no armor, and frankly, no hope.
I mean, it's just unreal. He's got more than triple the frags of anybody else on his side right now. He is having such an impact, and I just love watching him play so far in these rounds. He's been so versatile. You see him sometimes going for a pick towards Ivy, sometimes playing deeper on the site and towards connector. Sometimes, like in this one, he's getting up on top of the red train, trying to find the early pick in A main. It's just absolutely sensational, and it leads to rounds like this when you find those opening picks and your teammates are able to then kind of swarm on a position and take control. It leads to a round like this where Hellraisers have gone for a buy. Yeah, they've had a couple of rifles, they've got pistols to work with. They invested quite substantially into this round, and they've not done a single point of damage. Flaresh looking to try and change that, but with Torzi on the angle, I'm not sure if he'll be able to do so.
Early damage has to be done, and well, there you have it. Torzi, he finishes the job, and Budapest 5. They take the lead 5-4 as Hellraisers. They move to their next buy, and right now, all eyes are on Anikes to try and win the same duel with Torzi. And tell you what, even though the power match odds do seem to favour Hellraisers very substantially, I think the odds haven't quite accounted for Torzi, who right now is just that. He is just that enigma that Hellraisers can't solve. But of course, go click on that banner below to grab your extra special bonus deposit on your first deposit over a parry match.
Well, I mean, you've got to remember, okay, this is Hellraiser's pick. It's their best map, and they're on the T side right now. So the fact that they've found 4 rounds early on is quite good. If we see these next 5 rounds kind of go back and forth, we see something like an 8-7 half, then they're in a really, really good position to still snatch this game away. Budapest 5, I mean, they're doing fantastic work on their CT side, but we have to make sure that that's translatable when they move over to the attack. However, if we see these next 5 rounds massively go Budapest 5's way, we see them maybe take it 10-5, something like that, then yeah, I think we'll see those odds heavily, heavily shift. 4v4 situation, early trades come through, problem down just on 20 points of health, and Hellraisers, they start to regroup and head over towards this B site. They're all in brown halls. They've got a little bit of utility to deploy, and then they're going to burst out.
Folks go out. Torzi once again rings true as he shuts down an initial member. Coolio able to assist him now. And Anikes, this orb, can it shut down Torzi? Well, I doubt it, to be honest. He's just spin. Nothing can shut down Torzi. He fires another as Flaresh is taken down. It's all on Anikes, and Torzi is just going to keep on aggressing. Torzi finishes the job, and my God, this man is strong right now as he pulls ahead to bring Budapest 5 a 6th, and Hellraisers, they take a timeout. And if you're on Hellraisers, what do you do? What's the call to beat Torzi?
I mean, I don't know. It's like a real head-scratching moment, isn't it? You kind of have these positions in Counter-Strike where the game's going well, okay? Everything else is going good. They seem to be able to win their aim duels against pretty much every other player, but they just get demolished by Torzi every single round. That's like the biggest issue that Hellraisers are facing right now. It's not anything else. It's Torzi. He's sitting 20-4. He's now almost quadrupling everybody else. And yeah, we're 10 rounds in. We are 10 rounds in. He's getting 2 kills every single round. I mean, that really, really does just show the impact that he's having. And Budapest 5, they'll be allowed a bit of a freebie in this one. Should be able to get on to 7. And I suppose that's 7 and beyond, isn't it? There's still plenty of rounds to play with.
It's also, it's not that the rest of Budapest 5 are playing badly. It's just Torzi is just killing everyone. Like, they, you know, we see consistently Corey and Coolio both getting kills of their own, but what good does it matter, you know? Carlo through the cycle, shut down Kalinka, and let's see how they fare moving ahead as, well, Flaherty's caught out towards Pop. No, Corey tries to finish the job, unable to do so for the most part. But again, it's just pistols from Hellraisers. This round is and should just be a formality, really.
And earlier on, I talked about the versatility from Torzi, yeah? Look at where he's playing. You see number 2 on the map. He's over towards B. And it just becomes impossible to play against. When you're Hellraisers, it's not even a viable option to say, oh, Torzi's playing incredibly, so let's just try and avoid him, yeah? Because Torzi's everywhere. Torzi is absolutely everywhere. Wherever they want to go, he's lingering in that corner. And I mean, this round, he's unable to get anything done. His teammates pick up the pieces and, yeah, snatch it away quite comfortably. But as I say, it's just interesting to see him going for those early picks towards the B side of the map. It means that Hellraisers have no way of predicting where they're going to face into it.
Hellraisers, they move to their next full buy. Anikes, open hand, but he just needs to, like, shut him down. So tough for now. And, well, for the most part, Corey goes for early pop dog control. Nate's land at his feet, but there's nothing too substantial. It hits him down to 47 HP. It's not a nice number to be on, but neither is Lime, who's down to just 10, having been legged down as he peeks across from A main. And as of right now, Hellraisers, they stack towards the top of B simply because, not because it's the best place to go, but because that's where Torzi isn't. And for now, they're going to be moving straight into Coolio. As the swing goes down, they try to catch out them as well as possible. Mollies go out. Corey good for one. Smoke goes down, and Coolio's able to trade yet again and proved it. This team isn't just Torzi. Now Torzi is here, though. He looks to try to show what he's worth as Kalinka trying to get towards back line will try and shut down people wherever possible, but Anakin even the man count towards the next set of the matter though. Brings it down to a 2-on-3, and well, Torzi, he's just a hop, skip, and a jump away from a 30 bomb, and we're only a couple rounds into the second half, or first half even. Apologies.
I mean, even a situation like this, right? I know it's on the B side, you got a lot of those long-range angles, but a 3-on-3 situation, and the retake have got 2 AWPs in hand. They are not the right tools for the job. That should be a retake that Hellraisers have a major advantage in, and Budapest 5 have just swept it under the rug, just very, very comfortably. They've kept all 3 players alive. Torzi's found himself one more, and Budapest 5 are looking like the significantly better side here on Train. 8-4, they have an opportunity here to take it to 9, then 10. We could see a seriously one-sided affair here on Train, and this could just be a major upset series as long as Torzi continues to fire on all cylinders.
What scares me as well is that, to be honest, AWPs are pretty prevalent on Nuke as well. And if Torzi can do this on... If he can do it on Train, imagine what he can do on Nuke. Imagine what outside control is going to look like. As for now, Hellraisers, they go for another peek down towards B. They go for another execution. But for the time being, it's nothing too extreme. As Torzi scopes on in, ready for the peek towards up, and not flashed off the angle just yet. Smoke goes down, though. In a moment, let's see if he rings true. Game sense doesn't prevail, but instead as he backs away, he's got Coolio there to support him.
Yeah, fires through the smoke again, but there we go. Coolio support, able to find the first, buys a little bit of time, buys a little bit of space, and Torzi's able to find one more, and even hit the flick shot. Flaric, I have no idea how he doesn't win that duel. That should be a kill that he's getting all day long, and Torzi, he's just so intimidating. Maybe that's what it is. Flaric drops down, and he's like, oh, it's going to be my kill, and then he hovers over, and you see Torzi's name, and he's like, oh, no.
It's unfair, isn't it? Like, Torzi, he's only got 4 deaths. That's immortal. And, well, Hellraisers, Kalinka has to save because they're out of money. They haven't even been able to get a bomb plant. And it's like every time Hellraisers just poke their head above the parapets, Torzi's just there to take it clean off and slap them right back down. As Budapest 5 hit 9 now, not only do they cement a par half, more importantly, they line themselves up to make it a fairly one-sided affair at that.
Absolutely, yeah. And you've got to remember right now, Kalinka staying alive here will have no money. So he's going to have $200. He's going to be on double eco. The rest of his teammates, off of the back of getting no bomb plant too, this is going to be a questionable round to buy into if they choose to. I think this is going to be a half buy. They'll probably pull out like some Tech 9s and some Kevlar and whatnot. And that means that Budapest 5 will have, again, a major firepower advantage. Instead, it seems like they are actually... Oh, this is bizarre. Okay, this is quite bizarre.
This is a hybrid buy if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, and they're like last second buys as well, which really does lead you to question, like, is it a bit of a hasty decision?
Well, as Hellraisers make their way down, it's another hit towards B. And I don't really know how I feel about this, Josh, because it's twice in a row now Hellraisers have tried to go down towards B. Twice in a row they've been refuted before they even get a bomb plant. And now they're trying it again. He'll shoulder peek towards this position. The spot out player's going to be his way. Oh, that's a nice kill by Anakin to get things started, though. As Torzi, he'll be scopes in. He's ready for the reapproachment, but nothing comes. As instead, Corey elsewhere, aggressing forward will shut down problem. And now Hellraisers find themselves pretty much swarmed.
Yeah, Corey's that spanner in the works. Now Hellraisers have pressure from behind. They have to funnel into this B site, and that's where Torzi's posted with the AWP. Even while blind, he doesn't need to see. He can connect the shots, and that's Fleave's cue to push in. The flank gets 2 frags, and it leaves it all down to Lime. 2 versus 1 situation, only 40 points of health to work with. He's got an AUG, and he's up against 2 AWPs, but each AWP posted on a bomb site. and I don't think he's got a lot of opportunity here. Does he have the C4? He doesn't even have the bomb. I don't know where it's dropped. Oh, it's over towards Brown Halls. Okay, he has to go all the way back to retrieve it too.
With 30 seconds left as well, what do you do? As you go to B, you have to fight Torzy. You go to where you're going to run out of time. It's going to be tough then. Well, as Lime continues just shifting along, trying to get towards upper. What good will he do? 15 seconds left now. Color the man to fight for him, and well, his AUG rings out. He does a bit of damage. 10 seconds left. He's got to stick this plant, and well, for the most part, the nades are going to land right on him. He's got hardly any HP left, but luckily there's no more aggressive util on Budapest 5. However, as he pushes on forward, Color's AWP might be ready to ring true.
I'm surprised they've not even got the pistols out at this point. I mean, Lime right now is such low on health, and there we go. Tech 9 comes in, Torzy with a headshot, and it's 25-4. I mean, that's a KD of 5, or actually more than 5. 5.2? I mean, that's unreal.
5.2, yeah.
That is absolutely unreal.
Torzy is just an absolute animal. With the parry match odds, they've just received a telegram to say, by the way, Torzy is in the server. Now, you know, heavily in favour of Budapest 5, as it goes pretty much 4-1 in favour of Budapest 5. And tell you what, if you believe that Hellraisers can come back, go check parry match out in the banner below. Go click on them, go redeem those epic rewards you get with your first time deposit, and we'll see if you can be a winner here.
Absolutely, and any Budapest 5 bettors right now are going to be over the moon with their performance. They were the serious... I mean, they were the underdogs in this series. They were the serious underdogs here on Train, and they have come out swinging. They're looking on fire right now. Corey does trade 1-for-1 before he drops, but with the man advantage still, and Color hitting headshots like that, he's down to a single point of health. But a 2-man advantage, Budapest 5's favour.
Well, Annika is the last one left standing once again in a 1 versus 2. And I'll tell you what, Josh, we thought this, we said that this could potentially be 2-0. I don't think either of us predicted a game that could possibly be this one-sided. Torzy, he finishes the job, Tech 9 in hand, and he's going 28-4. Josh, this is unreal. He is playing so damn well. And here's the thing. People who play out their minds are usually able to do it on the T side rather than the CT side. The fact he's done it on the hardest side to pop off on, I genuinely fear for what this T side may bring to Hellraisers.
Absolutely, yeah. As soon as he gets that AWP in hand and he's able to just go for those early picks, he is an incredibly dangerous player. I mean, he even finds himself another 3K in that final round. He's just on fire. And he pulls out a P250. He's got a flash. He's got a smoke to work with as they head over towards Brown Halls. Looks like they're going for a bit of a slower default here in the pistol. But if Budapest 5 take this pistol round, it kind of feels like the final nail in the coffin. Hellraisers will have such a task to pull it all the way back. I'm not sure how doable it really will be.
Well, as they go out from main, it's going to be Corey to find Lime. Follow-up push comes through as well. Now they take the steps towards the slide, trying to catch out whoever they can. They will find one. Anakin straight through to get next center matter with Corey trying to pressure down the player with the kit as well. It puts the Hellraisers in such an impossible situation. All on problem. The job's finished. Torzy good for another as he goes 29 now. And Budapest 5, that pistol round should cement this game.
Yeah, it probably should, especially considering the dominant fashion that it came through into. I mean, it wasn't like it was a close round and they were trading frags and they needed to use the bomb pressure or utility or anything to get it done. They literally just burst into the A site, didn't even bother with the C4. They just took all the gunfights and they won pretty much every single one of them. Kept 3 players alive. They go into round number 17. They've got rifles to work with, only a single Mac 10 on Gaulio. As they face up against a force buy here from Hellraisers. A scout, a couple of SMGs, Deagle, and oh my, not a good start from Lime. Bullet straight to the head.
It's just so one-sided. Budapest 5, they try to stack up towards Ivy. They'll look to make their way on forward, and Hellraisers aren't really clearing it for now. Instead, Kalinka, he'll stack up with his teammate of Anikes to try and fight it together. And with 3 players all ready towards this stop sign position, it means that they can duel anyone who comes their way together. But well, I have to see what avail that does. The Budapest 5, they make their presence to them. They start shifting on forward as they look to crunch towards the safe site. Pop door control pretty much established any second now. Torzy good for Kalinka. Flourish to trade, but Flourish good for 2. Coolio's Molly good for 2 as well. All down to problem. 1 versus 3, and Corey's ready to swing straight into him. Tell you what, though, they killed Torzy, but it doesn't matter as Corey finishes the job. Budapest 5, they lead 30-4, and they force Hellraisers down to a niko.
Oh no, that's his 5th death. That's his 5th death.
What's he going to do? His KD has just been ruined. Skewered.
Well, he's got himself onto 30 now, so that is still a KD of 6, and I think that's probably all right, isn't it?
It's acceptable.
Yeah.
What I think is quite interesting as well is on the pistol round, first pistol round, you said Coolio was snap adding. Let's see how that's gone. Well, Hellraisers, pistols in hand. They'll try to do the odd bit of damage. Kalinko, he's able to shut down Coolio. But Scory swings up from the flank. He'll look to just clean house. And Flarett's caught out. And he's able to trade with a retrieved Mac 10, but Dorsey sends him to an early grave. And as he goes 2-on-3, this should just be a swift little clean up for Budapest 5.
Yeah, nice bit of cash here from Corey as well, finding these on the Mac 10. Fleeve joins the party, finds himself his first kill of the round. And oh, that is a big whiff from Problem. Does come out on top due to the fact that Corey didn't have enough bullets. And actually doing a little bit of further damage. Potential that maybe he can make something work here. But with his position known, he has to fall away. Surely this isn't a save. Surely he wraps around. Yeah, okay. I think he's going to wrap around and try and get into Pop Dog. Try and do some damage from there.
Doesn't have a kit though, and so that is going to be a very tough hold for the time being as well. Torsey and Fleeve, those two members left standing, and I think they'll just be spotted out by Fleeve here as he aggresses out from Pop Dog. If not, Torsey finishes the job. 32-5 now as Budapest 5, they lead 14-4.
Well, this is where the big guns come out, and if the pistol round win wasn't the final nail in the coffin, this certainly will be. If Budapest 5 can convert this one, then we could certainly be looking at a 16-4 scoreline. In fact, it will be likely that we'll be looking at a 16-4 scoreline. They do have to cross this final hurdle first, and Hellraisers, they have got a lot to work with. The AWP on Anikes, rifles on the rest, trying to get a little bit aggressive towards Pop Dog this time round, but Budapest 5 respond with aggression of their own. Corey lingering around these smokes, and he is able to find the first onto Lime.
Perfect opening for Budapest 5. Now, more flashes go out. They force Kalinka away, and as they continue just moving on forward towards the safe site, Hellraisers seem out of options. Larich is able to find Fleeve. That's an opening, but is there a trade? Yes, there is. Color through the smoke to shut down Kalinka. Forces Dorsey forward. Peeks and uncharacteristically misses a shot, but it's traded by Coolio. Anikes gets the next set of the matter. 2-on-3 now, and Anikes back sight is going to desperately try and hold the players all around him.
And then there's any opportunity to get much done here. Quick shot, but nothing more. 15 now for Budapest 5 as Hellraisers, they have absolutely no money to work with. Not even enough cash to pull out some M4s. And we will see the parry match odds for probably the last time this game. In fact, we won't see the odds. We'll just see the little bonus thing. Of course, maybe too late on this game unless you're expecting Hellraisers to make a comeback, but there's still plenty more Counter-Strike to be played. We've got 1 or 2 more maps in this series and more CS over the next couple of days. So if you do want to head over to Paramatch, make sure to sign up, get that special first deposit bonus. And as we get right back into round number 20, this is where Budapest 5, they want to try and close.
I'll tell you what, do you think Torsey might be able to hit a KD of 7 before the end of the game?
What would that require? What, he's got 5 deaths and what, like 32?
So he needs 2 more kills. Never mind.
2 more kills. No,
yeah,
okay.
Right. Well, that's that. 3-on-3 now as Budapest 5. They make their way towards this site. They haven't quite got the bomb there though. Kalinka switching to the side, unable to catch out that player towards Hell. And well, as Coolio's taken down, Corey trades, puts it down to a 2-on-2. The shaky buy from Hellraisers. What good will it bear as well? Corey, he's holding for the Ivy player. Problem is location unknown, but it doesn't matter. Color finishes the job. A 1 versus 2 for Flarich on minimal amounts of HP. And tell you what, Josh, we may see a very quick affair on hand.
He might have just given up. But when I saw the knives come out, I thought he just typed in the chat, like, knife, question mark, please. I don't know, man. There's no hope here for Hellraisers. 1 versus 2, C4's planted. Maybe there's a chance for Flourish to clutch up this round, but even then, they need 10 in a row just to take it to OT. Budapest 5, they have seriously surprised me. This is unbelievable. And if they can carry this momentum across to Nuke, I mean, what's in store?
Oh, he's able to catch out Color. But Corey, round the corner towards Connect. There's no way you expect this. And Corey knows this as well. A well-timed peek. He'll finish the job. Budapest 5, they take the game 16-4. And oh my, what a game that was. And Budapest 5, they wiped the floor with Hellraisers.
They absolutely do, yeah. The bloody tile's fallen off again, Kremer. Look, it just fell off just then. I didn't even have time to put it back on. Unbelievable. Anyway, really, really dominant stuff. And honestly, I'm speechless. I'm completely shocked. We do sometimes see these upsets in Counter-Strike, but considering how we saw Hellraisers playing earlier on Inferno, to go onto their strongest map of Train, to play it against a side that inherently they should just be better than anyway, and to get demolished like that is really, really sensational. And as you say, Budapest 5 causing an upset on Train, if they can go into Nuke and just play Nuke how they normally play Nuke, there's a really, really good chance for a 2-0 and for Budapest 5 to blitz right through to the playoffs with that top seed in Group B.
Absolutely, and that's a scary precedent. In this break, of course, Hellraisers, they're going to have to just talk amongst themselves and just figure out what the hell do you change. Moving on to what will be Budapest 5's map pick of Nuke. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with map 2.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
Chose again, a different story, different way. Will you find your happiness, or more of just the same? More of just the same. 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 chose again. A different story, different way. Will you find your happiness? Or more of just the same? All of just the same. 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 Just the
shot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Very much. They play, you win.
Hello and welcome to the second match of our winners bracket. Tell you what, we just saw something incredible from Torzy for Budapest 5 to take Train against Hellraisers. Train of all maps, 16-4. We heard an abhorrent statistic that came in just from our producer there, which was that Torzy, he picked up an AWP on round 5. He'd already had 4 deaths. He didn't die until it was 14-4 in favor of Budapest 5. If that isn't incredible, I don't know what is. That man is on a whole other level. And right now, if I were Hellraisers, I would be damn scared of Nuke. Of course, I'm your Caster Crema 3, and I'm joined by a man who's known to just voice act under the pseudonym of David Attenborough. It's M&J. How are you feeling about this one?
I'm feeling quite good about this one, Crema. I'm feeling really good about this one.
Are you trying to be?
I was trying to be David Attenborough. I can't do David Attenborough. I don't know. I can't do it.
He's quite old now, so it's a bit more raspy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit more like I can't even do it. I don't watch enough David Attenborough, man. You're probably better with that one. You're probably better.
Am I a man who would watch David Attenborough?
Yeah, you definitely are. Don't lie.
I mean, you're not wrong, but like, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there we go. As we see those Paramatch odds pop up on the screen, it's actually no surprise that they do swing in Budapest 5's favour. We talked in that kind of break about how repeatable that really is from Budapest 5. Realistically, neither of us are expecting them to just come in and completely steamroll Nuke as well. But considering their performance on Train, considering Nuke's their pick, they've got a real good opportunity to take it. And I mean, yeah, I'm not really too sure what to expect. I think it doesn't necessarily come down to Torzy like it did before. Torzy was a major player on Train and a real big reason for their win, but I don't think he was just like carrying by any means. Other players were still firing through. It was just kind of like they were being given a lack of opportunity because Torzy was finding all the kills. Now, realistically, even though Nuke's a pretty AWP heavy map, I'm not expecting Torzy to come into Nuke and drop another 30 bomb. Yeah, I'm just not. But as long as the rest of his teammates are firing through, and as long as he doesn't completely run out of gas, then I think there's a good opportunity for them to take this one, especially considering they're starting off on the T side. So if they can get off to a good start on their T side, they maybe take 6-7 rounds, they're in a real prime position to finish this off.
Absolutely. So to highlight as well is that his teammates, they were all, as you mentioned, they were all getting kills. It's just Torzy killed everyone first. What I want to know is, if Torzy didn't get all those kills, would that have still been such a one-sided game? Because the reality is, because his teammates were all killing people, it came to the point where it looked like Hellraisers was just outclassed from every level. It just happened to be Torzy the kind of showing that bled through the most. But of course, we're going to get into this pistol round. Hellraisers starting on that CT side, the favoured CT side, and the Budapest 5 straight on that T side. Of course, this pistol round will set the tempo. This will set the style of the game we're about to see. And well, Budapest 5, they go into it with a fair bit of utility on the hands of Torzy, a bit more to be expended already, though, but Problems Man find the first kill. Flea falls, Danikos Dinko down in response, though, so push comes down towards outside. Trying to saw Danikos unable to do so, though, some flashes go out towards A, and now with that, they try to onslaught this site, but Danikos looks to hold firm.
With only 7 points of health, Danikos still doing further damage. 2 more headshots come through, and this one's pretty much been put to bed. This has been a near-flawless round here from Hellraisers. The Glocks on Coolio and Corey, they do the dinks. And that's really the issue with these Glocks. Up close and personal, the spam ability, the one-hit headshot potential really does tailor towards you. But from a distance. I mean, they've found 3 headshots, and all it's done is heavy damage. Corey drops. It all comes down to Coolio. He's got 3 players that are 1 tap away from death. But it's a 1v5. I really don't fancy his chances. Oh.
Well, he's good for 1. Lines up a second, and now all the players are low on HP. This is doable, but Anikes comes out on top. And credit where credit is due to Anikes, who on just 7 HP finds 3 kills there to pull Hellraisers forward to their first round. Budapest 5, of course, looks like they will respond with a bit of a force buy to try and keep up the pressure and keep up that momentum they established on that first map.
How crazy would that have been? And how much of a slap in the face would that have been as well if Budapest 5 had actually clutched up that 1 versus 5 situation? It became doable. As soon as he found the 2 full HP players, Coolio had a real good chance of taking that 1-on-3. With the Galils now, Coolio able to open things up. Remember, Budapest 5 off the back of it, they've actually gone for some rifles, despite the fact that they didn't get a bomb down either. Oh. And they're still doing damage. 1 dig from Corey, man advantage obtained, and he's got the idea that the flank's coming through from ramp, converts the headshot, can't get the second, but a 1-on-3 for Flarich. He doesn't know the bomb's down either. Oh, Budapest 5. What a response.
I feel like Hellraisers, for them, a pistol round is the most fluky round you can get. Budapest 5, the second they hit a full blind, just go, all right, well, we'll give you the pistol round. We'll just show you how it's done. And they do just that. Flarich, he's on the wrong site at the wrong time. As the plant goes down, he's going to realize he's hot out of luck. So make his way back up towards ramp. I think we will just see a save on the armor, the util, the Galil as well. Otherwise, Budapest 5 are going to pull ahead and potentially look to just topple Hellraisers completely here.
Yeah, I mean, saving this Galil somewhat indicates that they might be going for a force in the next round. I think realistically, he'll probably want to save it in any scenario regardless. But considering they've traded rounds back and forth, they'll probably want to go for a force in the next. Having this Galil gives them a little bit more firepower. It packs a little bit more of a punch than anything else that they'll actually be able to afford. But it does mean that Budapest 5, they bounce right back. They did this again as well earlier on in their best of 1 against Sangal. They lost the pistol round on train. They bounced right back in the second. And as I always say, it actually works out better for you doing that than it does winning the pistol. It just gives you a huge economical advantage. It completely breaks the economy of your opponents. And we're seeing that right now. Hellraisers have got no money. They are literally fully investing. And a full investment is like a deagle and a little bit of util.
It's negligible amounts of firepower right now, and, well, it's a bit of an early approach from Anikes, so he can just find ahead. Unable to do so, though, as right now, Hellraisers, they could do damage if they land their headshots, but the reality is Budapest 5, they didn't give them the option to do so on trade. It looks like they weren't given the option to do so now, as they show outside presence. They get set up before turning their attention back down towards ramp. Again, flashes go down, it forces Anikes back, and as the drop comes down, this allows a full push from Coolio. Will he be able to shut down Anikes? It looks like he might just be unable to, as instead he'll wrap all the way around towards Heaven, clearing it, making sure ramp's fully cleared, joining his teammates and bombing it down towards the speed site, in which Lime will join Anikes towards Secret, and what's going to be a very tough hold.
Well, as the digits get tapped in, Hellraisers, this is going to be a very tricky retake. Man disadvantage as they try and get back into this one. Color is able to find the first. And this just becomes 10 times harder. They're continuing to press forward. They don't even want Hellraiser saving at this point. They have made the save call. They're falling away from this. They want to carry these weapons across into the next. They fancy their chances at doing damage in round number 4 than they do right here. But it's looking like they're not even going to get the opportunity to do so. Nice response from Anikes. That might give them safe passage to fall away. And maybe even an AK to grab hold of. Only if they don't
even think Anikes will be able to hold this. He's being hunted down like a wild boar, and Budapest 5 more than happy to try and oblige him. Flea takes his head clean off. And Budapest 5, they take the lead 2-1 here. Hellraisers looking outclassed. They move to an eco to give Budapest 5 a chance to build some economy. And tell you what, Josh, if you're the T side of Nuke, how many rounds do you want for your half to be considered successful?
I normally say the break-even point is 6. I think if you can take 6 rounds, then that's a fairly successful T side. It obviously does depend on the team. Some teams do actually just do really, really well on the T side of Nuke. But yeah, generally speaking, I'd say the average is around about 6. This is an interesting configuration from Hellraisers. Realistically, right now, of course, they are just trying to do damage. I don't think they're expecting to win the round off of the back of this, but if they can find a couple of kills, I think they'll be more than happy. And Budapest 5, what's also interesting is we're in round number 4, and Torzi hasn't actually found any kills yet. It's been everybody else doing the work.
Yep. To be honest, he hasn't really seen anyone. He's only got one death, and so he still has time to pop off, and we haven't seen that AWP come out for the time being. And Budapest 5, so they move on ahead. They're going to walk straight into this stack towards A, which Hellraisers, they just look to congregate towards center site. And Nade's stack right now would be awful, but it's going to be the max 10 of Fleet to find one, find two, looking for a bit more actually as the switch to the Glock. Problem finishes the job. Torsey from behind though will line up the next two, and Budapest 5 in swift manner make it 3, but look at the economy on Fleet.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's more than happy with that outcome. Realistically, he doesn't want to hold on to that Mac 10, and Coolio's not going to hold on to the MP9 either. They're going to throw him away and reinvest. And Fleeve has quite literally profited. Remember, you get $600 for every kill you get with one of those SMGs. Off of the back of that 3K, that's $1,800. Mac 10 only costs $1,000, so he's more than happy.
Something to highlight as well. You know how you mentioned how some teams are really good on the T side of Nuke? Budapest 5 aren't one of them. Budapest 5, their strongest side is the CT side. Hellraisers, their strongest side is the CT side as well. Right now, every round Budapest 5 take is going to be so detrimental to Hellraisers, and we may see that now as, well, for the time being, Hellraisers on this first full buy with only a single flash with futility to help them. And he cares on a glass cannon as well. It's a tough call for Hellraisers.
And remember, we're only 4 rounds in, and Budapest 5 are already halfway to their break-even point. If they can win this by round 2, then they might just be able to creep closer and closer to it. Torsey finds that opening pick. Problem narrowly gets away with his life, but he has to fall right back to the B site. He needs to buy some time for the rotates. In the meantime, Lime's able to take out Fleeve. That evens up numbers, brings it back into a 4-on-4. But off of the back of the contact that they took on ramp, they don't actually fancy their chances towards B anymore. Instead, they want to get up the ladder, get into heaven, take this duel with Flarich, trade 1-for-1, and try and get on this A-bomb site.
And now 2-on-3, and Carlos is just around the corner. He's got Kalinka to worry about, but Kalinka goes for the timing. Does he get caught out? Yes, he does. Color finds himself on top as they try to descend towards this A-bomb site. Lime will find Corey, putting it all on Color. 1 versus 2. There's one to worry about from ramp, one to worry about center site. And if you can find the first center site player quickly, then he's going to be in a fairly advantageous position. Lime just teasing the angle, but Color has the advantage. You'll hear the player come up from vents as well. Shifting forward. Does he actually hear the player problem? No, he doesn't. What's out that bomb once? Problem trying to push him on forward.
Oh, no.
Bomb is stuck. Hellraisers, they make it second. They don't quite reset Budapest 5, but they show that they do still bear teeth as Budapest 5 move to their next full buy. And he goes to look at the parry match odds. Of course, they're favouring Budapest 5 after that game. How could they not be? But not as far apart as you would expect, actually, as we say that they update. But Hellraisers almost 3-1. Do you think Hellraisers can come back? Well, now's your chance to place that bet because, of course, if you click on that parry match banner down below, you'll, of course, get that super duper bonus on your first deposit.
I mean, we actually see those odds shift a little bit as well on the basis that Budapest 5, they've taken these early rounds. They've got the lead here on you. I think it'd be very different if Hellraisers came into this one and took like an early 5-0 lead and they were looking really dominant. I think the odds would maybe start to swing in their favor a little bit. But Budapest 5 showing that they are a force to be reckoned with. They are here to play. Unfortunately for them, just missing out on that last round. And it seemed bizarre. Like, the sound cue was definitely made. I'm not sure if it was out of range or if it just wasn't relayed. I don't know. But could have been a bug in the map. There's plenty of those in Counter-Strike. Budapest 5. They look to try and make this one 4. And they've actually got an advantage here. You see Torsey on that AWP, everyone else with the AKs, and Hellraisers, they're demoted down to the FAMASs right now. Early 1-for-1 trade. Annika's coming in from behind to do some damage, but they're losing the engagement. And Budapest 5, that's a real nice clean round for them, with Torsey finding one of his own.
I would be so scared right now if I was on that side of Hellraisers. Budapest 5, that was a clean and fast round as they shut down that side. And, well, Hellraisers, they've got no choice but to go down to another eco. We see the odd deal come out, the odd USP to follow through. Hellraisers, they go for their first time out as they must be asking themselves, surely we don't see a repeat of Train. But I tell you what, Budapest 5, they're looking more than happy to put it ahead. And you know what's scary? You know when you said Torsey hasn't done anything since then? Well, since then he's gone 4-1. So as Torsey starts to wake up, Hellraisers really start to, well, they're going to need to start fearing them because it's like Torsey's like a dragon that's slowly awakening from its slumber. And for Hellraisers, that's a scary prospect.
And what do you feed dragons? Because, I mean, Torsey eats orcs, yeah?
Hellraisers members, I guess.
Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. As soon as you give Torsey an AWP, just completely demolishes Hellraisers. And yeah, that's what we've seen in the last couple of rounds. Picks up that AWP, does some serious damage with it. Budapest 5, they lead by 2, they look to make it 3, and it's all about damage control here against the Pistols. Only a single Desert Eagle to contend with on Kalinka. He's the only man with a little bit of extra cash to justify the investment. As they go for the stack towards ramp, and it doesn't look like it's going to work out for them this time round.
Bit of a lull as Budapest 5 just take their time peeking what they can. It's nothing too substantial as they just shift on forward and catch out the odd member wherever possible. But Hellraisers, they really are just having to play the distance. They really are just having to sit back and relax as Budapest 5, they realise that they are going to be against a bit of an eco with the lack of response from their initial utility. And with that, they're going to start congregating towards the outside. And as the set piece goes down, it's down to Hellraisers. The ball falls into their courts. What do?
I'm not sure. They're not running out of options just yet. There's still plenty of rounds to play with. But as Budapest 5 get themselves onto 5 rounds here.
That timing's heartbreaking.
Yeah, that timing is heartbreaking.
It's genuinely heartbreaking. As ramp gets established and, well, Hellraisers, they've backed away from their stack. For now, these Eagles, it's going to be good as Kalinka shuts down the first trades there by Fleeve. And this goes 1 for 1. I think Budapest 5 may have realised that there's a potential stack here, and as they back away, they turn their attention towards the A site. They all come on out, and for Fleeve, he's going to have to try and clean up these eco frags. First player shifts into his crosshair, good for the first. Follow-up, not quite there. He's actually run out of ammo, but the Glock will ring true. All on Flourish, the last man left standing. He's dinked, he's tagged, and he's not quite finished. There's still one tap for Fleeve with the last bullet remaining, but Corey sends him to an early grave. 5-2 the scoreline as Hellraisers move to their next buy in an attempt to slam the brakes onto Budapest 5.
Well, as we see that Hellcase banner pop up on your screen, look at that code. It's going to get your 15% refill bonus and grab what you deserve. Remember, Hellcase is the place for well-made cases and a lot of new content every single month. So go and check it out. As we get into round number 8 then, Budapest 5, they lead by 3, and they're actually 1 away from that 6 rounds. The magical number that we always say here on Nuke is considered a good half. They go for the outside push, actually trying to get down secret. They don't go for the wall of smokes, which is bizarre. They conserve the utility. They've been spotted, and now Lime tries to go for the spray down, can't get anything done, and this B site is open for business.
Well, Aniket's a problem, able to bring out a few kills, and as Aniket comes out on top, that's a perfect display now for that side. But Torzy still breathes. Well, Torzy still draws breath, and right now that is a spanner into the works of Hellraisers. They make their way down towards ramp. They're going to be running straight into the AWP of Torzy as well, giving him an absolutely perfect and, well, position to try and ring out some shots from. Unfortunately, the timing isn't quite with him, but the flank is there. And as Fleeve will look to shut down these members, it's going to be down to Torzy to just hold firm. And right now, the best thing Torzy can do is stay alive.
Oh, they're even watching for the flank and Fleeve. Only good for damage. I mean, that's unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. If Fleeve was a couple of seconds quicker, he was actually able to step at some stages there. He was far enough away it wouldn't have had the sound cue, but he had no idea of knowing. Torzy very, very nearly pulled that one back. He certainly pulled it back into contention, but unable to finish it off at the end. Hellraisers narrowly take a third, prevent Budapest 5 from getting onto that magic number. But they do have to face up against another buy, and they'll probably have to face up against somewhat of an investment in the next as well, even if they do win this one. Budapest 5, they do re-aggress, though. They bounce back with a fast vent dive.
Now, problem, he's able to find that early kill, and he doubles up as well before Coolio's able to trade on out. However, supply goes down towards B. This puts Budapest 5 in a bit of an advantageous situation as they slap a fuse on this round, but as Torzy aggresses towards outside, he'll hear all the players towards the lobby. That means this ramp push is going to come through pretty damn quick. Coolio, he'll be in a position to try and shut down any aggressors for the time being as Kalinka shuts down the rotation. All pressure on Coolio to aggress, but Aniket is ready for it. It's all on Torzy. 1 versus 4. He spots out the first, he backs away, and he saves this AWP. Understandably so, as Hellraisers look to make this game a bit closer than Train.
It's definitely shaping up that way. I think, what was Train? 16-4?
16-4.
16-4, okay, so Hellraisers are already there. Hellraisers have matched their scoreline on Train, and we're only 9 rounds in. Budapest 5 off the back of saving that AWP. I think they might actually justify going for an investment here. Torzy can drop an AK over to Corey, and everybody else can buy. Maybe we'll just see Carlo down to a Galil. Or Torzy can even drop another AK. There we go. Full investment. Lovely stuff. everybody with all the tools to work with, but this is their last opportunity. If they lose this round, Hellraisers, they will be able to take the lead. They'll be allowed a freebie in the next, and they'll be right back in this one. So Budapest 5, this is really their last opportunity to continue to apply the pressure that they have been. It all comes down to how they play it. We've seen them go for a couple of funky things. The vent dive in the last almost worked out for them, but it seems that in the post plant, that's where they struggle. Finding these opening picks, they have no issue. They burst right in, they find those opening kills, they get that bomb planted, and then the retakes from Hellraisers just seem too strong.
Absolutely perfect by them. And for Hellraisers, they go for this next timeout to just figure out what to do next. And, you know, as you mentioned earlier, Budapest 5, this is definitely a bit of a harder game. But now they've tried something fast. It hasn't worked. I want to see them just slow it up, look for picks, and try and utilize Torzi in more of a default fashion where he just entries where he can. I know that Anikes, he likes to go for that duel towards Squeaky. If Torzi can try and duel him there, we'll have to see who comes out on top. But Anikes, for the most part, has actually been fairly strong, and now he's really woken up on Nuke, comparative to how he was on Train. This could be something that Budapest may have to shut down, and may end up delving into what will just be a battle of the orbs.
Absolutely, yeah. On a map like Nuke, I mean, you'd expect it on Train, but Anikes just didn't seem to have a lot of impact over on Train. On Nuke, if he's firing on all cylinders, he could be dangerous. Nice one tap from JLN. Brings it back into a 4-on-4. In the meantime, though, Budapest 5, they're winning their engagements. Man advantage in their favor. Is it traded back? Oh, it's very messy through the smoke, but it absolutely is. No trade potential as, well, Budapest 5 can't even see where they died from, but the man advantage still in their favor, and, well, they've got the positional advantage too, but it comes down to a one-on-one.
Color in this 1-versus-1 will back away, shifting back down towards Squeaky. That smoke makes Anikes have to guess, and as long as Anikes keeps guessing, Color has a chance. We'll hear the player drop down and hear him move across towards center site. He drops further, swing goes white. Color, that's a nice shot as Budapest 5 come out on top. They make it a 6 as they lead 6-4, and more importantly, they decimate that Hellraisers economy once more.
I mean, Anikes had a brilliant read on it as well. I mean, by the fact that he dropped, and off of the back of the drop, there was no swing from Hut, kind of confirms to him that he has wrapped around towards Squeaky. But yeah, he just didn't really have the right tool for the job there. With the AWP, he was always going to lose that engagement, and Color was just too quick to the trigger. Really, really snappy headshot there to finish it off. Budapest 5 onto 6 then as we go into round number 11. And as you say, Hellraiser's economy is actually broken right now. So by the fact that they have nothing to invest into this, probably means we'll only see a couple of pistols come out. I mean, if everybody had the kind of cash that Anikes and Flaric had, then we'd see a half buy. But considering Kalinka, Lime, and Problem are all just on $2,000, they certainly can't justify buying anything. So I think this will actually just be an eco, with Anikes trying to save a little bit of extra cash to go for an AWP in the next, which is basically a free round for Budapest 5. This is almost certainly going to be 7, and that is fantastic for the T side here on Nuke. And we're like only just past the halfway point. We've still got plenty of rounds to play with here in the first half.
You said it perfectly, because everything that Budapest 5 does right now rises to the fact that they win this half, and they're saying they'll do just that. The surge aggression towards outside. Lime actually able to come out on top for Coolio. Trades either way, though, as Flaric now finds yet one more, and, well, there we have it. The collapse comes through. It's Fleet to find one more, and Saucy finishes it off. Color gets the next say in the matter. It's a messy round, and Hellraisers do a substantial amount of damage. To be honest, Budapest 5, their economy isn't that good to be losing that many players, as the Hellraisers are going to be very happy with that. As we move to the next buy, this is seriously where it matters. And if Budapest 5 win this, then we may see another swift half.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Budapest 5 took far too much damage in that last round, but as long as they win it, they're already past their minimum benchmark. Yeah, they're already on 7 rounds. They've still got a few more, 4 chances actually to extend this one further. I like the aggression from Line, but Corey reads it beautifully. What a headshot to open things up. Gives them a man advantage, gives them a probably 65 to 75% chance of converting this round, just statistically speaking. And now as they push around, they wrap this A site, they pincer it from all angles, and they're looking to just try and crush. They're trading evenly. They could take 8 right now.
And he goes back side. He tries to go for the timing, but he's just caught out. Flea flies the next towards he trades. Problems get the next say in the matter before Color just nails it down. Budapest 5 was 88-4. Win the half on the T side. You need to bear in mind as well, Hellraisers suck on their T side. They only win 35% of rounds. Budapest on their CT side win 55. Right now, Budapest 5 on their least favored side are actually doing substantially better than Hellraisers on their favored side. So I really fear for what comes next, as right now Hellraisers, they desperately need to make this as close as possible, but as they go down to Deagles yet again, how can they?
That's just the danger of playing against a team that have a high T-round win percent. I mean, Budapest 5 average 50.2% of their T-sided rounds. So really, really good stuff. They're normally hitting around about 7, sometimes 8. They're already on 8, and they're looking to make it more. Fleeve, timing's impeccable. Can't quite catch out the Deagle flanking, but as they push right in, they're only against the pistols, and these AKs should just be able to mop the floor with them. Budapest 5 blitz right onto this B site. They will be able to get this C4 planted, and Fleeve, well, he's just the lingering man, the lurker to catch out these pistols, and he's doing his job beautifully.
And I guess he can find Torsey, but he needs to be aware about the guy who's still outside. And, well, backside, problem's good for 1. He looks to double up, unable to do so. And right now, for Anikes, this is just a matter of saving. Budapest 5, they pull ahead to make it 9, and they look to make this such a one-sided half.
If Problem had connected that second shot, there's really an opportunity
hope,
for them. But yeah,
it's just hope.
That's it. Anikes, he'll be able to save an AWP. I think he would have just about been able to afford one in the next anyway, but yeah, getting it for free means that he has some extra cash to work with. He can get some util, save some money. Doesn't look like Budapest 5 are going to be able to hunt him down either. They do have an idea of where he is, and it seems like they are actually pressing forward for him. So with this flashbang in hand, they'll pop it over the top. It does connect with him. He has to fall away. A secondary one there too. They're going to take this off away from him. There's so many flashes, he can't even see. The Molotovs add insult to injury. They'll swing. He connects on the first, but Budapest 5 don't care. They take the AWP out of the equation. They're actually unable to retrieve it, to drop it over to Torsey, but he's got enough cash to buy another one. Instead, opts against it, and he wants the AK.
I think, more importantly, that round was Budapest 5 taking the AWP away rather than them being able to retrieve it. The fact that Hellraisers now have to reinvest, we look at their economy as well, it's just an absolute tatters. We have a technical pause come out because one of the players on Budapest 5 are expecting a few FPS drops, but that should be resolved momentarily. But I tell you what, Josh, I fear this could be a repeater train.
It's starting to shape up that way, isn't it? We see those... Yeah. I mean, that's actually exactly what we saw on Train. Back and forth rounds at the start, then Budapest 5 stealing the show. And there we go. Look at those power match odds. Our partners certainly anticipating Budapest 5 to just completely steamroll this map. And that will be the series that goes with it. If you fancy their odds or you fancy Hellraisers' chances of pulling this one back here on Nuke, then make sure you do check out those banners below and head over to Paramatch for your special first deposit bonus. You get into round number 14.
You're right.
Take it away, Kramer.
Yeah, sorry, I got a bit excited there and just tried to come in. But Budapest 5 lining up for a standard A take. Set pieces go down. Molly's follow. Kilio trying to hold us. It's an instant kill onto Kalinka. Follow-up push comes on through. Lime trying to swing wide color to get anything say in the matter. It's an absolute slaughter. As both Anikes and Problem, the last 2 members left standing, all they can hope to do right at this point is save. Granted, they find Torsey. Granted, they find it on exits. But when you're 10-4 down, you can't settle for exits. These aren't silver linings you can settle for. As Hellraisers, they are in desperate need of rounds, and Budapest 5 just proved they're a side to fear.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the thing is as well, and this is where Hellraisers need to be scared, is it's no longer even the Torsey show. Over on Train, we kind of debated, are they winning because Torsey's finding all of these opening picks, or are they just winning because all of the team are doing really well and Torsey's finding loads of kills? And what they're kind of proving here on Nuke is, yeah, Torsey's just matching the performance of everybody else. And as soon as they get this confidence going, they are just absolutely on fire. This is like one of the first rounds that we've seen them just all flared up, full of confidence, burst into the A site and just win all the Angels. And that, as soon as Budapest 5 get to that stage, that's where you've got to just go and hide. That is where you say, oh, wow, we're in for some trouble.
And well, the firepower is pretty much even as we move into the final round of this first half. It's a buy that isn't too bad for Hellraisers considering the pummeling they've taken up until now. Kalinka with an XM10, a bit shaky, but it's nothing too extreme. And well, as Budapest 5 make their way on forward, we see more smokes go down towards A. It's another A burst because frankly, why not? That first one was incredible. Kilio dropping straight down into vents, and as they make their way down towards B, there's no response whatsoever. Budapest 5, they look to try and catch up. Problem, they do just that. They usually doesn't ring true, and as Kilio aggresses himself towards ramp, Budapest 5 look like they're going to be in perfect position to make this 11.
Yeah, they absolutely should be able to, with the man advantage, Coolio in the prime position. As soon as Anikes pokes this barrel around the corner. He should be able to come out on top, and there we go. Misses the shot as well, just to add insult to injury. Coolio's going to come out on top. 4v2, make it a 4-on-1 as Flowage all on his lonesome with this M4A1S. Does tap in for some further damage, gets a second as well, almost taps onto the third head. That would have been dangerous, but instead, Budapest 5 come out on top. They string 6 in a row together right at the end to take this half 11-4, and that's on their T side here on Nuke. That's unbelievable.
Hellraisers, they look shattered. If Budapest 5 find this pistol round again, then Hellraisers is going to be in so much trouble, and I fear that that might just happen. You know, Hellraisers, their chance of winning a pistol round is about 35%, about 40%. And Budapest 5, as they go arm around the board, they're here for one thing and one thing only, and that's aim duels. Hellraisers, on the flip side, though, do go a bit util heavy, and they deployed early towards the door. 2 smokes and 2 flashes try and get them out as they barrel out towards the same side. Kill shot either way as Farage will find one. Their straight follow-up kill comes over, though, as Anakin tries to hold firm, and hold firm he does. 2 more quick kills, and suddenly looks like Hellraisers may spring to life here.
If Anakin has been doing anything right, it's the pistols. His pistol game has just been absolutely superb. Even in the eco rounds, with those pistols, he just seems fantastic. And we do often see, actually, the AWPers have that kind of pinpoint precision on these kind of rounds. And as soon as he has a USP in hand, he's absolutely deadly. Finds himself 2 kills. Budapest 5, I'm not really sure what they're going for here. I mean, there's no kit in play, and there's not really a lot of point in saving. So I think they're just kind of hoping to maybe do some damage, get a couple of extra kills. They know that the round is not in contention. There's no way of them winning it. And it is actually Kalinka to deal the final blow. So Hellraisers get themselves onto 5. That's one of the win conditions. That's one of the lifelines that they need to pull this one back. But for now, it's still a very, very thin lifeline as Budapest 5 lead by 6 and are going to be forcing back up into this one and try and, well, do what they've been doing so far, which is bounce back after losing the pistol and win the force buy. They've done it twice now today.
Budapest 5, they go on to this force buy, and as you mentioned, they have a nasty habit of winning it, and well, the problem is tagged down very early on by Thieves. He tries to cross towards the outside. Thieves needs to do a bit more damage, unable to do so. Those Torsey on the angle now. What good will he do? Well, he finds the first, looks for the second, unable to do so. I don't think he even meant to kill Lime there, but it does not matter. It's an even man count and an HP disparity as Hellraisers make their way towards this B site. Still 2 players ready for them, though. The smokes go down. Anakin finds Coolio. Now Corey will try to get in towards Vents. And that should be a B site secured.
Oh, Flea finishes off Anakez, and that's really the issue. As soon as you have a couple of players that are on half HP up against a Deagle and Scout Force, all of those weapons become deadly. They're essentially pocket AWPs. A lot of damage dealt by that nade. Fleeve, very lucky to be alive, only on 2 points of health. But they are going to go for this retake. No point in saving at this point. It's a 3v3. It's absolutely doable. Maybe not favorable, especially considering Problem's position. He will be able to fire through for the first. The Gallows swings off the back of it. What the hell is that from Corey? Unable to follow through. And, well, as it all comes down to color, I don't think we'll be able to get this 2v1. And there we go. Kalinka from below, able to deal the final blow. But a lot of damage dealt there from Budapest 5, keeping that Hellraisers economy honest.
Without a doubt. And as they go down to a bit of a shaky buy, the odd pistol here or there, they look to eco. Then they just give Hellraisers a chance to build some economy. And understandably so, because the reality is they've got rounds to play with. They can afford to give Hellraisers the odd round here or there as they move on forward and they wait to see just what gets brought their way.
Well, Corey, Deagle in hand. Oh, spots out the head, doesn't quite click in time, instead takes a step back, wants to try and catch him out on the cross. The wall of smokes goes over. A lot of utility being deployed here from Hellraisers. This is going to be tricky for Budapest 5 to get anything done, especially up close against the SMGs. Fleeve does land himself a headshot in the meantime. I have no idea where that came from. But Hellraisers still prevailing, still with the man advantage. Should be able to take this 18th and make it 7.
Cleveland to catch out Kalinka. Can he do so? Not quite, as Kalinka comes out on top. The aim punch proves to be a bit more detrimental than you would expect, as for now it looks like it will just be a swift little attack. And as Budapest 5, they've done the odd bit of damage. They've taken some head armor off some members. They've also gone and they've got a kill, so they can save the AK and they can kind of move away with a fairly clear conscience right now. But more importantly, Hellraisers, they're going to build an economy of their own off the back of a bomb plant.
Yeah, in those scenarios, the lack of Kevlar is a real problem. Right now, Anakez, the only man that's actually looking to try and hunt here. Of course, Everybody else with those rifles, they don't really want to lose them, but they know that there's potential that this AK has been snatched away, and it absolutely has. It's in Color's hands. And Anikes doesn't really want to hold on to this Mag-10. He wants to try and find a couple more kills with it, boost his money, and justify reinvesting into an AK in the next. So as he creeps around towards the T-spawn, Coolio is going to spot him out, spams away with the P250. Color's able to finish him off with the AK. And I think that's probably the end of the hunt here from Hellraisers. Maybe Lime pushes through. I've only just noticed he's actually only got a UMP to work with too.
Scolia looks to do a bit of damage wherever possible. He is just forced away, and well, with that, you wait to see anyone who comes towards them. And with that, Budapest 5, they make it 11. Oh, sorry, Hellraisers, they make it 7. I'm looking at the wrong scoreline there. As Budapest 5, they force them as best they can. We see that AWP come out on Torsian. Torsian with a much quieter game comparative to Train, but the reality is, how can you one-up Trainers? Hellraisers, they now look to really pull themselves back, and if they can win this buy round as the follow-up eco, they might actually be able to nullify that distance between these two teams, as Torsi goes a bit aggressive towards Secret to kick things off, and from there, let's see if he can catch out any of these encroaching members.
And if you keep an eye on that Hellraisers economy as well, because they've taken a few casualties in each of these rounds, despite the fact that they've won 3 in a row, they actually don't have tons of cash to work with. Torsi with this AWP, keeping his head just tucked below. The Molotov's going to force him right back, has to play a more passive angle. Let's see what he can do with it. Obviously, he was hitting some sensational shots on Train. His reactions were incredible. And as he tries to double dip, goes for the repeat. That's going to cost him his life. He drops completely untradeable. And Hellraisers can now blitz onto this B site. And it comes down to Fleeve to hold the line. And he can't do anything more than Torsi.
Beautiful shot, Michael Linker there to shut him down. So follow-up push comes down. Coolio, it's his turn to try and hold. And well, hold he does good for one. Flourish trades, and in a 2 versus 4, I think a safe may be called for Budapest 5 right now, as Problem turns his attention down towards Hut. It's all on Color, 1 versus 4, and with that, Budapest 5, they falter, and Hellraisers, they make it 8.
Oh, that's a big whiff from Color right at the end there. Problem survives on 1 point of health, and he can upgrade to an AK. So really successful round there from Hellraisers, as we see these parry match odds flash up on your screen once again. As Hellraisers close the gap, they also close the gap in the odds. They're still not the favourites, but they're closing in, as Budapest 5 now only lead by 3. And if you fancy those odds, you want to place a bet on either of these two teams, make sure you head over to Paramatch to do so. Click on that banner below in the Twitch panels to claim your special first deposit bonus.
And again, still ring true though, as Fleet falls instantly towards the lobby. Problem flashed off the position. They will allow Color to try and trade on to Kalinka. Probably got the extended amount of Problem turning a 1 around by Problem there, as he finds 1, 2, and 3 almost instantaneously. It falls down to Torsi in a 1 versus 4. But what good will it do here as he makes his way back up from the vents, trying to catch out some of these members, but I think that'll be it. Line finishes the job, and Budapest 5, they now lead 11-9 against Hellraisers, but that gap, it's slowly being reduced as Hellraisers start clawing their way back in.
Fair enough, it's against an eco, but Problem, what the hell was that? To convert the headshot, then the 180, then the spray transfer. Unbelievable. Unbelievable showcase of just how talented and how in control this man is. That rifle that's so difficult to control at times, as Hellraisers, they try and burst out towards A, try and find an opening pick. They spot the man in A main. That's Corey with the M4. Unable to convert any damage onto him, though. In the meantime, Torsi's holding outside, finds that opening pick, spots out a second as well. The flash will go over the top. No one there to support, though. It's just for him to go for the repeak. In the meantime, though, they've got the man advantage, and they've dealt some early damage.
So Budapest 5 are ready for an approaching A attack, and as Hellraisers, they stack up towards lobby. It might be just that on hand, but nothing too substantial comes for the time being. As instead, there's a bit of a lull. Problem looking to shift forward towards ramp. Anikes swings wide. Coolly up, he'll drop that molly, he'll back away, and he'll look to play the time as one of his teammates should join him momentarily.
Well, utility deployed towards this area of the map. Coolio tucked in the corner, though. Good for 1. There's the second. Can't quite convert on the 3rd. Flourish is there to trade it. But Coolio has done his job. He's exceeded expectations. He's tipped the numbers in Budapest's favour. And now it all comes down to Lime and Flourish to try and recover this one. Pick up the pieces of their fallen teammates. They've retrieved the C4. They don't want to opt down to ramp anymore, though. They actually want to try and bring it back towards this A site. And that's where there's a man in heaven patiently waiting. It's Color. his sole job right now is just to try and deny this plant and wait for his teammates to support. And instead, it's Corey to do that job. And it all leaves it down to Flourish.
Torzy ready for him. Torzy there to finish. And as Budapest 5 make it 12, they look like they might be in a position where they're looking to close out the game. Hellraisers, they buy up once more, and they can probably buy up for 2. But if Budapest 5 can reset that economy, then by the time they do reset it, they're going to be on a comfortable 14, potentially 15. As Hellraisers realize that this is going to be their chance to reset Budapest 5 in this round rather than in a couple of rounds' time, which is really Hellraisers' sweet spot to find a 10th and then an 11th in the same package with just a pissed round ahead.
This is a super important swing round for Hellraisers to win if they want any chance in this. Remember, this was an 11-4 half from Budapest 5, so they have actually lost 5 in a row prior to that round win. Let's just hope for their sake that it's a bit of a turning point for things to start to go their way once again. AWP on Torzy. Coolio takes a lot of early damage, unable to deal any of his own. Problem takes some tickle damage from the incendiary, but that's about it as Hellraisers all grouped up outside. 4 players looking to try and take this control, and I'm interested to see whether they deploy some smokes and try and get down secret, or whether they are just going to try and pounce in on A main, in which case Color and Corey will really be challenged.
Now, Keller, it looks to try and catch out an initial members. However, it looks like they do want to try and swarm their way towards the outside, either to secrets or to A. We don't know just yet. Also, let's go down towards Garage to try and force players away. Right now, Torzy does his all bring true. It's a push towards that. Well, Color, he finds one before Flourish trades, and now Corey, it's all on him. Torzy able to catch out the first member. There's a teammate in Vents as well, and it looks like Budapest 5 are in perfect position to try and nullify this. Torzy ready for the players to make their way towards heaven as Kalinka finds one. It's all on from the Banana Cares, and well, it works for the most part, but it's all down to Fleet now. 1 versus 1 Banana Cares, good for 1. Coolio to trade, perfect timing as he comes up from the Vents. And Budapest 5, it's messy, but they make it 13 nonetheless.
A couple of big whiffs there. I mean, Torzy missing the shot in heaven. I know he's being baited on the ladder. It looks a lot easier than it actually is to hit, but one that realistically he'd normally be hitting. Corey in the hollow vent. In that kind of scenario, either peeking off his teammates' contact, he would have found the kill, or even just winning the engagement. Really does cost Budapest 5, but as you say, the timing's impeccable. They're able to finish it off, trade 1 for 1, and take it to 13. Hellraisers, they do have enough cash to go for one last buy here, but if they lose this one, Budapest 5 will almost be guaranteed map point here on Nuke, and that's a pretty scary prospect.
It's series point as well, and as Kalinka shifts his way on forward, it's Lime to find Fleeve as he gets a bit too optimistic towards Secret. Now Corey, all the pressure's on him as he'll hear the players making their way around him. Does Torzy aggress towards outside? He knows there's a potential, and Lime, well, he's been timing pretty horrifically here. Torzy ready for the peak. Corey good for 1, Kalinka there to trade, and there we have it. That's Torzy almost pulled off the angle, but he doesn't. Instead, he teases the peak either way as he spots that initial shoulder peek. Was he spotted, though, is the real question here. He spots them jump across. Torzy drops down. Did he spot it, though, actually? That's from Locker. It's Lime to find him. All on Color, 1 versus 3. And this is now a horrific position for him.
Oh, absolutely is. Does get the drop onto Problem, though. Can upgrade to the AK, but in the meantime takes a fair amount of damage. And I think he's really contemplating where this is going to be. He has no idea, nor do I. And as he goes back up the vent, it seems like Lime is posted on the angle and able to eliminate him. Hellraisers on to 10 then, and it's just unfortunate. Torzy's kind of playing with the confidence that he had on Train, where he's going for these funky peaks and trying to get these close range jewels, and he's just not connecting. He's doing well, 14 to 14, of course, but Budapest 5, they need some big plays to tip this one over the edge. As they drop down to the Deagles, Hellraisers, good chance to try and close this gap a little bit further.
Now, Corey good for 1, and these Deagles suddenly ring true for Budapest 5 as Corey finds 1, Fleet finds another. The drive-by from Corey almost pulls out, but Problem with another 3k puts it down to a 3-on-1. Coolio now the man who has to try and hold it. We saw that, well, it's a situation Budapest 5 can win, but Coolio is only good for 1 before he's taken down. And with that, it goes 13 to 11. Hellraisers clawing their way back out, and Budapest 5, they take a timeout before they go to their next full buy. Hellraisers, that was a round they had to win. They win it. They force Budapest 5 down to a bad buy. Let's see how they fare from here.
Well, Budapest 5 really showcasing there just how inaccurate the Deagle can be when you're running. I mean, that was unreal. The drive-by really should have connected. Couple of unlucky shots missing here and there, and oh, Hellraisers on to 11. We do see this buy come out from Budapest 5. I mean, that's a pretty substantial buy. They've pretty much got everything that they could want to work with. They've just been running this single AWP setup. I don't think they've had enough at any point to justify a secondary AWP, to be honest. But even if they could, I'm not sure if they'd opt for it. We see the rifles come out. We see utility pretty healthy on everyone besides Torzi. Let's see what they can do with it. This is their chance to either hit this one over the edge or make life pretty difficult for themselves as Hellraisers burst right through the squeaky door and blitz onto this A site.
Oh. Kills either way. It's Corey's good for one. It's Nade good for a second before Lime gets the next set in the matter as he comes out on top. And it looks like all of a sudden Hellraisers with a man advantage though. They shift their way out towards A. Torsi waiting for this Molotov to fall, allowing him to get on towards Heaven. As Fleeve right now, his position towards Huts will be what has to draw the attention away from these members. He's ready for the initial peek, but none comes instead. Swing wide. Fleeve good for problem. Now suddenly Lime has to be a bit careful. And Lime, the same duel means everything right now for Torsi.
It absolutely does. If he can respond with a fast flick, then this might all be over. And there we go. Quick shot. All comes down to Anarkez. Both players are low. He swaps out to the P250, connects the first headshot. The bomb beeping away faster. And Anarkez hits the flick and keeps Hellraisers in this one. They stay alive for another round longer. And Budapest 5, they're forced down to a very, very low buy. Hellraisers can level out this scoreline with ease.
This has been a series of AWPers right now. We see Torzi, he wins a victory on Train, and well, Anarkez, he's keeping Hellraisers alive on Nuke. That was an incredible 1v2, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Budapest 5, they go down to pistols and armor, and Hellraisers, this is their chance to equalize. They go for early outside control, they get ready for an execution, and well, Budapest 5, this is definitely something to fear.
Yeah, Hellraisers, they've been trailing pretty much the entirety of this game, so to be able to equalize the scoreline certainly be something that they're super happy with. They do have to face up against a bit of a force fight here from Budapest 5, and as they trade evenly in the first engagement, the 5-7's looking to fire through for more. They do rotate around. In the meantime, Lime finds one. Hellraisers.
Well, I'll say, Peculiar, this UMP was everything, but Anarkez just shuts him down. Budapest 5. They falter again. Hellraisers, they're going to make it 13, and there's not much of a save either. The only gun they found from Kalinka was a UMP, so for the most part, Budapest 5, not only with a victory here, but also with a bomb plant, they're going to pull themselves ahead and tie things up, as Anarkez will be scoped in, ready for the aggression up from Secrets. As he's good for one. Is there a response? Well, he switches to P250, of course there is. Beautiful little 2K for him there, as he tied things up 13-13, and Hellraisers, they really look hungry for this map.
But you see these parry match odds pop up once again. Hellraisers now the favourites. That's taken a big turn since the last time we saw them. They are favoured to win this map on Nuke, despite the fact that the scoreline's 13-13. They've just been fired up here in this second half, their T side, despite the fact that historically it's not been doing too well. Right now, it is playing very, very nicely for them. And if you do want to head over to Paramatch and place a bet on either one of these sides, make sure you check out that banner down below to get that special first deposit bonus. And Kremer, if we keep an eye on this, right, Anarkez is on 28 frags right now. He is almost matching Torzi's output on Train. And that's almost all of it. The majority of these frags have come in from this T side. As soon as he's got this AWP on the attack, he is doing some serious damage.
That's just good either way. Anarkez now ready for the initial aggression. None comes though. That initial spout is nullified, and well, as Color jumps up, it's going to be a problem to shut him down. And once again, Hellraisers go for a man advantage. As Problem dives down into these vents. Budapest 5 may have a very swift push towards B to try and hold. Fleeve, though, in the smoke. Malo's trying to get around these members. His timing's everything, but Flarich finishes the job. 5-on-3 now, and we need to see a heroic play come out from one of these Budapest 5 members, and it looks like it will be Coolio, the man, to try and hold. As he hears players around him, he knows there's going to be a B hit. What good can he fare as well? And Molly, that should force him out of position. Instead, it's actually for Thorzy on ramp. As he's scoped in, ready for the odd pick wherever possible.
Not often you see a hard B anchor like this, so Coolio's position could easily go overlooked. After they've found 2 kills towards this area of the map, I don't think they'll be expecting a third man here. The only thing is because they don't have ramp control, there's definitely potential that he's pushed through. And bearing in mind, Flarich is feeling around towards A. As soon as he finds this headshot, it might actually be the call to just get back onto that A site, and that seems to be the case. Coolio, he'll be able to find himself one, but that big play he was hoping for, the hero, it's not going to come through this time around. Instead, Hellraisers get the bomb down on the A site. I think this will almost certainly be a safe call here from Budapest 5. And Hellraisers, this will be 14.
This is scary if you're on the side of Budapest 5. They make their way on forward, but what good will it do? Torsi ready for the player to push into him in the form of Flourish. None comes just yet, but there's definitely a flank from Ramp. He misses his shot.
No.
Flourish finishes. Problem secures. And, well, Hellraisers, they make it 14. They take the lead, and they force Budapest 5 down to another bad bye. The question is now, do Budapest 5 force up and try to equalize 14-14, or do they give Hellraisers that 15th?
I mean, what a mistake as well. They because of the amount of money that they have on the loss bonus, had they have just kept those 2 rifles alive, they would have been able to drop 2 M4s. They just have 1 man down to a FAMAS, and this would be a really strong buy. Instead, here in the 28th, we've just got MP9s to work with in fact, yeah, it is a Deagle. I thought it was a PT50 for a second there. Deagle on Torsi. They've kept just about enough money that they can go for a full buy in the next with the loss bonus. Torsi will have that AWP too. But they'll be allowing Hellraisers onto 15 in a map that they had an 11-4T half on. I mean, what a turn of events. Hellraisers, they have clawed this one right back. We might be going to a third. In fact, it's likely we're going to a third map at this stage.
Couldn't agree with you more. And as Fleeve, he'll make his way up from this event. He'll be able to drop the odd smoke here or there. Hellraisers, they deploy their own outside smokes to just pull a rotation from Budapest 5, but of course they're not going to fight for it, not with MP9s. And, well, as Line makes his way down, let's see how Budapest 5 respond. And, well, with the player events, there's definitely an opening, but Torsi's Deagle is the only real ranged weapon they have, and that's kind of saying something, considering Hellraisers are looking to go into this with AKs and AWPs. They still stack up towards the lobby. They're still waiting for a pick from Lime as he makes his way forward. Will he be caught out? No, he won't. Anikes finds Torsi, and with that, Budapest 5, this could be the start of the end for them.
Absolutely, these MP9s need to do some serious damage. Color up close, Corey falls, Fleeve dropping 2, Color's only good for 1, and it comes all down to Coolio. 1 on 4, all of his teammates have fallen like flies instantaneously. There's no point in saving here. You might as well try and do some damage, but to be honest, any damage that he does has very, very little impact. Hellraisers, they've got more than enough cash to reinvest. And Coolio, realistically, maybe he tries to save that AK. I'm trying to work out where that kill came through. I think it's completely unretrievable. I think it was actually over towards that A site, so no chance of him grabbing that AK, realistically. To be honest, just wants to try and do some damage on a lurking man.
Coolio trying to catch out this initial member, but I think saving the MP9, I suppose it's something you can drop next round if it needs be. You know, Corey, he's got no money whatsoever, but as this bomb goes off, Budapest 5, they're really up that creek without a paddle. As we see, they can buy, but there won't be much utility on Corey or Fleeve, and that is just such a scary precedence to set. Budapest 5, they call their final timeout just to try and tilt it. They just need to find 2 rounds on the bounce, and I'll tell you what, Josh, I'm not feeling optimistic for them.
Yeah, nor am I. I mean, I want to see Coolio throw this MP9 away. There we go. Out the map. Get it out there. Get an M4 out. This is your last chance to try and finish this one off. Anikes, he's hit the 30 bomb. He is just playing out of his mind right now. And yeah, that kind of output that Torsi was putting in before, he's just not contending. With this AWP, especially on this CT side, really not having that same kind of impact. Anikes pretty much winning the AWP duel every single time. Hellraisers, 2 chances to finish this one off. Budapest 5, it's overtime or bust. And to be honest, they really don't want to be going to overpass. That's kind of the thing right now. They have a much, much higher chance of actually pulling this back and getting it done on nuke than they do on overpass. So this is very important for them.
He goes aggressive. He's looking for the confidence play, so he's going straight into Anikes, who the flash is perfect. He shuts down 1, but there's the trade by Flourish. 4 on 4. I'll tell you what, nullifying Anikes, though, that's actually a bit of an advantage for Budapest 5. That is a kind of trade that they'll be happily taking, especially at this point, as Anikes has just been so strong. For now, Hellraisers, though, they're making their way down towards this position in secret, and as they look to catch up anyone who dare come their way, it's going to be a bit of a tough position now for this Budapest 5 bunch.
Absolutely, and no one else confident enough with that AWP to pick it up, especially considering they're heading down towards this B site. So the AWP threat eliminated for both sides. Just the rifles to work with. Hellraisers continue to press on towards B. Corey's got himself a nice angle. If anyone does decide to burst through those windows, then he can do some serious damage. But as Fleeve drops, Hellraisers, they start to contemplate whether they actually want to hit towards this B site or whether they just leave Flourish here to fake and they go back towards A. And it does seem to be the latter. And Budapest 5 are starting to realize that they've gone for a bit of an over-rotation and this might just cost them.
You're right, I might just cost him this game right now as Coolio. He'll make his way towards 7. He'll hear the flash go out from above him, but he doesn't react, actually. Instead, he just swings wide. He spots both members, and that's just so messy. Inexcusable, really, as with 25 seconds left now, Budapest 5 in a 2 versus 3. I mean, it's a doable situation, but as Corey, the last man left standing in a 1 versus 3, I think it's safe to say he's going to be a rock and a hard place. He'll try to get his way up towards 7, but he's got 2 members to worry about. Kalinka the first to fall. Suddenly, it bears the reminiscence of doability, but as the flash goes out, he'll swing wide. First AK to worry about. Flaric finishes the job, and just like that, Hellraisers, they take Nuke 16-13.
What a comeback. Being 11-4 down at halftime, they were being absolutely bombarded. They lost 6 in a row towards the second portion of that first half. I actually thought they'd just run out of gas in the tank. Yep. We saw it on Train. I really thought we were going to see the same on Nuke. But no, they came back swinging. Anarkes pulled out an absolute masterclass. And yeah, now they're 1-1. They get to go on to Overpass. And I think they'll be feeling pretty confident about Overpass. Not only because they've got that momentum and they're going to be feeling fired up right now, but also because statistically, historically, they're just significantly stronger on Overpass, and they know that Budapest 5 don't like it.
That's something to fear, especially if you are on that side of Budapest 5, to know that you had the potential to 2-0 this series, and now you go to a map that you do not play. I fear desperately for them, but we'll have to see how they actually do moving ahead. Of course, we need to take a quick little break. We'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes with this final game of the series.
Headshot, nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Hold on tight, don't let go of me. Love is all there is, love is all we need. Darling, don't be scared, I can feel your pain. Even heroes fall, even heroes fail. You're always running like the world is on fire. But can you see me coming when it's down to the wire? I will be a shooting star when you look up in the night, burning through the atmosphere, brighter than the city lights. I will be a satellite, you don't have to say goodbye. I can hear your SOS, I can see you from the sky. I can hear your SOS. I'm coming, I'm coming. I will be a shooting star when you look up in the night, burning through the atmosphere, brighter than the city lights. I will be a satellite, you don't have to say goodbye. I can hear your SOS, I can see you from the sky. I can hear your SOS. Thought I had her in a lucid grip, said I'd take my time. She keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screws tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling in, I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag, and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun
that shot. Nice. These bombs go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
And welcome back to the European Development Championship. We're currently sitting in the winners bracket, and I tell you what, we have just seen an incredible game. As well, Hellraisers, they're not going to go down quietly. They were able to come back on noon and take it 16-13 versus Budapest 5. We're now going to move on to the final and deciding map of Overpass. And I'll tell you what, Josh, what have we got ahead of us?
I don't know, Kramer. I honestly don't know. This series has been a complete back and forth affair. I haven't been able to tell you. Well, actually, I'll tell you what. After Train, I really did think Budapest 5 were just going to 2-0 it. Especially after their first half of Nuke. Obviously, they were 11-4 up. We then see Hellraisers pull it right back. Now they're going onto a map that they are undisputedly favoured in. I have absolutely no idea who's going to win this series. I mean, normally when it goes to a third map in a long day like this, I'm a bit like, whoa, man. But I'm excited. I honestly, either of these teams could take it over the top. To be honest, both sides at this point deserve it. And I am excited to see who moves on to that next stage.
Likewise, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be hard to predict. It's going to be hard to see because we have seen just such a close game either way. And tell you what, on Nuke as well, we especially saw Anikes wake up. That man who really didn't do much over on the side of Train woke up on Nuke, and my god, he was strong.
He absolutely was, yeah. I mean, that's what's been so bizarre about this series as well. It has literally been the AWP show, and after we saw Torzi going absolutely nuts on Train, what did he go, 33-6 or something crazy
Something horrific like that, yeah.
We then move on to map 2. We're kind of saying, right, okay, if Torzi is still firing on all cylinders, then like they should just be able to steamroll this one. They come into it. Torzi's definitely lacking on Nuke. He's one of the lowest fraggers there for Budapest 5 on that map. Wasn't like he put in a horrendous performance, but it just wasn't matching the kind of output that he was giving on Train. And in response, Anikes goes absolutely wild. I think he got about 32 frags himself. Obviously a much closer game, so had far more deaths. I think he was about 32-17 or something like that, but still an outstanding performance. And yeah, it tips it. Hellraisers now we're in this position where we're going into the third map.
Tell you what as well, it actually shows an emphasis that is on each team's AWPer. It shows that how on Train, once we saw Torzi just show up, he's unbeatable. In fact, Budapest 5 are unbeatable. When we move over to a Nuke and we see Anikes wake up, that second half was just incredible by them. And it really puts such a big emphasis on it. Makes me feel, how are they going to fail on Overpass? Another map where AWPers are actually fairly favoured moving ahead. And, well, as we go ahead, do you want to give a prediction here, Josh? At least, who you think is going to win rather than a scoreline?
I actually don't. I actually don't want to give a prediction. I think, based on the fact that Budapest 5 don't play Overpass, I think Hellraisers should win. But that's not a confident prediction at all. I actually have no idea. What are you thinking?
I mean, after Nuke, this should go Hellraisers' way, but as Torzi finds Flourish to kick things off, Problem will respond. Follow-up push comes through, though, as Hellraisers actually stagnate down towards this outside area. They shift back down towards Fountain. Get a moment to just move back around. They might look to congregate and kind of assault long in case there's a follow-up push by Budapest 5. There isn't one, as the Hungarians sit back down towards the safe site. They take a moment with a bit of a lull, just catch out anyone who dare approaches their position, and well, Fleeve, he's at the risk of being caught out in no man's land right now between Long and his position in this cubby hole here. He's actually going to go aggressive, and he spots out all these members. He checks out the first whistle ball, but Problem able to trade. It's down to a 3v3 as Hellraisers look to descend onto the safe site. Before, however, they take a bit of a lull to clear toilets.
A 3v3 situation, this pistol round coming incredibly close. And Budapest 5, they seem to have a good idea that this is actually going to be the A site. But look at that supporting flash. It's ready to pop right over the top before they peek. They're able to turn it, but it gives Hellraisers an opportunity to try and get into this. And off the back of the flash, the engagements come through. It's so messy up close to USP. It's just not the weapon you want for that kind of range. His teammates there to support, though. Color with the headshot. And it all comes down to Kalinka. P250 in hand. 3 players up close. And they coordinate the peak, swing all together as a trio, and finish off the job.
What's interesting as well, we've got no data on Budapest 5's overpass at all. We've seen them play it once and once alone. That's it. Right now, Hellraisers, they play it. It's a shaky map for them, but nonetheless, that should still beat a team who really hasn't played it at all. They played it once and lost it to Young Ninjas. Even then, it was 16-12, so they put up a few rounds, but surely Hellraisers, who actively play this map, should have an advantage here.
Yeah, they definitely should. I mean, Budapest 5, they've got off to a good start. With the pistol round, they've now got some money. They can try and rack up a couple of rounds early on. Hellraisers are actually going to drop right back. Off the back of the fact that they don't get the bomb plant, they actually drop right down to a pistol buy. Torzi takes a lot of damage, deals some in the meantime. The teammates had to try and support him, and despite the fact that he's only on 5 points of health, he does fire 3 for 2 with the FAMAS. So damage dealt, and realistically, they shouldn't be taking any more casualties here. They want to make sure that Flarich can't save this AUG, and instead, that's smart. He throws it right out the map, completely unretrievable. That's got to be frustrating.
Oh, he got it!
He got it!
Oh, that was great by Color. I love that. I don't even think he knew it was thrown out. I think the second he saw that the AUG didn't drop from the guy who was shooting, instantly looked up towards that flower bed there, and well, he retrieves it. And tell you what, for Hellraisers, that's going to be a bit annoying for them to see on the death cam that AUG just retrieved instantly.
Absolutely. Yeah, that has got to be seriously tilting. I mean, you've got to have some really long arms as well to grab something like that. I thought that was completely unreachable. Instead, they're just able to snatch it away. But remember, Hellraisers, that was a full eco, so they have got money to work with now, and we will see this buy come out.
Thank you. He'll tease a bit of a peek down towards Dignitas, looking to catch out the odd member wherever possible. As flashes go on out. Torzi towards the toilets. He'll be the one to try and catch out the odd member. There's nothing substantial just yet. Thinker easing forward in connector. He's got Fleeve to worry about, and well, Corey on the angle, he needs to be careful himself as if he isn't caught out. Fleeve good for one. I tell you what, Corey doesn't flinch. Beautiful read by Corey there. He's able to trade onto Flarich, and now as the 1-2 comes through, there's nothing from Hellraisers on this side of the map. Elsewhere, it's Anikas to find Fleeve, and let's see if Corey actually chooses to peek him. Instead of drop that nade, he'll peek behind the dust, and well, with that, let's see how Hellraiser pushes forward towards what looks like this B site.
Absolutely, they burst right through. Man advantage, Hellraisers. They're trailing here, and they've got 3 players to contend with. There's the first kill coming through from Problem. Untraded for now as they continue to press through, but Corey's in a prime position. The off angle, it's not checked. He's good for 2. Not quite the 3rd as he gets the dink, but Coolio finish off the job, and that is absolutely sensational.
Tell you what, that AUG that was saved there was put to a pretty good damn bit of use. As with that, Hellraisers, they go down to their next shaky buy. We expect to see the odd pistol, the odd bit of armor. But for the most part, this is Budapest's chance to really pull ahead and really to establish a bit of early economy before Hellraisers can get the ball rolling. Now, something to highlight as well. Budapest 5, they were 11-4 up when Hellraisers came back against them right now, so they need to build a big lead before this Hellraisers side can adapt.
Just the pistols once again to work with here for Hellraisers, and this should just be a complete mile away from Budapest 5. Once again, it's about damage control. Try not to take too many casualties, and there we go. Mopping the floor, padding those stats, Corey, getting some big numbers in as Torzi comes through with the AWP. And realistically, Torzi early on trying to find some feel-good frags. We saw him all flared up on train. He just wasn't able to get moving on Nuke. And as we see these Paramatch odds pop up, off of the back, remember, at the start of this map, Hellraisers were the favourites. Off of the back of 4 rounds going Budapest 5's way, the odds actually tip in their favour. Just shows how fickle some of these bettors can sometimes be. And if you fancy those odds, you think that Hellraisers have got a good chance of pulling this one back, make sure you check out those banners below. Head over to Paramatch, make an account, and get that special first-time deposit bonus.
Color looking to catch out the odd member wherever possible for the time being, as flashes go out either way. Problem will be the one to try and tease a peek on forward. He brings out a few shots, but he's caught out eventually. It's a beautiful spray down by Color there to make it a twofer before he's responded on. And as it goes 4-on-3, Hellraisers have to try and find this avenue of assault elsewhere, and as Anikes bolts his way up from long, he might try to spot out an initial player. That he does. Corey loses his head as the bullet pierces his skull, leaving it on to Thieves to try and hold the site alone.
3-on-3 situation. Very, very doable here for Hellraisers, but if they let this one slip away, they go 5-0 down, they're back down to basics. Okay, they'll have a loss bonus to work with, so maybe we do actually see some kind of investment come out, but it certainly won't be a full buy. There certainly won't be an AWP available. In this smoke, it's a single-pronged attack. They're all going to come in from long, and Budapest 5 are ready for this. You look at Fleeve, already flanking around towards toilets. He will turn around. He's not going to go for the long wrap, and Torzi smokes the Molotov, and he's ready to take some fights.
Leave on the off angle as well. He'll be able to get anyone else who pushes on forward. And that's the first pick. Trade there by Kalinka, but it's only just a trade. Fleeve comes out on top, and it's all on Anikes now in a 1 versus 2. 25 seconds left. Needs to find kills fast, but it won't be able to. Fleeve finishes the job. Budapest 5 make it 5. And with that AWP saved, it forces Hellraisers down to an awful buy of, once again, pistols and armor. Maybe a force should they go for a shaky buy, but nonetheless, Budapest 5 are really pulling ahead now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. 5-0. They're looking a lot better than Hellraisers here on Overpass. The confidence is flowing through them once again. This is looking very reminiscent of what we saw on Train. And Hellraisers, they go for the half buy. Kalinka with that AK, everybody else just with the pistols. And once again, Coolio opening up proceedings. Budapest 5 with the man advantage, looking to make this 6-0.
Beautiful stuff. And well, as Kalinka falls, there's a bit of aggression towards B. It's noticed by Coolio, and he's forced on back. See how he fares moving ahead, and for the most part, Color shifts around the corner. Budapest 5 really look like they want to cement a bit of a lead right now. Turning around this corner, it's a few shots ringing out either way, and well, with that, Hellraisers come out on top. Lime good for one, Coolio able to trade, and well, that flash is perfect by Torsi, who screwed over his teammate a little bit there, but he comes out on top with Anikes nonetheless, and as the flank comes through from Monster, it forces Flarich and his teammate forward.
Well, how doable is this right now for Hellraisers? Color is all the way in the back lines. He whiffs on the flank, but is still good for one. And Corey, he's there to pick up the pieces. No bomb plant potential, nothing there for Hellraisers to take. They do a substantial amount of damage considering the investment they had, but they're looking to win the round right there. And considering they didn't win the round and they didn't even get a bomb plant, okay, they'll have money to work with now, but it's not particularly successful, and they now will jump into a tactical timeout.
I like the fact they're going for this timeout. That means that Hellraisers, they can try and shut down Budapest 5 before they get a bit too confident. However, they move on to this next fight. If they lose this, then Budapest 5 are just going to skyrocket. You know, this is how Train started, with Budapest 5 just reeking of confidence. And I worry if Hellraisers can't, utilize Anikes, for instance, they might be in a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about the impact that Anikes was actually having on Nuke, and without that impact, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this one off. And this T side, Anikes needs to start hitting these shots. He has got an AWP in hand this time around. I think we've only seen one on his back so far this game. Let's see what he can do with it. He hasn't really got the spawn to go for any opening picks. Instead, he'll be the third man into B with the C4 on his back. And he's relying on his teammates to maybe try and find some openers, or at least some aggression towards Monster, which for now, Budapest 5 just aren't even going to merit.
For the most part, it's a few shots that ring out either way. Kalinka able to shut down, and so this player who comes towards them as more util is expended. Arich forced away. And with that, it goes a man down for Budapest 5, and with no response actually from them to try and even out the man count. It puts Hellraisers in a bit of an advantageous position as they shift forward towards B. Coolio, oh, this is going to be awful if the flash is timed well enough, and the spam goes out either way. They find the first, they find the second. Oh, it's perfect as Coolio and Fleeve come out on top. Larich looks to trade, but there's still a man down, and what a perfect way to open up and recover from a round.
Yeah, that's the way to pick up the pieces, but back into a 2-on-2. Definitely doable, but with Coolio's position and the bomb down, absolutely no chance for Hellraisers. What a round from Budapest 5, and what an important one for them to win. That was really Hellraisers' opportunity off the back of a full investment, off the back of the timeout before it too, to try and bounce back and close this scoreline, close this gap that's initially been established, and they've just been completely crushed.
Absolutely crushed is the perfect way to describe it, as Hellraisers, they can at least muster another buy, but there's limited utility. There's only AKs, you don't see an AWP out, and right now they may be clutching at straws as Budapest 5, they look really dominant on Overcast right now.
They absolutely do. This has been a complete steamroll so far. Hellraisers have to come back into this, and I just don't know what the answer is for them right now. I mean, they're losing everything they're going for, even these opening picks going Budapest 5's way. Once again, Torzi is just firing on all cylinders. Fleet has been spotted, takes a tickle of damage, but nothing more than that. And Hellraiser's desperately trying to trade, but they're just not able to do anything. And in the early minute of this round, not only have they taken a casualty, but they've taken a lot of damage and not dealt any of their own. And they've lost loads of control. Corey's all the way through connector right now and has already got a flank in place.
Well, I see Flourish go for a bit of a peek here, and well, that he does, he jumps up, he can't spot anything out for the time being, as I'll wait to see Budapest 5 come his way. Unfortunately, there's no one there. Instead, the player who is there is Corey on this flank, and looks like he's just going to line up both members as they shift on forward. He's good for one. His presence should be enough to force a push into 3 awaiting members. Coolio finishes the job onto the low HP member. Anikes and Flourish again with his stack, and it's just a formality. Budapest 5 lead 8-0 on what could be. Tell you what, Josh, we might have a very quick game on our hands here.
Absolutely, yeah, we really could. And as we see this Hellcase banner pop up, make sure you check out Hellcase and use that code that comes up on your screen. Remember, Hellcase is the place for well-made cases, a lot of new content every month. So go and check it out. They have got a hell of a lot to offer. Right now, Hellraisers, they've already lost the half. We're 8 rounds in, and best case scenario, they're playing for an 8-7 in their opponent's favor, but they've only got the pistols to work with here. So Budapest 5 could be on for an early 9, and this is where it really starts to get dangerous. If Budapest 5 are taking 5-6 rounds early on, okay, it's great, but it's not like in the bin just yet. Yeah, it's not too far gone. But once they start getting to 9-0, 10-0, that's where Hellraisers are then just at a major, major detriment, and I just don't see how they can get back into it.
Talk about that piece of colour. They just wipe the floor with them. It's all on problem. 1 versus 3. He's got players all around him. Corey finishes the job. Once again, Budapest 5 come out on top. And if Hellraisers don't win this next round, they are just going to be such a difficult position. Budapest 5 right now, they're in a position where they genuinely could just wipe the floor with Hellraisers. And dare I say it, 16-0 may be on the table right now because Hellraisers just don't look strong at all.
It's really bizarre. Honestly, it's really, really bizarre. How we've seen this series play out, this is one of the weirdest best of 3s I've seen in quite a while. Budapest 5, absolutely steamroll train. Bearing in mind, at the very start of this series, Hellraisers were the favorites. They were the hot favorites, yeah? And statistically speaking, they have a higher HLTV ranking. They are just a better team, yeah? Budapest 5 go into Hellraiser's map pick of Train. They completely whitewash it. They win 16-14. They then completely whitewash the first half of Nuke. Then they seem to just crumble. And now in the third map, where, again, they don't play it, they shouldn't be doing well at all. This is like their permaban map. And they're winning 9-0. I just don't get it. This series has been so bizarre. And it's starting to get a little bit too far gone for Hellraisers. Every single round, I think, okay, they'll win this one and they'll start to claw it back. And it just hasn't happened. And it absolutely has to happen here. Otherwise, I just don't see it happening.
You know, we talk about how Budapest 5 sometimes exploit, you know, maybe a crack in the attack of Hellraisers, but they found a chasm. And Anikes, who's able to find Corey a man advantage, but even in a man advantage, for some reason, I don't see Hellraisers doing it. They move forward, Budapest 5, of course, the response is aggression towards Monster. It worked last time, they try it again. They spot nothing. They follow up with aggression towards Tunnel, and with that, they realize that this position towards A is going to be under threat, as Coolio evens out the man count, as well as establishing water control. Spam through as Rothman tries to hold for the time being. It's so messy, and well, as neither kill goes through, Color finds Anikes, and once again, Budapest 5 find themselves ahead.
It's just the perfect bait from Coolio. Not only does he find the kill, but he gets the information, relays it to his teammate. The secondary swing, maybe a little bit overzealous. But man advantage here for Hellraisers. 30 seconds on the clock. A lot of time pressure mounting. If Fleeve can win this engagement, it might just be Budapest 5s for the taking. And instead, he pulls the trigger a little too early. 1v3 for Torzi. Not out of his comfort zone. We've seen him pull these off, especially on Train earlier on today. Two of these players are low on health. That doesn't really make too much difference when he's got this AWP in hand. But maybe if he can take out Lion, pull out his pistol, drop down from heaven and do something crazy. Instead, he goes for the smart option, Kremer. He's not going to try and be Batman today. Instead, he'll just go and save that AWP. That's probably the right decision to make. If it was me,
That's why we cast us, Josh.
Yeah, exactly. If it was me, I'd throw the AWP and I'd jump out of heaven and I'd do a spin and I'd try and shoot him with a PT-50. But that is why I'm not on a professional team.
You'd be leg down, die to full damage, cry yourself to sleep.
Yeah. That's how it would play. That is exactly how it would play.
Well, as Hellraisers find their first, they might have to cry themselves to sleep if they get reset right now, because Budapest 5, they can rebuy. Of course they can. Of course, we look at the parry match odds and look at that, 5-1 right now. And if you think that these are favourable, if you think Hellraisers still have a chance, then now would be a perfect time to place the bet. But of course, if you go down to the banner below, you click on that, you go check out that deposit, you get that awesome bonus deposit with your first deposit. So go check them out. But for now, Budapest 5 are really the ones to fear. Is if they can reset Hellraisers right now, they're going to be in a world of hurt.
Absolutely. I mean, imagine if like the old economy was still in play, where you allow your team, you allow your opponents to win one round and then bounce back and put them right down to that minimum loss bonus. That would be brutal. Nowadays, that's not quite the case. But yeah, they still have an opportunity to reset. Hellraisers here. Corey swinging in from the side. The timing is just impeccable. Anikes, just as he switches away from the AWP. I think you might have even heard the scope cue. That was Corey's reason to just go for the swing right there. Brings it back into a 4-on-4. And instead of falling right back, he's actually gone into playground as well, which I think has gone undetected here from Hellraisers.
He goes towards Banana instead of Toilets. Then Torsi's going to spot him out. But I tell you what, this is perfect by Lime. He's got the absolute best timing he could possibly hope for. Does he catch out Torsi? He will do. And with that, the A site swings open. But doesn't really swing open because there is still Corey to fear. And, well, they seem pretty wary of him as he shuts down from him. He looks for more. Oh, no. And more he finds. Kalinka gets taken down. 3-on-2 now. That nade chasing down Flourish as he tries to make it towards this site. And now Lime has to catch up with members if he wants a chance. They're good for one. Fleeve to trade. 1 versus 2 now for Flourish. It's doable. He's winning his positioning. But as he's spotted out, Fleeve will finish the job on Budapest 5. They reset Hellraisers, bringing themselves a 10th in the process.
Fantastic stuff. Fleeve doesn't even wait for his teammate to get into position there. He's filled with confidence, and all he had to do in that engagement was trade 1 for 1, and that's pretty much Budapest 5's round for the taking. An unbelievable round from Corey as well. Note that he got 3 kills there, and it all just comes down to that aggression, and then not necessarily the re-aggression, but instead of getting aggressive, finding 1 kill and then falling away, he just sticks around. He adds pressure to Hellraisers, where realistically, they should be able to freely move between the bomb sites that deep. But instead, with that spanner in the works, it adds so much pressure. They then have to clear all of these angles, and it just becomes impossible for them to pull off. Nice flash. Entries come into the B site, and Flourish is good for 2 off the back of the flashes, but it is traded eventually.
I feel so scared as Fleeve will shift down towards the monster. Looks to catch out these members, and actually, instead of regress up towards short Kalinka, that's a nice shot. And now Hellraisers, they look more than confident to take their second as they move out towards B. Torsi scopes on him, will look to try and just challenge anyone who dare come towards this site. But as the mollies go out, does he have the angle on the first? He does, but he misses his shot. Uncharacteristic, but it does put Hellraisers in a bit more of a positive light as they look to make it a second.
As Fleeve turned his back to Monster, I was anticipating him calling for a flash, him playing anti-flash and then swinging into it. And I got really excited because there were literally 3 Ts ready to push into Monster. I was thinking, oh no. But no, he instead he just dry peeked short. And yeah, it was a bit of a shame, really. Did get the dink onto Kalinka, but Kalinka's still alive and kicking. And I don't think that he'll hunt too hard. So he'll probably stay alive this round. Hellraisers, this is a good response from them. But is it too little too late? I mean, they're already 10-1 down. Even if they pull this one back to a 10-5, it's still not a great half. And that requires them to win the next 3 in a row. And they've still got to face up against full buys here from Budapest 5 because they've got money. So Corey can probably drop off a mass. Torsi can go for a buy. Fleeve can go for a buy. I anticipate they pull out something quite substantial here, and there we go.
For Budapest 5, this is their chance to really propel themselves forward. And, well, if they can reset Hellraisers, that is. Tell you what, though, Josh, if this to and fro doesn't continue, if Hellraisers make it 5, do you think the game's doable for them, or do you think that Budapest 5, for them at least, the damage has already been done?
Oh, it's definitely doable. If they can pull it back 10-5, it's definitely doable. I mean, interestingly, we've seen 11-4 scorelines in the two maps that we've seen so far. Of course, Train 11-4 in Budapest 5's favor. So was Nuke. That's a very nice flick from Torzi. And to be honest, this one's shaping up to be similar, isn't it? I mean, I see this one going 11-4 too. Hellraisers, they just seem to take a while to get warmed up. They come into a map, they get completely obliterated in the early rounds, and then they start to wake up a little bit. Even though this is the third map of a series. Maybe you expect that in map 1, but maps 2 and 3? I don't know. It just seems really bizarre. And here in round number 13, once again, it's back to old ways. Budapest 5 with a 2-man advantage and a perfect flank in place. Anikez is on borrowed time unless he, well, starts to realize his spidey senses tingle when he does a spin.
I feel like spin might not be enough as it all falls down to problem. Last man left standing in a 1 versus 3. He'll swing into short, he'll swing into the awaiting members, and Corey will finish the job. Josh, this could be a swift game. Budapest 5, they need 11-2. Hellraisers, they can just scrape a bye, but what good will it do? As for now, if Budapest 5 hit 12, they continue to reset Hellraisers, they're going to be in a perfect opportunity.
Absolutely. And I mean, Budapest 5, okay, they regularly play against this kind of caliber, but Hellraisers are ranked like 32nd in the world right now. So not only would this be a big win for Budapest 5, no matter how they pull it off, to pull it off in this kind of fashion is just insane. And I don't know whether it's due to the fact that they've just been doing their homework. And obviously, because this is the opening day for them in the EDC, they've had plenty of time to prepare because they know what teams they'll be playing against. And therefore, like, it is just down to preparation, or if these guys have just been doing a load of practice over Christmas and now just insane. And if it's the latter, then these are a team to look out for.
FURIA ready for that. It's ready to smoke off anybody that comes his way, but as that goes down, he'll assist his teammate with that. He'll also line up a one-way for Fleeve as now push goes through. Fleeve, good for 1. He knows there's more players ready to push into him. Try to spam down more, but the Hellraisers try to get towards the site. Fleeve will continue doing damage. Beautiful stuff by him now. Flarich still hasn't been able to find the kill. He goes 2-on-2 now. Anikez getting this plant. Flarich ready for the players to push into him. Corey, the one who's going to swing from CT. We spot one another. Flarich drops that utility. He'll try to swing wide, but Corey, he's just going to be ready to hold for him.
Oh, he's losing out as well. Finally connects the headshot. I think this one might be going Hellraiser's way. And there we go. Anikez delivers the final blow. And with no money in the bank, do you know what I think, Kremer? I think we're going to see another 11-4 half, which is just ridiculous. But, I mean, yeah, it's a really, really awesome round. Nonetheless, even though Budapest 5 didn't win it, I love the configuration they had. They had the setup smoke to deploy onto the Molotov and give the one-way, and it allowed Fleeve to not only do tons of damage, but to stay alive for ages. I mean, he got 2 kills there and managed to escape from the barrels position, which realistically should just be completely impossible. Definitely one that I'll be trying out in my matches, and one that I hope that other teams use too.
Ready for the close angle as Kalenka will be ready to swing straight into him. There's a bit of a lull for the time being. Instead, aggression towards Zone Toilets comes out with Lime on top as Torzi falls. Trade there as Coolio is able to shut down Kalinka. And now as he goes 4-on-4, this is exactly what Hellraisers are going to have to try and catch out now as Budapest 5 spread out around the map. This is their chance to be kind of caught up on as Anikez aggressing forward will spot out Corey. With that, it goes 3-on-4.
Well, it's round number 15, and it's a bottom-of-the-barrel investment here from Budapest 5, so they don't really have anything to lose except the round. With the man disadvantage, they do just want to try and burst through connector, see if these MP9s can get a flank going. They've made a lot of noise, so they've drawn the attention away, and maybe that's all part of the plan here. They're not actually committing to a swing, they're just trying to draw this attention, grab hold of this A site, see if Fleeve can do some damage with the scout in hand. Realistically, I don't think this round is winnable here for Budapest 5, especially considering the firepower disparity they have. It really does come down to color to make some kind of big play, and he's not in position to do so. So as they wrap around from the B site, Fleeve needs to hold this one on for a few seconds longer, and that's a nice headshot to start things off.
That it is absolutely perfect, and As he goes 3-on-3, now problem back. Sight will try to do a bit more damage, will try to show a bit more presence. He's able to shut down Flav, and with 15 seconds left, we will see Hellraisers push on forward towards this site. But instead, it's aggression from Color to shut down the first. He knows where Anikes is. He'll look to try and trade, and that he does. Anikes now in a 1-versus-1, and Color, by some miracle, pulls ahead, and Budapest 5, they take the half, 12-3.
Yeah, it all comes down to him in there. As I say, he was the danger man. He was the one with the AK and the full health, and he was realistically the only player that could clutch up that round. So what he needed was the opportunity, and he also needed Fleeve to get at least one kill just to keep hold of that A site for a few seconds longer. And that's exactly what happened. Fleeve hit the headshot, stayed alive for a few seconds longer. It allowed Color to get into position, and then he was just able to take the 3v1 all day long. Easy clutch for him to make. Does mean that Budapest 5 break that 11-4 curse, take it 12-3. And as you said earlier, Kremer, 12-3, that's kind of the point where it's probably a bit too far gone.
Yeah, and Budapest, they take a technical timeout, so they do need a moment to just brace, and we'll have to see if it's enough for them as they move on ahead. And for now, tell you what, Josh, do you think that Hellraisers have a chance there, or is it just too far gone?
All right, I mute my mic. Took a little sip of my drink. I think it's too far gone. I honestly, I mean, it's difficult because this map has been incredibly dominant from Budapest 5. They have been in control of it from start to finish. We've not seen any crazy individual performance from anyone in particular. I mean, Corey and Fleeve have been putting up some big numbers, but it's not like anybody's sitting here with 30 kills right now on the Budapest 5 side. It has been a real team effort. But remember, I mean, Hellraisers were 11-4 down on Nuke, and they pulled it all the way back and won 16-13. So following that maths, this is still doable. The only issue that they face is if they lose the pistol round, they actually don't have enough rounds to play with to pull out another buy before Budapest 5 get onto match point. So realistically, they have to win the pistol round. And if they win the pistol round, then I think there's a slight chance that they can pull it back. If they lose the pistol round, that's it. It's donezo. No chance.
And you're absolutely right. I fear that for those over at Hellraisers, then this pistol round, if they lose it, it's over. I think we've got to establish that. If there is even the chance of a comeback, it needs to start right here. And for now, we see this nade and kiss in the hands of Kalinka, his teammates on armor, and that makes me think that Hellraisers might be going for the odd bit of aggression.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's difficult to tell in this kind of stage, but yeah, with that HE in play for Kalinka, maybe they just try and throw it into towards Fountain. I'm not sure. It depends if they've... Well, in fact, they can't. I was going to say, maybe they've like watched some kind of demo for Budapest 5, see their setups and stuff like that. But yeah, literally there aren't any. And maybe that kind of tailors towards them a little bit. I mean, if this has always been their permaban and then over Christmas, they've done some practice on it, no one's got any data on them whatsoever, then they can start to float it as a third map. And I think after today's success, we might see them do so more often.
Budapest 5, they're going to barrel their way down towards all, and you're absolutely right. A push on towards what would be a floating overpass is something to fear, considering they've already got a map pool. The fact they can now add overpass to it convincingly, that is scary, especially for any team that looks to face them in any series, really, knowing that Budapest 5 have an expertise spread over multiple maps. As Anikes, he'll be able to pick some players out towards, or he'll try to catch them off guard as they start bombing their way towards him. Did Anikes spot it? He may not have won. Now he has. He brings out a few shots. He's able to find Corey. I tell you what, Anikes' this pistol rounds are just phenomenal. As push comes out, flashes go wild, and with that, we are going to see a plant go through. But Anikes, he's going to be shut down by Coolio as he goes 4v4. Coolio, he's going to continue this aggression down into Flarich. As they're both spotted, they find themselves in a bit of a standoff.
Well, he's got the information, but he needs to be careful. There's the USP to deal the final blow, and there we go. Another kill convert to 4v2 now. Color on the site, needs to do the heavy lifting, tapping away, can't connect the heads, but he's still alive, and he's still doing damage as they push in up close and personal. The Glock, that's where it's most deadly, but he can't get anything done. Fleeve only good for the one headshot, and Hellraisers, they do snatch away the pistol round and take it to 4. So, as I said, that's one of their win conditions. That does make this doable for them, but still very, very unlikely indeed.
Absolutely. We look at the parry match odds as well. I think they believe Budapest 5 have won this. They say Hellraisers are 8-1 right now. It's actually surprisingly, Hellraisers, when they were at their lowest on train, it was 10-1. So they've got more of a chance than they did on train. but they still don't have much of a chance, is what we're seeing from those odds. Of course, if you believe otherwise, then go place your bets over with the link down towards Parry Match. That will be able to give you an opportunity to place, and as well with the bonus money you get on your first deposit. So, awesome stuff to be had there. As Anikez, he's forced away from Tortoise to try to go a bit aggressive, able to shut down Corey as Color's able to trade elsewhere. That goes 4-on-4.
Well, there's another swift trade. Bring teams back into a 3-on-3 and Budapest 5. This would be absolutely crushing if they were able to bounce back and win the Force. And as Torzi pushes up with the Tech 9, he's able to retrieve himself an M4. Now they've got 3 premium rifles to work with, and Torzi connecting the dink and the body shot onto Kalinka. A man advantage as they continue to press through. The Galil, it spotted out the MP9, dealt so much damage, can't quite finish off the kill, but they're at a huge advantage right now. They could get this one done.
Problem caught out. It's all on Lime. 1 versus 3, and it looks like he might be on the cusp of defeat. Budapest 5. I guess what Percy pushes on forward. He's good for 1, 2 more to find, and he's tagged down fairly low. He's tagged down and finished. Budapest 5, they make it 13 as they pull ahead, and with that, Hellraisers, they are on the cusp of the limit, or cusp of delegation down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, remember, once they, if they lose this one, they're not out just yet. Considering they won that first best of 1, they will actually drop down and face up against the winner of the Sangal and Skade game, which it feels like we saw those two teams play an eternity ago. That's how long this series has been. Even though it hasn't been crazy long, it just, I don't know, it just feels like a long time, Kremer. I don't know about you.
It's
now
been
dark
an emotional
outside.
roller coaster, hasn't it?
It has, yeah, it has, and it's,
right,
it's changed
black.
me.
Wow, all right.
Yeah, we started, it was nice and sunny, it was even snowing at one point. We've had all the seasons to date. And, at least here in the UK we have.
It's quite impressive. We're got different ends of the UK.
Yeah.
All right, ran out a few shots to try and catch out a member for now, but these Deagles, they're going to have to ring true for Hellraisers. This Force is ambitious, to say the least. If they lose it, then Budapest 5 are just going to stick up to a 15th. And but now Flarich, they'll try to do the odd bit of damage and settle back away, leaving his teammate Vanicus fairly alone towards on toilets, and the timing may not be in his favour as he's caught out by Coolio, but with that, it's an inherent man advantage for Budapest 5.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan here for Hellraisers is Force until the bittersweet end. With these Deagles, if it doesn't work out, there's no point in saving in the next. They need to just hit these headshots, and there we go. Flarich with 1, can't convert on the second as Color's up close and personal, and accompanied by a brilliant flashbang from Corey. The retake coming in, but with no utility. There's no rotation flash to actually allow them to go for the peak here. They just have to try and push in dry, and with these Desert Eagles and Kevlar to accompany it, I have no idea how they're going to be able to claw their way back into this one, especially with the crossfires in play here for Budapest 5.
He's teased by Lime. He spots out Color. He's able to swing wide, and actually Color falls, but Torzi trades, and with that, Hellraisers is just a rock in a hard place. Torzi good for a second, and Lime, he realizes he's the only hope he has is to save, and this AK is actually fairly instrumental to Hellraisers' success, should they be able to save it. But it looks like Corey might even consider a bit of a push behind, and actually as the bomb goes off, he realizes he's too close, and well, with that, the AK is saved, but Budapest 5, as they lead 14-4, I think that just shows just how tough this is going to be.
Absolutely. And as I said before, I think Hellraiser's probably forced by here. I don't think they can justify going for an eco. Even though they would be able to invest into the next, they'd be playing for an 11-round comeback just to take it to OT. So there we go. Weapons come out. They do actually save a little bit of cash on... No, okay, they don't. They don't. They buy right at the very last second. They prank me. They do this all the time, Kremer. Even after the round started, they're still buying. They're just here to prank me. But yeah, this is a full investment from Hellraisers. If it doesn't work out for them, we'll see the same in the next. And Budapest 5, this is easily their best chance to just close this one off.
Iman's AK's only good for 1, but he needs more than 1, really. Kalinka, though, his deal does ring true. He's able to get away with an AK as well. So suddenly, it's an even, well, it's a man advantage for Hellraisers, so kind of characteristically. As Brom's able to trade. Brom's able to trade onto 2, and, well, Torsi, last man of standing. I doubt he expected to be in this position at all.
Yeah, I don't think he
keeping me all night. Don't go, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night. Don't go, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night. Don't go, keeping me all night. Keeping me all night, all night. Don't go. is all we need. Darling, don't be scared. I can feel your pain. Even heroes fall, even heroes fail. You're always running like the world is on fire. But can you see me coming when it's down to the